Testing, testing. All right. I think we are live. Turn my lights on. There we go. All right, y'all. I believe we are live. I hope y'all can hear me. Let me know if I'm loud enough or not loud enough. Let me kill this music. All right. Happy Saturday night, everybody. See who we got in the chat here. We got Chris. Hey, good to see you, buddy. Kent. Welcome. Terry. George. And Carla. My goodness, everybody jumped on here quick. Good to see y'all. Hope you've all had a good Saturday. We'll give it a minute for a few more people to pop on. Ben, good to see you. So we're just kind of chilling tonight. Had a nice chill day today with the wife. Went out and got a little something to eat and kind of milled around a little bit. Haven't done anything productive, but it's been a good day. Sometimes, I tell the wife all the time, doing nothing is still something. And I'm trying to get very good at that. Ben, I'm not cooking anything at the moment. I've got a little rack of lamb I'm going to cook on this. I'm going to cook outside tomorrow if it doesn't rain. Went out and had a little seafood this afternoon. Like I said, we kind of hung around and watched some movies last night. Slept in late today. Time we got up, milling around, it was kind of late to really get out and start doing anything. So generally, if I don't have a good sweat worked up by noon, it's hard to get me out there. Carla, been watching your stuff. Looks like you're having good time. Chris, what you been up to? I assume you're still out on the farm. And Terry, how you been feeling? I'm going to put a link out if anybody wants to jump up here. I don't have any moderators right now, so if I have to pull the ripcord in a hurry, you'll know what happened. So I was going to go outside today and start cleaning up some of the mess from the hurricane. It's one of them things, don't know where to start. Once I get started, I'm not going to want to stop. And it's not going anywhere. The yard fairy is not going to show up and take it away from me. They'll still be there tomorrow. Doing some shopping there, Chris, huh? Are you you just enjoying your hobby, or you getting ready for November? you're well, Chris, that may be true, but I think there may be a few of them migrated to Austin. Jason Bushpato, good to see you. I really don't have a whole lot going on. I don't know if I can keep anybody's interest very long tonight, but we're just kind of chilling. You got to fire this stuff up every once in a while, justify the wife. Why spend all this money on it? Uh-oh, looky here. All right. We got us a show now, boys.
What's up, buddy? How are you?
How you doing, Kent?
I'm doing great, sir. How about you?
I can hardly hear you. I don't know if it's my end or yours.
Well, as big a mouth as I got, I think it's your headphones are turned down.
Well, you've been cooking. You've been cooking. I don't know. I don't know what the competition schedule's like. You been doing any competitions?
I did one last weekend. We were up in just a little hour north here in Worthington, Minnesota. Is a 4-meet KCBS. Our out of the 4 meets, our best was 16th place chicken. We had 34, 35 teams there. But on Friday night, they have a 1 meet, which is a rib competition, which it's an ancillary. I didn't get in, but I did the turkey smoke. And we ended up with the 3rd place turkey.
Oh, nice.
On that brand new drum I got from the benefit auction that Uncle Steve did.
Okay.
So the funny thing is, 2 o'clock, so back it up a week. So 2 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon, Steve helped one of our drivers load it in the back of a trailer in Houston. It got to Lamar's in Iowa, 9 o'clock Thursday morning. Well, when I pulled up to the shop for work Thursday morning, I had the barbecue trailer in tow because as soon as I got off work, I was out. I was headed to the competition. Well, we unloaded it 9 o'clock, loaded it in the trailer over the noon hour, and tell you what, that thing cooks like a dream because I fired it up 6:30, 7 o'clock Thursday night just, to season it, to burn it in. 7 o'clock Friday morning, it's still running at 300 degrees, and that's on a half load of charcoal.
Wow. So is that like an ugly drum smoker, or
no,
that style?
It is a drum smoker. James Brooks Drum Smokers out of Texas.
Okay.
But it was custom fabbed by Ryan Newland from Backline Fabricating, Backline Smokers. He's the one.
Okay, I know him.
Johnny Maggs is 250 gallon offset.
Yeah.
I think he did one for Elton. He did Greg DiGiorgio's 500 gallon. John Barton cooks on Ryan's offsets. I mean, all his offsets are one off. So the Blake is what it's called because Blake, I would say his last name, but I know I'm going to butcher it because it's worse than mine. It was a fundraiser for him. He had a really bad injury right after he graduated, I think from A&M, and before he started his job. So, bought that drum. It is a drum, but it's not a UDS.
Okay.
This thing is so pretty, it's not even funny.
But it's a vertical drum, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Your typical drum. Tell you what, she is shiny black and neon green and cooks like a dream.
I've got 3 brand new 55-gallon drum barrels at work that I'm trying to decide what to do with them.
Are they? Let me ask you this, and I almost called you by your government. Which I should do because you call me by mine all the time.
You don't like it when I call you daddy.
So, are they food grade?
Yeah. They had corn syrup in them.
Oh, perfect.
So I bought these at the side of the road. A guy was selling them for $20. So I picked up 3 of them. They've been sitting at the shop all this time. I need to do something with them because they're just they're going to get busted up, or somebody's going to make a burn barrel out of them or something.
Well, the big thing is with those, we got barrels up here for $5-10 all the time.
Yeah.
They're like an oil or a solvent barrel, so they got the solid top. They don't have the removable lid.
Right.
So that's the first thing to look at. But if you get the essential kit from UDS Parts,
Yeah.
even paying $20 for that barrel, last time I checked, for $175, you can have a smoker that's going to burn for 12 hours, and you don't have to ever touch fuel in it.
Yeah, I've been thinking about doing that. I've looked at the kit they have. Now, if I remember right, these have the ring at the top that holds the lid on.
Correct. So,
The little compression ring, I guess you call it.
yeah, what I did with all mine is, if you get the essential kit, it comes with a daisy wheel
Yeah.
for exhaust. I didn't do that. I opted for the 2-inch exhaust that goes in the big bunk, screw-in bunk.
Uh-huh.
And all mine, I got the 3-wheel kit with them also. So each one of my UDSs, including the barrels, run about $270. But if you think about it, what you get with them, not that bad.
Well, my original thought was to set one of these things up so I could just use it at work. Maybe throw some meat on it, go in late at night and just put some meat on it and just let it go on its own. And maybe by lunchtime, my boys back in the back could have some barbecue.
Depends what you're gonna put on it, because on a UDS, you can do St. Louis cut ribs in 3 hours.
Oh, okay.
I did a 17-pound. This be almost about a little over a year ago for Father's Day. I did a 17-pound brisket in less than 8 hours.
Okay. Well, it burns faster than I thought it did.
Well, drums like to settle in right around that 300 mark
Yeah.
and get the benefit of smoking, but it's like running a Weber Smoky Mountain. But you also get a little bit of that grill flavor from them because you're really cooking over the coals. It's not offset like your LSG.
Right.
So you kind of get the best of both worlds, and they convect a little bit. They cook quite a bit, well, a lot quicker than an offset.
Well, I need to go ahead and get that thing set up because it'd be nice to have some, just do some stuff for my guys in the back. Not have to babysit it, just throw it on there and get my timing right.
Well,
I mean, you throw a pork butt on there and let them have sandwiches for lunch. It's like giving each one of them $100. I mean, it's just something you can do for them. Don't cost a whole lot.
if you fire that thing up at 6 a.m., you'll have pulled pork by noon, guaranteed.
Well, that's what I want, something like that.
And see, now I got the first one I built. I burned it out. I did the whole 9 yards, and then I put black high temp on the outside. And the top was supposed to be red. Well, it's Harley Davidson colors because high temp red is orange. I'm telling you right now, black orange. But I got the basic, the essential kit, so it's got a slide. It's a double slide.
Okay.
You can have it wide open, and at wide open it'll burn about 550.
So how much charcoal are you putting in it?
About 10 pounds.
So about half a bag?
Half a bag will do a full brisket.
Okay.
The old black one, it is so reliable. That double slide I was talking about. Oh yeah, look in the corner. You can see that little lady that letting the dog out. That you ate chicken fried steak with it.
Yeah, I see her. Yeah, she can't hide.
Yeah, she can't hide. She's over there. So,
Tell her stand up when she's on air.
She can get her leg that high. That's all I got. But the perforated slide that goes behind it, to kind of choke it down. If you have that four columns open, and we're talking 1/8 inch holes, that's where that thing will settle in about 290 to 300.
Oh, okay.
Humidity doesn't affect it. It doesn't matter if it's 110 or 60 degrees up. Now below 60, you got to open it another.
Yeah.
So, but
it's been so hot down here. I could probably throw some meat on that and just close it up out in the sun. It would probably cook.
I guarantee if you painted the whole thing black, you could probably fry eggs on the top.
My offset will. I mean, I've seen it hit a little over 120, sitting out in the sun. Just I thought about putting some cheese out there for the day.
Even that hot out here today, but I unloaded the barbecue trailer back here.
Uh-huh.
The wall directly behind me, on 8 feet on the other side of that, is a barbecue trailer. And I unloaded that gloss black one from Brooks. Well, I guess it's called Brooks Line now. And I had that sitting in the sun this afternoon, and that temp gauge damn near hit 100. And there was nothing in it. I got it set up. I got to do 2 brisket tomorrow for a couple customers. So, honey, would you like to say hi to Grumpus? You look fine, baby.
Oh, she looks gorgeous. How you doing? Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
He just decided to go live, so.
Okay, pretty good.
Yeah, everybody can see it. Yeah, we're not just on a video chat or something.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we were. Yeah, me and Charlotte's been trying to trade in weekends. That way, it's not too much of a have to. It doesn't turn into a job every week.
Oh yeah.
And you know how that goes.
For 3.5 years on Tuesday night.
Preaching to the choir.
Yes, sir. Yeah, but the funny thing is I talk to CJ all the time. Got a picture of him and his brother. They're in Vegas right now, and we used to have a pregame ritual on Thursdays. I'll just leave it at that. But I got a pregame ritual photo from him today in one of the high roller rooms, he called it, at the Park MGM, and I was like, I thought about going to the barbecue trailer and send him this poor. But I kind of miss the Thursday nights. I think it'd be fun to do again, like once a month.
Yeah.
But not weekly. So,
Well, I figured, I've tried my best to justify buying this equipment, so I need to fire it up every once in a while, so it keeps the rest of the household quiet.
Yeah, not.
Hi.
Hello, Charlotte. How you
How's
doing
it going,
tonight?
guys?
Doing good.
And yourself?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Only I have Halloween eye.
Halloween eye.
Look. Okay, I don't know if I can show you, but
What happened?
see my eyeball?
Yeah, you must have went and talked to your boy's boss.
Well, no, I have a varicose vein in this eye,
Okay.
behind my eye and up in the eyelid, and
Yeah.
it decided to go wonky this weekend. And So I've got this eye hemorrhage thing going on.
But you can see okay out of it?
Oh yeah, I can see fine. Except
Okay.
everything's, I see doubles. So, but that's been 20 years.
Charlotte, lean forward a little bit. You know what? With the outline of your glasses, if you wouldn't have said nothing, I would have never noticed.
No, you can't. You can't see it.
If you go like this, you can see it. But the way your glasses, you can't see anything. You look great.
She done broke the lens on her camera.
I was hoping you was speaking in a different language. She could not understand me. As many.
Are we back?
There you
You're back.
are.
Did y'all freeze or did I freeze?
You froze.
You did.
It figures. Yeah, that's what's kind of what I was going for. I was hoping the red would kind of.
No, you can't see a damn thing.
Right.
Oh.
But it started about, I guess it was Thursday. I got this god awful headache, and I knew it was coming. So, but the thing is, I thought it was my tooth because I have a tooth that's got a temporary filling in it up here, and I thought maybe it had gone haywire. So I went to the dentist Thursday afternoon, and I said, "Look, I don't know what's going on here, but I think it's my tooth. Can you?" Okay, wait a minute. My daughter's getting on to me. My daughter's in here, y'all. She ain't posting nothing, but she's watching us. Hello, Rachel. Mwah, mwah. She's mad with me. She said, "What the F happened to your eye?" Yes,
She's
it
in
is.
here too.
Do what?
She's in here too.
Yeah, she's in here too.
I don't see her.
You lurking.
Well, I'm sorry.
She's
Oh,
lurking,
okay. She's just not posting. Okay, I got you.
Mom. That's what I'm.
But anyhow,
So, Kent, you got any cooks coming up?
I'm doing a couple brisket tomorrow for customers. And I have 2 caterings coming up. One for a 25th wedding anniversary, one for a wedding. And both days I'm doing those. I actually have competitions also. So, yeah, the next 3-4 weeks is going to be.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say you got pretty much every weekend tied up, don't you?
I'll be juggling. August 3rd and 10th, I have a catering and a competition. Both days.
Okay.
So that I'll be doing some juggling.
So is it a big cater job?
No, not really. The biggest, the one for the wedding anniversary is 5 pork butts. The one the following week is 5 brisket. So,
And what will you cook those on?
all on the drums.
Multiple drums?
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
run. I can do the 5 butts. I can do that on 2 drums, and I'll use 3 drums for the brisket.
Okay.
So,
I just got me a brisket the other day at Winn-Dixie. Me
Yeah.
and Wesley were shopping around for some sales on the meat, and it's 5.5 pounds. I paid $16 and some change for it, so that added up to about $3.99 a pound, and I was tickled to death. So
Good.
we're thinking about cooking that tomorrow. But the thing is, it's untrimmed, and I don't know how to trim it.
Charlotte,
I bet I
Yeah.
can direct you to some videos.
I bet you could.
okay, so you're gonna cook this for the family, right?
Yeah, just for us. Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys. Go ahead and keep talking.
Okay.
Yeah. Go to YouTube University.
hmm
Just type in how to cook a backyard brisket.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Because-
now Grumpus taught me how to make my grill into a smoker.
yeah.
So I've done tri-tips on it. I've done chickens on it. I've done various different other things. I've just never done a brisket on it.
Okay. All you're doing is you're cooking a big chuck roast.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So when you look at this brisket, you're going to have a little bit of fat and silver skin on the flat.
Okay.
When you flip it over, you're going to have a thicker fat cap, and
Okay.
that is going to cover the what I call the bottom of the flat, where it
Uh-huh.
wraps around to the point, because you have one meat sitting this way, and then you have one sitting this way.
Okay.
Okay, so on the what I call the bottom, where the point
Mhm.
and the flat are, you want to leave about a 1/4 inch to 3/8 inch of fat,
Okay.
and you're going to put that towards wherever your heat is coming from. So
Okay.
on a basically, you're going to cook it fat side down,
Okay.
and that fat layer is going to protect the meat above it.
Right. Right. That makes sense.
So you were saying Grumpus told you how to turn a grill into a smoker. Is it
hmm
charcoal or gas or what is it?
We'll be using probably charcoal, but I also have some flavored wood
No,
that
that's
we
that,
kind of dot it around the because Grumpus taught me to make a ring around the grill like this,
the snake.
and then
Yes,
so what we do is we just kind of dot it with the flavored meat so that it'll maintain a smoke on it like that.
right. But if how many pounds did you say that brisket was again?
It's 5.5 pounds.
Okay. Okay. So if you're cooking about 250 degrees, okay, you're doing it on a Weber kettle, I assume.
No, it's just an old cheap grill.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Is it round or square?
It's kind of a barrel shape.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, as long as you're cooking offset, so your charcoal, like you were saying, Grumpus told you to do the snake method.
Mm-hmm.
Got some wood in there. Perfect. So put that right in the center so that heat comes up. It's going around it, not so
Right.
you're
Not
convecting.
catch it on fire.
You're not grilling.
Right. Right.
And you know what? Um, do you have any temp probes, Charlotte? Or
Yes.
okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. So I'm assuming it's probably like a choice brisket. Is what
Probably. I don't even remember, but I just knew it was cheap and I grabbed it.
if you
But
got
I'm going to assume it's choice.
if you got it at the local grocer, it probably is. Um, once it gets to about 195, take that
Mhm.
probe, and you really don't have to look at the numbers on the temp probe. When you put it in, it for you perverts in the chat.
I'll feel it. I'll feel it, huh?
When you put it in, it's going to go in like the probe's going to go in fairly easy, like poking into a
Butter.
tub of butter or peanut butter.
Right.
But when you go to pull it out, if you get a tug, it's not done.
Okay. Okay. That makes sense.
Pull it out, and it goes. And this is why I told the perverts like Chris to shut up. When it pulls out as easy as it goes in, it's done.
Okay. Okay.
So,
Well, that's good to know.
and Lance, that goes for you too. I know you're lurking. And Terry,
He's in here.
I know. I was trying to get down to see Terry today because he had a KCBS in his hometown, and I couldn't make it. My buddy Kyle won the damn thing. So. Sorry, I missed you, Terry.
Wait a minute. He said, Aubrey said his Traeger became possessed and turned itself back on.
Yeah.
What?
Oh no!
My offset has never done anything like that.
Yeah, never had an electrical problem. Neither of my
Wait a
drums.
minute. There's no electricity in your grill.
I know.
Oh, okay. Okay. Never mind. I'm like, what are you talking about, Grumpus? It's just fire.
Kind of like my drum. It's never had an electrical problem.
Right.
Picture, on the other hand, yeah.
Well, Grumpus, what'd you have for dinner tonight?
Me and the wife had a late lunch, so we're
Okay.
calling that dinner.
Okay.
We stayed up late watching some movies last night, and so we slept in late, got a late start. There's some places down here called The Boat. Well, it's called Captain Benny's. And the restaurant, I mean, it's shaped like a boat. When you walk in on it, you walk around the bow, and they've got a horseshoe bar on it. Sits maybe 20 people in the whole place. But we had some shrimp and had me some raw oysters, and just kind of picked for a couple hours.
Right.
Yeah. They got any brown water there, Grumpus?
Any brown water?
You had plenty
Like
of brown
scotch?
water. Yeah, brown water at Goodson's the night I met you.
Oh yeah. They had plenty of that. Some of it's in long necks, and some of it's in glasses. I choked a few necks while I was there.
Oh, Lord.
But yeah, it was pretty good. So, we got a late start, so I really haven't done anything today. This is as active as I've been all day.
God, I wish I could do that.
Well, I don't get too many of those, but, we're still recovering from the storm
Right.
mentally.
Right. I'll tell you what, when we have them here, the worst part of it is the anxiety leading up to it.
I just hate
For
to
me.
clean up.
For me. And getting everything ready and, all of that stuff. That is draining.
And we've still got people here without power.
Oh, my Lord. Are you kidding me?
It's been 2 weeks today.
Yeah.
So, Grumpus, the first time I met you was in that 01? Yeah. 2001 when we came down to Houston.
I couldn't tell you the year.
Whatever year the rodeo was canceled.
Yeah, that would have been the COVID year.
So, it was the following year. No, that would have been 2000 when we were at Chef Johnny's.
Yes, that was the next year.
So
I believe.
01 is when like Austin, Dallas, Fort Worth all had the ice storms with everybody piling up on the. And that was right before we were coming down to the rodeo. And the wife said, what are we ever going to do if we lose power like that up here? You better buy it. And I thought, that'd be the perfect addition to the barbecue.
Hey, there you go. Run like the wind, dude.
I said, what's my budget? She gave me a number, and I hit the number right, nails on the head, and that thing has been in the barbecue trailer ever since.
I'll tell you what, Kent. I've got one of those little Honda generators, and it's got the 1 gallon tank on it.
Okay.
And I bought a 6-gallon auxiliary tank that you set next to it, and then it's got a hose that runs over to the gas cap, so it keeps it full all the time. I fired that thing up. It was about 8:30 on a Sunday night, and it ran max throttle until Friday night about 8 o'clock. And I was averaging 4 gallons every 24 hours.
I have it's WEN, WEN, 3800. So it's 3500 continuous.
Yeah.
It is a 2.5 gallon tank and I can run in. The nice thing about the wind is they're 1 decibel off of a Honda, which Hondas are the quietest generator.
They're pretty quiet. I got it in the greenhouse. You can't hear it in the house.
I can have mine running out the walk door back there.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of hear is it sounds like a little old lady doing patchwork. So, I mean, they're so quiet, and I can run about 18 hours on that 2.5 gallon tank.
That's good.
Yeah, it is.
I'll take it.
Yep. Because that's the problem we had here. The gas stations don't have any power either.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter how much gas they got in the ground, you can't get to it. So
Yeah.
I'm with Josh on this one. Every time one of these blows through, this looks more and more attractive.
Yeah. I got buddies that I think it's.
I'll go natural gas on mine.
I want to say it's not a Champion. God, what does Al have? He's got a blue generator, and it might be a Champion. It's not the yellow Champion. It's a blue one because it's a dual fuel.
Mm-hmm.
So you can either run it off gas or propane.
Yep.
Yeah. My daughter has one of those.
And shit, why not? I got a buddy, electrician, and he's got a whole house generator set up on the side of his place. But like in Christie, hell, they went 10 or 11 days without power.
Oh, out in Channelview, I imagine so. Yeah.
And I know Steve was without power because his generator took a crap. And he was able to save everything because his neighbor had a whole house generator and threw him a drop cord.
Okay. So he didn't lose his refrigerator's contents or anything.
No, he consolidated them all into one and packed in a couple coolers because they were going to be without power for a few days. So he went up to his sister's in Austin.
Okay.
And said, "Here you go with the cooler." Hell, I'd give it away before I throw it away too.
Oh, that's what I told the wife. She said, "What are you going to do if we can't get any gas anymore?" I said, "I'm gonna cook 2 refrigerator freezers and a deep freeze and give it all away."
Yep.
Yeah.
There's no way I'm going to let that food spoil.
No, and
No, somebody's going to eat it, right?
Yep.
and damn near a month ago, I was out at the campground. I've been there in a month. We lost our campground.
Oh, the flooding?
Flooding.
Wow.
Oh, no.
We've had some serious flooding up here. We had town about 45 miles from here.
Yeah.
They half the town was underwater.
Mm-mm-mm.
They have over 4,000 houses that are red tag.
Man, that's a shame.
We had Operation Barbecue Relief up here, and another on a different river, but same area. So yeah, the flood happened 3 weeks ago. 2 weeks before that, my daughter took the job as the
Good night, Lance. Good night, Lance.
Good night, Lance.
Took the job as West Sioux School District food director. 10 days later, the town flooded, and they had to go somewhere with 1,500 people, put them all in the high school.
Oh, wow.
Chief fed 1,500 people 3 meals a day for the last three and a half weeks.
Wow.
Talk about trial by fire.
So,
Yeah.
And you met Grumpus. You met her husband,
who's that?
Barry. Barry's wife had to do that.
Oh, wow. So do they have do they have some local people sponsoring the food, the meat and stuff, or?
Quite the local, like Sioux County cattlemen, Sioux County pork producers,
Oh, okay,
businesses helped out,
that's
and
good.
they had a list of volunteers a mile long. So the first week for her was hell, but then after that, she just had to start kind of coordinating everything
Yeah,
and overseeing stuff. So that was good.
yeah, because the timing like that thing is just very critical.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So,
Well, Charlotte, what you been up to?
Just
What'd
crocheting.
what'd you have for supper?
I didn't have a stinking thing. I wasn't hungry.
Oh,
Now, here in a couple hours, I'll probably be really hungry, and then there won't be nothing to cook. However, I need to lose a couple of pounds anyway, so it ain't no big deal.
well, like I said, we had a late lunch, early supper, so I'll probably be getting the munchie a little later too.
It happens every time.
I did lose one piece of meat during that storm,
Yeah.
and it's because I forgot I had it.
Oh no.
I managed to keep everything cold, but I had picked up a 3-rib prime rib and had that. I had that in the back of the refrigerator and had some other stuff in front of it. And I was so laser focused on keeping everything cold, I forgot that meat was back there. I was going to cook it.
Oh no.
I had to throw that dude out.
Oh God, I know
told
that
the
made
wife.
you sick.
Well, I was upset for 2 days. I told the wife I could have handled losing a roof better than I lost
Right?
that piece of meat.
Right? Oh
Please.
my.
hey, the roof was covered by insurance.
That's right.
Good
Oh.
grief.
Yeah,
That was my only food casualty. It
Yeah.
was my fault.
That's the worst kind.
I know.
A rib roast.
I couldn't even blame it on her.
Think I'd find a way.
on her, she would have beaten with the bones anyway.
Look, if that would have been me and Poppy, I'd have blamed it on him all day long. You should have known to look in that refrigerator.
But it has come up a few times since.
I'm
But
sure.
not by me.
Oh, Lord. She wanted some of that too, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
I don't blame her. That
Uh,
would have broke my heart.
It was one of them HEB sales. It was an impulse buy.
I had one of them today. I got did an impulse, bought a battery operated weed eater.
Oh, yeah?
Oh yeah.
Do you know they got the 60-volt ones out now?
I don't even know what this is just 20 volt.
Is
Right.
it?
Yeah, but I got
They're expensive. Well, for a weed eater.
mine was $110.
Yeah, these 60-volt ones are running about $2.99.
Oh, you can get a cordless weed eater that's going to cost you about $4.50.
That better come with an operator, too, for that kind of money.
Well, my operator is what created me to do this impulse pissed off buy today. He was mowing the front yard the other day, and he says, "Dad, the self-propel went out on the front of the mower. I don't have that big a yard. I can mow my yard in 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, front and back." I said, "Well, get it done. Get the yard done." I said, "I'll load it up. This is Wednesday." I said, "Get it done. I'll load it up. I'll take it to the shop and get it fixed." Well, all he did was the front yard. So he never got the backyard done. And the front yard's pretty flat. The backyard's got a good grade to it.
Yeah.
So then I said Thursday, I said, "Listen, when you get done with football, mow the yard." Well, it started raining. So then Friday morning, I said, "When you're done with football again, mow the yard." I get home 4:15. I forgot. And I said, "Look, got his motorcycle all licensed for him, and I took the plate and registration. And I said, I should give this to you, but I'm not because you can't do anything for me.
It's amazing how that works.
Adult word you. Here's your adult word
That
license.
shined a whole new light on the subject, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So I go to work 5:30 this morning. I get home about 9:30. Lawn's still not mowed. So I grabbed the gas can. I pushed that backyard, and I was sweating like a frick. I go walking in the house. He's sitting on the couch on his phone.
Uh-oh.
I would have lost my mind.
You couldn't hear the effing lawnmower running? I said, how long ago? He goes, a half hour ago. I said, that's how long it took me to do the backyard. And I tell you what, my pastor would not have been proud of me this morning. So when I was done, I said, go load that effing mower back in the truck. And I took it down to the repair shop.
Uh-huh.
4.0 dealer here. Well, then I decided I need to start weed eating. The weed eater took crap. A stick got up in there.
Uh-oh.
Tapped the cap. So I'm looking for a replacement. Can't find it. Go to 3 different stores. I'm finally at our farm and home store.
Mm-hmm.
This battery operated Black & Decker, and I said, screw it. Good enough. $110 later, I come home with the son of a bitch.
Yep, load her up.
You know what? I've had 2 of those Black & Decker weed eaters, the electric ones, cordless, the whole night, and I loved them. They're lightweight, they're easy to use, they charge quickly, and they're workhorses.
Yeah, and I got a gas one sitting back here that won't start.
Mm-hmm.
Fresh gas in it won't start. Well, that same little MFer that wouldn't mow my lawn is in an auto class at school, so next month when he goes back to school, he's taking that damn weed eater with him. He's
There you go.
running too.
Oh, yeah.
See, I had a similar situation with my mowing man, because he was 40. And I told him, I said, look, I said, when my neighbor mows, you mow.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you can't remember, every couple of weeks, when you see Shannon out there mowing, you need to beat him finished.
Right.
Well, that worked okay for a couple of times, and then there was like 3rd or 4th time down the road, he didn't mow. Well, supper time Saturday night come around, I put 2 plates on the table and didn't say anything. And he come walking in expecting to eat. He looked down there and he says, I says, is that yard mowed yet? I said, you figured out how this works yet? Because I'm feeding that son of a gun at 40 years old.
Oh, my gosh.
And I told him, I said, as long as you're living here, I ain't touching a lawnmower.
It's like, you don't show up for work, you don't get paid.
That's right. But yeah, it finally hit home when he come into dinner. For the 3 of us, there was only 2 plates on the table.
Right.
One
Good
said,
for you.
That's pretty much it.
I gotta say, I haven't had too many problems with my son doing the yard yet.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll put it off till it gets cooler outside, or he'll, sleep too late and then not wanting to get out there in the heat of the day. And I won't make him get in the heat in the day because it's just too hot.
It ain't too hot.
It is too.
Come
Well,
on,
I don't know.
Mom.
He's been at band camp all week.
He can march around a football field with that drum on strapped to him. That's kind of like a mower, isn't it?
That's
Well-
true. It kind of is.
So,
Kind of is.
here's the funny thing, Grumpus, and God, I almost flipped that word again. B word. Is now this little fart that at gets out of bed at 9 o'clock in the morning because he's on summer break. He's going to have a little problem next summer because I only own half of his ass anymore.
Oh.
Now this is Judge Webb's cup.
Well, he won't have to remember anything because there's going to be somebody
they'll tell him exactly what
telling
to
him
do.
every move to make.
That's right. They'll tell him when he can go to the potty.
They'll tell him when to breathe.
He goes to Lackland next June. Will be 40 years since Judge Webb went to Lackland.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
As he does his AIT at Shepherd. So I got a feeling next year I'm going to be in Texas 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
That's not a bad thing.
No, I'm actually looking forward to it. Get me the hell out of Iowa.
Now, if there's some hurricane blowing in, though, bring me some gas. Fill up one of them drums with gasoline. You'll make a fortune.
So,
No kidding.
when the freeze hit down there in what? 21?
It's been a few years back.
Jeff Johnson, he goes, you know what? You pack up an extra bag and have a check bag full of PVC and CPVC fittings from half inch to inch and a half.
I mean to tell you,
You'll be going home with gold pockets.
the lines at Home Depot and Lowe's was just ridiculous. I mean, they had police in the store.
Yeah.
To keep people from fighting over the plumbing
in the plumbing. I mean, they had a row lined the full length of the building and back up again.
That's insane.
And they were counting people to let in the plumbing department and wouldn't let any more in until some left. And it was all looking for PVC pipe, all that stuff.
Well, see, we get a freeze up here. We don't worry about it.
Right.
Because all our water lines, our frost line is at 42 inches.
Yeah.
So all our underground water lines are at 48.
Yeah.
Okay, then they come up. Whereas
We don't have a frost line here.
No.
We only bury the pipes so we don't trip over them.
Hey, proves you have a frost line.
Yeah, that's true.
But in Texas, it's overhead.
Right.
And
Right.
that stuff Johnny was saying, all his water lines in the bunkhouse and everything, they run overhead.
They're all in the attic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And none of them's insulated. They just lay them on top of the floor joist. Here you go.
Staple them down every 5th joist and, 10 to 12 feet and call it good. So,
Well, I didn't have anything freeze up this year. I had some insulation blown in last summer. Mm-hmm. So I put a pretty good blanket over the whole mess. So it's probably got a foot, maybe a foot and a half of insulation on top of the pipes.
Charlotte, you were talking about, the what's the fucking word I'm looking for? The anxiousness or whatever about
Preparing.
a hurricane coming in. Well, down there, you got advance warning.
Yeah.
Right.
Up here, a tornado hits, we have, grab your socks.
Seconds.
But,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, that's true. We do have advance warning. And however, I will say this, the last hurricane that hit us, Hurricane Zeta, it was supposed to come in as a Category 1 and ended up 1 mile an hour away from a Category 3. So we were not expecting that, and we weren't expecting all the trees to come down. And if I had known it was going to be that violent, I would have left town. And we were without power, I think, 4.5 or so days. And it wasn't miserable. because it was in October around Halloween. And as soon as the hurricane was gone, the weather was beautiful. No humidity,
Yeah,
sunshine.
I have never
Cool.
left town because of a hurricane.
Oh, I will from now on. I'm not going to scare myself to death.
No, I mean, we've had a few of them hit with minimal damage, and I need to watch my stuff. I mean, I got fish
Well, and
ponds to
that's-
keep going. I
yeah.
don't want the power to go out and lose all my food.
Well, and not only that, but you don't want looters coming through and stealing everything you own too.
And I've told some of my neighbors, I've told them, I said, because they're, they panic, and I tell them, I said, look, I stay prepared year round. I keep my refrigerators full. I keep my deep freeze full.
Right.
I keep gas off to the side. I don't wait until the news said it's coming.
Right.
And all of a sudden you're making 10,000 new friends trying to wait in a gas line. Have all that stuff ready to go.
And see that we do that too. We have everything ready. We might need to go get gas every now and then, but
I've got one 8x4 window in my bedroom, and I've got a piece of plywood I'll put on that if it looks like it's going to get real bad. And that's just to keep the wife from, being nervous about it. But
right.
I've never lost a window or a piece of glass to a hurricane.
Do you have lots of trees around you?
I got trees everywhere.
Really?
Pine trees, all them widowmakers up
Ooh.
there.
Yeah.
I was telling Charlotte last week, there's a house behind me, diagonal, one house, that had been on the market, and people closed. They closed on that house on the 5th. And on the 7th, a big pine tree in the front yard fell over the top of the house, took the roof out, went all the way down into the living room. I saw it. From my yard, it looked like the top of a tree had twisted out. It was, in fact, the top of the tree, but the tree was in the front yard. And that thing must have been, it must have been 60 inches diameter on that big pine tree.
Oh, my Lord.
But can you imagine closing on a house and having the keys for 2 days and it gets destroyed?
Insane. My heart went out to those poor people.
I told the wife, I said, it could have been worse. There's always somebody less fortunate.
Yeah. Well, I was watching a YouTuber that I watch, a gardening YouTuber, and she was talking about how one of some distant family member of hers lived in Bossier City, Louisiana. I think that was the name of it. And there was a hurricane that spun off a tornado that spun off from that hurricane. And they had this family member and her husband and children had gone to their grandma's house to try to get in a safer environment. Tree fell through it, and the wife was killed from the tree falling on the house.
Yeah.
And just a sad, sad story. But, like you said, there could always be something worse.
We had a similar situation here, not this time, but the last time a storm blew through. The lady went out to move her car, so a tree wouldn't fall on it. And while she was moving it, the tree did fall on it and killed her.
She would have been better leaving the car where it's at.
Yeah.
Hindsight's 2020. If you're not dead.
But yeah, that's not for her.
Yeah.
Well, Josh ain't messing around. He's going to be ready for the next one.
We have so the biggest metro area here is Sioux City, and it has like 4 different rivers that converge into the Missouri over there. And one of the little towns, it's actually in South Dakota, is called McCook Lake. And from 30 years ago, one of the flood divergence plans is they would put these huge, you're talking 4 feet wide, 4 foot tall, 10 foot long sandbags. They'd actually sandbag a couple of the overpasses to divert the water to go into McCook Lake. Well, the water came up so fast, it took out the town, so to speak, of Macomb.
Wow.
And these are $2 to $4 million houses.
Oh,
There's a guy who bought a house in Macomb Lake for 1.2 mil, owned it for 5 weeks. The flood hit, and it took the house off the foundation.
oh,
Wow.
Pete.
The house, part of that house is probably right now in the Gulf of Mexico.
That's hard to wrap your head around, you know?
It really is.
He lived in the house for 2 weeks, had to evacuate, and a week later the house was nowhere.
Down the river.
All his that he didn't get out, it's gone. You can't find it.
Mm-mm.
The whole house down the river system. And hell, it's probably in South America now.
Yeah. That's sad.
If not, it's caught up in some shrimp trawler in the Gulf of Mexico.
Well, I think Josh at Skinner Farms, if next storm blows in, I'm just gonna go to his house. He's gonna be ready.
You'll share your generator with him.
Josh ain't gonna worry about that. Josh over in Hickville, he's someone hanging frickin' half cows for a month and making, cured beef out of it in an old barn, and prosciutto and country hams. And
Yeah.
Ooh, yum.
Josh got plenty of animals. You don't need to refrigerate them. You just hang them. Put
He's got a lot of three-legged cattle.
and butcher them bastards and throw them on some live fire at Josh's house.
I just bought a London broil. My son eats beef jerky like it's going out of style. And he likes to eat it for a snack at school and blah, blah, blah. So I told my husband, I said, they charge like $10 for this much beef jerky in a bag.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I can make it a lot cheaper than that. I've got a dehydrator in here. Why not?
for
I
about
still
4 ounce. Beef jerky, if you do it by the pound, it's about $45 a pound.
Yeah, it's crazy expensive.
Charlotte, in that $10 package he got is probably 3.5 ounces.
So I think it was between 3 and 4, something like that. Yeah.
London broil is perfect for jerky.
Is it?
Oh yeah,
Well, that's good to know.
because you want top round or London,
Right.
same thing.
Well, and you don't want a lot of fat on it.
It has no fat.
Right. That's what I mean.
If you don't have a slicer, throw it in the damn freezer for an hour. Pull out your best sharp knife, cut it about 3/16 thick
Mm-hmm.
with the grain. That way, when you take a chunk off, it's against the grain.
Right.
Marinate it. That GMG sitting here, I did 40 pounds of London broil for jerky.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, I think that I'm going to start making a whole bunch of it and send it with him to school in little Ziploc baggies and let him sell it to his friends on.
I do it all the time because I got a grinder and a stuffer and
Mm-hmm.
Get you one of them chamber vacs and package it up.
my
Well,
my lazy ass non-lawn mowing son also works at Walmart. Well, about Tuesday he called me and he goes, "Dad, we just CVP'd a bunch of tubes of 80/20 ground beef." CVP is when they mark it down for.
Okay.
I'm like, really? He goes, yeah, they're for a 10-pound tube of 80/20 ground beef. It was
like $26.
21.
Oh, is it 21?
because they're normally like 39.
They're ridiculously expensive. I just
So,
bought a 5-pound thing of it today for close to $20.
so I said, fine, save me too.
Yeah.
Be there in 10 minutes.
Yep, yep.
Mhm.
One buddies, and I was like, because he's got like 7 kids under the age of 10. I was like, hey, just so you know, he got the final 4.
Mm.
So I took 10 pounds of that, mixed some sausage mix and some smoke bomb with it.
Mm-hmm.
Beef sausage sticks out of it.
Oh, okay.
It's like, shit, I'll munch on that for the next couple days.
Yeah.
You know,
I haven't tried any of that yet. As far as making the sausage and stuff, I'm wanting to. I've got everything I need to do it. I just haven't done it.
I tell you what, the first couple times I did it, I loved the flavor. I hated the texture.
Yeah.
But I've been saving, all my pork and beef trimmings from, meats for comps. Throw it
Right.
and break them out, run them through the grinder a couple times. Well, I'll run through the quarter-inch plate first. Then I'll add all the seasonings and everything. Run it through the smaller diameter plate. And then put the cure in, mix it up. And then put it in the stuffer and, yeah, make your own beef sausages or beef and pork, brats, and you can put whatever flavorings you want in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's like
Well, I haven't bought hamburger in probably 3 years, because every time HEB throws sales on briskets,
yeah.
I'll buy it. I mean, I told my sister about it here. It's been a year or two ago, and she went over and picked up. I think she did 4, and I picked up 4. So one Saturday we ran 8 full packer briskets, ground up into ground beef,
Yeah.
and froze them up.
And that's all you use is the brisket.
That's all I used. I just cut them up into strips that would
started
fit down
grinding.
into grinder, and just ran it through twice
Awesome.
and just ground it up. I think next time I'll probably just run it through once. Make it a little. I'll probably find the dye between the 2 I used and just run it through once.
Burger.
Say what?
Make it like a chop house burger.
Yeah, something a little coarser.
Yeah.
Because typically you're going to have a 3/8, a quarter, and an eighth die. For your grinder.
Right.
And I know, like Chef Johnny, he likes a little more coarse grind to his.
Yeah.
But I like the texture better because I'll run it a whole muscle. I'll run it through that quarter. Then I'll add, and put it in a big tote. Then I'll add my seasonings and run it through the eighth. You get much under that, then you get hot dog texture.
Yeah, that's. I don't want it too pasty.
But with like the last one I did for the snack sticks and stuff like that, that 1/8 inch was perfect. And I'm hand stuffing them anyway with that keyboard stuffer I got.
Well, it might behoove me to invest in a meat grinder.
We found one. What do y'all down that way? Be probably. Well, I know you got them at Academy. But,
Yeah, I bought a limb at Academy.
So
It's called I think it's the Mighty Bite.
okay, yeah.
It's got the 8-inch dies, or the 8 millimeter.
Number 8.
Yeah, number 8. I knew it was an 8 in there somewhere.
It'll run 8 pounds and whatever.
Well, the next size up took the number 10 dies, and that's a little bit more grinder than I really wanted. I mean, they're pretty big, got to store them and all that. So this other one has worked out real good for me.
Mine, it's shit, like right down there below me. It's a number 8 from. Well, we have Fleet Farm up here.
Okay.
And shit, it'll do anything I want. The bigger the number, the better the grinder type thing. You know?
Yeah.
It's just a half horse grinder, but it's got 4 different dies with it. You can buy the stuffer attachments and everything.
I bought all that stuff all right up front. I bought some extra dies. I bought some extra knives. Because I figured by the time I needed them, that thing would probably be outdated. I wouldn't be able to find parts for it. So.
We had a different number 8, and I don't remember the brand. It wasn't very expensive. It was like $60.
I'll be right back, Grumpus.
All right.
The CFO found this one, and it was originally like $219. And they had it marked down to $149.
Oh, wow.
Well, then they marked it down again to $99. So she bought one. I said, "Why didn't you buy 2?"
Yeah.
You know,
buy a backup.
Yeah.
They start getting that cheap. They're disposable.
Yeah. Exactly. You know, it's kind of like buying a Yugo back in the day because you had a coupon for the car. But no, I tell you what, I've had this thing.
I love mine.
But this little one, this number 8, I've had it 4 years. It don't owe me a dime.
Yeah.
It could crap out next time I use it, and I can't be mad.
Well, like I said, I used mine all day long. Me and my sister, we ground those 8 briskets. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, if it was going to burn up, it would have burned up that day. But it never even got hot.
But what I found funny is for Fleet Farm, so it's like the only thing Fleet Farm, well, no, I guess I do have it. They do have fresh groceries in there too.
Okay.
I mean, it'd be the farm and home version of HEB.
Kind of like Tractor Supply in HEB.
Correct.
Okay.
So, I mean, they have some fresh groceries in there, but not a lot. But I found out they have their company brand. You know, so you got your name brand. And you got,
yeah.
And I bought one of their, I don't know how many years ago I bought it, but it's one of their sausage seasoning packs, like you get from High Mountain or LEM or anybody.
Yeah.
You know who makes their, when you buy their sausage packs, you know, it'll have the collagen casing in it. It'll have
I've got one of those packs in the other room. I've never used it.
From Fleet Farm, you know who makes their seasonings? PS Seasonings.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because it's in the Back 40 brand.
That's a good gig to have.
And I pulled it out and it's like, PS Seasonings on it. I'm like, you've got to be. Guess I'll buy that from now on. You know. Oh, there's a name I haven't seen in a while. What's up?
He shows up every week.
Yeah, well, I used to see him
Good to see, Alex.
When I put out videos kind of once in a while. I used to see him, but
I think we're all in that once in a while video phase.
Well, getting so damn busy, it sucks. I started shooting one today. I really did.
Yeah. Well, I shot one 4 weeks ago, and I still haven't edited it.
Yeah, well, well,
I did it on Father's Day. What's that? 4 weeks? Maybe
Yeah.
longer.
that was, damn near, no, yeah, that's 4 weeks ago. I shot the intro today and stuff because I did some trimming and stuff, and I got that new drum and I got to kind of show it off a little bit.
Oh yeah,
So
that's video worthy.
I'm shooting a brisket video on that drum, but it goes on. I trimmed the damn brisket today, and it's quote unquote marinating, soaking, whatever, because I'm too lazy to inject it.
Yeah, I know. I haven't done a video. Backish.
Well, there's a lot of us guilty for life being in the way of our YouTube stardom.
Well, life gets in the way. The have tos overweigh the want to sometimes.
You know what? And that's pretty much what I said in the intro to the video. I said, I know it's been a while, but life gets in the way, guys. I mean, we had a flood up here. I had not to get morbid, but I had a very good friend of mine pass. And I'm friends with the whole family. So that hit hard, and that all hit within 10 days of each other.
Oh wow.
And with work being the way it is, and competition schedule, and it's just, it gets in the way. Real life gets in the way from, YouTube stardom. That's what it is.
Well, it was starting to turn into a job for me, and I don't want that.
No, and like
If it's not fun, I don't want to do it.
CJ turned it into a job.
My hat's off to some of these guys that's got this subscriber count. They've worked real hard for it, and I don't want to take anything away from them.
CJ,
I have a full-time job.
he was on a good course to begin with,
Yeah.
but then it became, a necessity. I mean, he's doing it. Him and Tommy from Gallery,
Yeah.
they're doing it so they don't have to have a 9 to 5.
Well, one of these days I'll retire, and maybe I'll look at it differently.
Right.
As old as you are, I thought you were retired 10 years.
Well, I just haven't woke up, decided it was time to cut my paycheck off.
He likes that paycheck.
I mean, they're still willing to pay me, and the check's always clear, so why stay home?
The check clears. Why do the honeydew this?
The honeydew's a lot more work than what I'm doing for a paycheck.
I tell you what, Grumpus, if I could, let me see if I can. No, we've been through. If Grumpus, Charlotte,
Mm-hmm.
if Grumpus was my height, and I'm 6'5",
I wouldn't be nice
wow.
to nobody.
If I was your height, I would kick everybody's behind. That's right.
no,
There's a reason why they made me this short.
Grumpus is my stepdad.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Or, almost twins. And I'm not lying.
I believe you.
I'm not lying. They have the same hair. Of course, Gary's is a little longer than Grumpus's, because he hasn't cut his hair in 4 years, and I don't think I have to tell you why. He won't cut his hair until, hopefully in November he cuts his hair. Let's just put it that way. That's it.
See that guy right there? Grumpus, who's that look like?
That looks like your old man.
Don't it?
Yep.
My son took this picture of this strange man in Pensacola today. and sent it to us.
You know,
We have no idea who he is.
everybody out there has a doppelganger.
Well, that's my husband's right there.
There you go.
I mean, this guy's probably maybe 10 years younger than Wesley if you get right down there and look real close, and he's got a little bit of a different body shape, but man, that face, that profile was like,
Yeah.
what? Cannot believe this.
Did you call Wesley to make sure he was?
Oh no, he was here when she sent it.
Oh, okay.
That's some stated out on me. What's he doing?
Hey, Carla. Uh-oh.
There I
Carla
am.
was in the basement and you didn't see
It
her.
was really cold down here, and Grumpus
Sorry-
did not
sorry,
love me
Carla.
enough.
I bet.
No,
Hold
you didn't
on.
love me enough to have me hop up.
I'm
Legal
still a rookie.
and restraining orders. I gotta go now because Carla's here.
Oh, forget you, fucker. I needed somebody to walk with me as I'm going home.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yes,
Well, we'll protect you.
there you go. That's what I needed.
Anybody comes up, just point the camera. We'll say mean things to him.
Hold on. She looks like she's hiding under a bed. She's
It's
under
dark out here.
Just under the bed.
Yeah.
Sounds like there's a fight down the street over here.
What are you doing out roaming around this time of night?
I'm walking back to my parents' house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we live in the same park, so I'm just walking back. That's all.
So what have you been up to?
Nothing really. I was in a cook-off earlier with a bunch of people. I did
Yeah.
win great, what is it? Creativity. I won.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Tell us about it.
What'd you cook?
It was a taco pasta. It was supposed to be casserole, so I made it in the crock pot.
Mm-hmm.
It turned out good. I'm hoping I have some more when I get home.
Joel
But it was
probably
good.
ate it all up.
Come here, Junior.
I kind of hope Joel did not.
Hey, hold on. Bill, look at this shit.
Leg
Sorry.
day. Leg day.
Let me see here.
Leg day.
What are we looking at?
Oh, is this a dude who doesn't like to mow the lawn?
Let me see them calluses.
Yeah, this is my non-lawn mowing son.
You're lawnish, man.
The one who's just walking in like a gimp because he was at the gym. You could have
Oh no.
had a day pushing that mower this morning too.
Yeah.
Gonna hurt worse tomorrow.
Because you were staring at your phone. That's why you couldn't hear it. Hey, on his defense, I will give him credit for having a little class. Show the shirt.
Well, okay. Well, all right. Well, we'll cut him a little bit of slack.
How old are you, son?
It matches. He's 17. Charlotte.
7. Really?
Yeah, he's just a little guy.
He looks younger. Yeah. I'm sorry, son. I'm sorry.
That's a good thing.
You
Yes, it is.
You'll love that in 15 years.
Hey,
Trust me.
Yeah.
Charlotte, you know what? You know why he's my little boy?
Why?
Oh my lord. He's a
Well,
big
he's
boy.
got to grow some height on you now, Mr.
Oh my gosh,
7'3".
he's probably what, 6 feet tall?
Hey, I
He's-
said 7 foot.
He's right at 6 foot,
Yeah.
Hey, well, how tall are you, Kent?
6'5".
Okay.
Sometimes you say 6'6", other times you
It
say
depends if
6'5".
I have my work boots on or not.
Hey, that's how I am.
Depends on which barbecue buddies he's hanging with.
Right?
Now, Kent,
Hey, there's a boy down in Texas makes me feel short. His name's Paul.
Hey, I'll be right back. I'm gonna try to hop back up. I'm home. Let me get in the house first, okay?
All right. All right.
I'll be right back.
Kent, my boy is almost 16. He's 5'4" and weighs about 99 pounds. It's ridiculous.
I went from 5'6",
Yeah.
8th grader, to the start of my freshman year, I was 6'2".
Wow.
I grew 8 inches in one calendar year. And by the way, I got the knees to prove it.
I bet your bones
Oh,
hurt.
I bet
My
they do too.
knees are garbage. And so are both my boys and my daughter.
In fact, he was complaining today because, you know, he has to carry there's a
Harness.
you know, the harness that keeps the drum on him.
Yeah.
And the thing is so long that every time he takes a step, it stabs him in the thigh. So he's got these big bruises like this on the fronts of his thighs.
Oh, yeah.
And then he tells me that the padding in the shoulder part, it's thick at the beginning of the day, but it compresses. And his little bony shoulder blades are completely scraped up from the.
It's about like the first day when you walk with crutches. If you you're all right, but after that, you see everybody wrapping towels and towels,
Yeah.
and towels, because it all.
You know, you're not supposed to put your armpits on those rests.
Yeah, well, tell somebody that with a bad fucking ankle.
Well, I had a broken leg in 4 places. I had to use them for almost a year. And that was one of the first things they told me. Do not rest your armpits on those things because it can cause nerve damage in your arms.
Right, but how hard is it not to rest your armpits on them?
Now that's hard. That's hard, especially if you're tired and, you know.
It's like telling the alcoholic.
Those crutches will make you tired.
You know? It's like telling an alcoholic not to drink a beer.
Right. But no, he's really struggling this week. This was the first week of band camp, and so it has officially started. I'm a band mom again.
Oh yeah.
Yep,
So,
life's gonna get real busy here.
Tell us your son's favorite story. So this one time at band camp.
We don't have any of those yet. He has not been. Now I'm sure we might get one of those in April because they're going to DC to march in the Cherry Blossom Festival.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so we might get a one time at band camp thing.
Never know. My son was never in band, so
No. None of my other kids ever were, but I really enjoy. That's one of the fun things about them being in high school, I think, is watching the band. I enjoy it so much.
I was in band up until 8th grade.
Oh yeah? What'd you play?
Grumpus, I'll give you $1 if you can tell me what instrument I played.
What instrument you played? Piccolo.
I'm gonna guess and say saxophone.
You're
It had to be something with air.
good. Oh, you're right, because my rhythm sucks. I was not in the percussion.
What horn did you play?
I was a boner.
A boner?
Played the trombone.
Wow.
Okay. That's what my son wanted to play in the beginning, but the band director told him, "You don't have any lips. You can't play the trombone."
They told me I had too big a mouth to play the trumpet. Can you believe that, Grumpus?
Not a bit.
Maybe it was just your technique.
We'll go with that. We will go with that.
Good grief.
And when my grandson plays the damn tuba.
Okay.
I understand that for the life of me. Maybe his mother has a bigger mouth than I do.
Oh, God. Well, I asked him last year, when they wanted to put him on the rack. I said, well, you can change instruments if you want to. You can always go to play in a trombone, sousaphone, whatever. He said, nope, I'm staying in percussion. I said, okay. So he really likes that.
there's a certain art, I believe, to be in the percussion section, because you're not just a guy beating on a bass drum. You need to know bass. You need to know snare.
Yeah, you need to know melodics, the vibraphones, marimbas.
Xylophone, everything.
There's a lot of different instruments that encompass the percussion section.
What?
And
Okay,
actually, my son is the guy playing the bass drum.
if you look at the brass section,
Yeah.
trombones, tubas, French horns, trumpet.
Right.
Okay, so you have a guy that plays trumpet. You got a guy that plays trombone, baritone.
Mm-hmm. Sousaphones.
Well, that's woodwind.
Right.
You got saxophone, you got clarinet, and you got the flutes, piccolos. But the guys in percussion have to know all the different drums.
Mm-hmm.
You play the trombone, you play the trombone, you play the
Right.
trumpet. You get in percussion, you got to know bass drum, xylophone, snare drums,
Snare. Yeah.
everything.
Bombs. Clubs.
It's like, I didn't sign up for that. Yeah, you did. You're in percussion. Oh shit.
Yep.
Yeah, I would hate to have to try to march and blow on a horn at the same time. That's just too much wind for me.
I can't imagine it.
I'd be huffing and puffing just from the marching.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, that's why they start you out in 5th grade, so you get used to it.
Well, yeah.
That's why you don't see any 6'5", 300-pounders playing the trombone marching out. Because we'll sit in the back of an El Camino in a lounge chair and we're dumb, not stupid.
Oh my. Well, here at this school, apparently, I heard this from my daughter, who was a marimba player, and she said she played marimba.
Is that?
It's like the xylophone,
Xylophone, but wooden.
and it's huge. It's got like 5 octaves.
But it's got the wooden keys you hit, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be made out of rosewood. But anyhow, she said that percussion doesn't get along with all the band members, just the low brass. So I don't even know what that means, but apparently they don't like trumpet players. They don't like flutes. They don't like clarinets. They like the low brass, the trombones, the tubas, the sousas, and something else. Hey, trombone, low brass.
What's that 7-syllable word you said? The
marimba.
All right. I guess.
You have to Google that one, Kent.
I live in the Midwest. I thought that was like a sexual position.
It's a mallet instrument.
It's a what?
Mallet instrument. You use mallets to play it.
So like a xylophone.
It's like a xylophone, but instead of hitting metal, you're hitting wood.
You're hitting wood, and it's bigger than the xylophone. It's 5 octaves instead of 3.
Okay. I thought totally different, Charlie.
And you use 4 mallets, not 2.
Oh, is that where they put the?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've seen
That's
that.
her.
Okay. How do you know which mallet to hit?
I don't know, but she
Beyond
does.
me.
She got a hell of a lot more coordination than my ass got. I'll tell you that right now.
Again, that's why they start them off in 5th grade.
Clearly. Wow. That's messed up.
Actually, she didn't start learning the marimba until about the 9th grade. 8th or ninth grade.
She's
she
one
was-
of them there overachievers.
Yeah. In everything she does. Oh my gosh. Y'all, this is crazy. Grumpus, do you remember her little boyfriend that she had all through high school? Pretty little blonde-headed boy. And that was the love of her life for a while. And then she broke up with him after high school ended because he wasn't very nice to her, and she got tired of it, apparently. I didn't know any of this during the whole high school.
Yeah, it's all new to me.
That was all news to me. So anyhow, well, apparently he worked with her at that restaurant, right? And after she broke up with him, he started seeing one of the cooks at the restaurant, who's 30 some odd years old, 35, I think. We found out yesterday she's knocked up. I laughed so hard I almost peed my pants.
Well,
Got to play for the Dallas Stars. He slipped on past the goalie.
Can you believe it? Here's this 19-year-old kid,
he is so screwed.
and the woman's husband's in prison, and he gets out in about 2 or 3 months. I'm like, dear God, you can't even write a soap opera this crazy.
Yeah, you can. They did it in the 80s. It was called
Did they?
Dallas.
I said, Violet was telling me this story, and I'm
You
just
gotta leave
laughing
town.
and laughing. What a dumb! You're not supposed to take him serious.
Yeah. He was just joking and it accidentally went off.
That's right. So,
Wow. I can't say much. Well, technically I was a daddy at 19.
well, I was a mom at 20.
My daughter was born 3 weeks before I turned 20. So
And see, my daughter was born 5 days after I turned 20.
let's see. So my oldest will be 35 this year, and my youngest will be 18.
Okay.
So yeah, I got them spread out a little bit.
Sound like a lot of surprises.
No, just one.
Actually, my my oldest is going to be 39 this year, and my youngest is going to be 16. So we're just about in the same boat. Yeah.
Your oldest is going to be 39? God, you look great for 48.
Thank you. 58. But thank you. Thank you very much.
I learned a thing or two from Daddy along the way.
That's right. That's right. But thank you. I appreciate that. Mm-mm.
You know,
That embarrassed me.
I was gonna say I was the pup in the room till I learned Charlotte was so young.
See there?
I try to hang with young people.
I hit the county blacktop speed limit this year, so which Grumpus for you, I know in Texas is 75 because
75.
I was thinking his ass. So
I've driven Steve's vehicles in Houston on the interstate.
So
I know
you-
95.
so you've got a suggested age.
Suggested age.
Yeah,
Funny.
that's a good way of putting it.
Is Carla in the basement again?
Is she?
I don't know.
No, she's not down there.
Okay, she said she was going to come back, so I didn't know if you saw her or
Yeah,
whatever.
nobody told me how much work it was trying to run a live stream and watch the
we're
chat and watch the basement and watch.
It's a lot.
We're never going to see Carla again. She got abducted on that 2.5 block walk home.
She was abducted by aliens.
No, what's the guy from Independence Day that said he was always abducted? The hero.
Oh, the old man, the
Wait.
dad.
Wait,
was
wait. Look here. ACJ.
Oh, jeez. He must have
Here.
lost all his
He's slumming.
must lost all his money in Vegas.
Think he had to go back to the room early?
What is it, 11 o'clock? No, 10 or 11 o'clock in Vegas.
I don't know if it's one or two times.
They're 1 hour behind us.
Okay, so it's just right at midnight for him.
Yeah, oh, that's why he's checking in. He needs something to go to sleep to.
If we don't put him to sleep, nothing will.
Ain't that true? It's a bunch of old fogies over here.
Well, compared to we are. He's a young buck.
Shoot, I'm so old, I'm wearing a sweatshirt in the middle of July in South Mississippi because my husband's freezing me out of my house. It's okay, though.
I'd rather have that than what I had last week.
Yes, and I'm not going to complain because I know it could quite possibly happen to me, too. Enjoy it while I can. Oh, for the love of...
It was 84 in the house for
What?
about 4 days straight.
Oh, when you didn't have power.
Yeah. I told everybody, I said, the marital tolerance was at an all-time low. we just look at each other and what do you mean by that?
You need to look somewhere else.
Stop looking at me.
Don't look at me in that tone of voice.
Exactly.
Terry said it's 100 where he's at right now.
Oh, wow.
Wallet ain't empty. Don't give me that.
And your wife wears the light jacket. Now, if I was outside, I'd be hot.
Terry, there is no way it's 100 degrees.
Where's he at?
An hour, 2 hours south of me. There is no fucking way.
Oh, he said, I guess I read it wrong. He said, not right now, it's not.
Oh, when it is. Okay.
Yeah, when it's 100, okay.
It barely hit 75 degrees up here today.
Ooh,
Look,
I'll
man,
take some of that.
The morning I got up, it was 52.
I'll definitely take me some of that.
I was happy I almost ran outside naked.
I think I would have.
I thought about it, but I got a cop for a neighbor. And he's training the new, what do they call them things? It looks like a German Shepherd. It's a Malinois or whatever.
Oh, yeah, Belgian Malinois.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Say it the way you want.
So the dog retiring?
No, he's training the new canine. And he's first down from me. And I'm like, that dog come out think I'd be a chew toy. I run outside naked. Like, give me that little mother.
My daughter bought a piece of property that she wants to build a house on. And they would go over there and they'd visit the property. And then one day they look in these people's backyard. Apparently their dogs were out in the yard and there's 2 of them, of those Belgian dogs. And she says, Mom, I'm half tempted to go ahead and just sell the property now. I said, you can't do that. You can't. I don't know. She said she was going to, if she doesn't sell it, she's going to get like 12-foot tall fences.
Well, when we bought our house
20
years ago,
Mm-hmm.
they had a back over this way. they had a dog door,
Mm.
and it was about 16 inches wide, and I'm gonna say well over 2 feet tall, if not.
Oh
30.
my goodness.
Well, luckily, when we bought the house, all the carpet and everything on the main floor was. This was a ranch style house. It had frost free basement, frost free, so it didn't have a true basement. And come to find out why they had all the carpet replaced right before we bought it is they had these Afghan or Irish wolfhounds.
Yeah.
They would put their front paws on my shoulder and look down on me.
Yeah, they're
They're
skinny, but they're
enormous.
tall. Yeah.
We
Yeah.
moved here and we have Jack Russell Terrier.
Mm.
I'm like, I don't need a 30-inch tall dog. I need a 12 by 12 box.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Oh, that was 20 years ago, and now we got a Chihuahua. I need even half. This from
I
the guy.
wish there was a place in this house where we could put a doggy door, but there really isn't.
No, my doggy door is in the walk door.
Mm. My walk door is glass, so I'd have to get a whole different door to be able to do that.
This is, yeah, I'm in my garage, so this is
Mm-mm.
the walk door that goes outside to the back.
Right.
This from the guy who said he'd never own an ankle biter. Before this, my smallest dog was a Siberian Husky.
Oh, okay.
When I had my Basset hounds, they would jump in and out the window. So I just put a dog door in the bottom pane of the window.
Was your window at ground level?
Yeah, they were low. They were low.
I was going to say it'd have to be.
No, they'd waddle up. In fact, I ended up putting a concrete block on either side of it so they have a step.
I was wondering if your Basset hounds weren't going in your egress window into the basement.
No.
They don't have a lot of jump or lift to them.
No, I mean they were, I think one of them was around 50, 52, 53 pounds, and the other one was almost 60 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
But they were only about, I don't know, 10 inches tall.
Yeah, with an inch and a half of ground.
3 feet long. I mean,
3-inch legs.
Booger'd run across the living room, and his nuts would hit the carpet and throw sparks.
So wrong on so many levels.
Oh my goodness.
That's my boy.
Funny. That is funny. Oh, Carla said she ended up either at or by her sister's house. They must all live real close to each other.
Yeah, I guess so. Now, she was tipping a bottle up while she was walking. I hope
Oh,
she
was
didn't
she?
crash into her sister's house.
Crash into her sister.
Hit the only tree in the subdivision.
Crash walking into her sister's house. Good grief. Oh my.
So when are you going to try to cook your brisket? Tomorrow?
I think so. Murphy is real interested in doing it himself.
Is
So
it the whole brisket or just the...
no, it's not. It don't
Is it
even
the
look.
point?
I'll show it to you.
Okay.
I'll show it
Flat.
because it looks funny.
That's what they usually have. They hardly ever have the points where I'm at.
Shit, Sam's Club up here, you can buy a full packer for $3.29 a pound.
Yeah, that's about what they're running at HEB.
But if
Really?
they separate them, they double the price.
Oh, crap.
2 minutes worth of work.
Yeah. Well, generally, if I'm going to build a fire, I'm going to cook the whole thing.
Damn right.
Okay, it's like they took a sliver out of it. See?
That looks like a piece of the point, doesn't it?
Does it?
What do you think? What do you think, Kent?
I don't know. Hold that. Hey, put
I'll put
Grump
it sideways.
full screen.
Let me see if I can figure that out.
Not you.
How's that?
Charlotte, turn that thing. Rotate that. Okay, one more time. I want to see the label.
Yeah, let's see the label.
Hang on. Hang on. Where? There we go.
Oh
Can you
my.
see it?
Yeah.
Says whole untrimmed.
That's what it says, but it ain't whole. And see, that's what I paid for it. $16.83. No, $22.
$3.99 a pound.
Yeah, $3.99 a pound. I don't know what it is, but it said brisket, so I bought it.
That, you know what? Okay.
Okay.
To me,
It's got striations across it like this.
right.
Like-
So, Charlotte, hold that up again, darling.
Okay, dear.
Okay, so in your right hand is the point.
Okay.
Above your left hand is
The flat part of it. You see how it's got that big thing going through it there?
yeah, yeah, you're gonna have that fat
And that one.
way, but that one that runs at a 45,
Mm-hmm.
okay, that's what's separating your point from your flat, but that's either a really skinny cow or you got a half brisket.
Yeah, I think it was a sliver of a brisket. I don't even think it's half.
It
That-
almost looks like they
That's a half brisket.
and they cut it long ways.
What does that mean?
Well, you got the
That or that cow was only that wide. Most cows are this wide.
Right.
that's probably just a baby cow, Charlotte.
You
Well,
have.
that's all right. I'm going to eat him up tomorrow.
You know
I
what
hope
she
he's
has?
good and tender.
Grumpus. She's got veal brisket.
Yeah.
Veal brisket.
Killing a baby calf is wrong, but if you say it's veal, people will eat it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
That's off. God, most briskets are at least twice that wide.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it looks like they split it lengthwise in half is what it looks like. I'll be darned. I've never seen one cut that way.
But
I hadn't either, but I bought it
I've never
anyways.
ever.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
But you know what? If you know, and hold that up again, Charlotte.
Okay.
On that top side, she really doesn't have anything to trim.
No.
Feel bit by her right hand above the label there. A little bit of fat there.
Mm-hmm.
But
I probably wouldn't even cut that off as me.
Well, what about, see on the side, there's not a lot. I don't think there is a lot to trim, to be honest with you.
Yeah, $4
This
a
is
pound.
my-
They've already trimmed it.
Right. Yeah. There is some on the side here, along this side.
if it is any type of grayish,
Right.
you're gonna want to cut that off because that's from the steaming process from the butcher.
Oh,
So
okay.
take an eighth, quarter inch of that fat, and you might lose an eighth inch of meat. But when
That's
you
all
pull it out of the package,
I actually,
anything that is not white or red, trim off.
Mhm. Okay.
So if it's that grayish color, take an eighth inch off, But I would think, other than that, I would.
You wouldn't trim anything off of it other than anything that's gray?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
And then, yeah, I would. If you want to inject it or anything, just use some beef stock, beef consomme.
Inject it.
Yeah, big
Barry
needle.
said he wouldn't trim it either. He thinks it's a deer brisket.
I don't think deer brisket are that big.
That's funny.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm with Ken. I just cut the gray part off and let her fly.
Honestly,
That might be like a possum brisket or a raccoon
a
brisket.
brisket.
But you know, that's a good size just for two people.
No,
It's a
that's
good
a
size for the
nutria.
yeah.
That's a nutria brisket.
A nutria. Oh God, don't say that. I hate them things with a passion.
Javelina?
You ain't had enough onion with them.
Oh, is that it? I hadn't had enough onion.
You
No,
can't.
this will feed me and Poppy and the boy easy for 2 days.
Yeah.
You know, and what if there's nothing left, then it's no big loss because we've enjoyed it. So
You know, you give me an idea. I'd be half tempted to get a whole packer and just split it that way and see how it cooks up.
yeah. Well, I'll let you know.
Freeze the other half.
See, and here's another thing, Kent. I can't inject it. I don't have anything to inject it with.
Why not?
Really? Well, 'cause I don't have anything. How do you inject it? I don't have a syringe or anything like that.
Do you have a farm and home store next to you?
It's about 20 minutes away.
You can get turkey injectors at the grocery store.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just a. Hell, I might have one.
In fact, where you're at, Charlotte, you could probably pick up some Tony Satchery
Uh-huh.
injection
Oh,
that comes with one of those. Yeah, that's what he's got.
Okay.
Now, this is just what I got laying around.
And
This
it doesn't have anything sharp on the end. You just poke that plastic in there.
No, it'll have a needle.
thing.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see.
How,
Okay.
how do you think I got these marks on my arm?
Oh, quit that. Quit
What I
that.
use for my heroin?
If it
Oh,
now,
Jesus. It's a
Charlotte,
wonder you ain't dead.
if it comes with two needles, sometimes they come with two needles. It's got one hole on one of them have a single hole on the end, and one of them's got it all along the shaft.
Okay.
You use the one with the single hole
Okay.
because generally when you inject it, you're putting it in and injecting it as you pull it out.
You
Oh,
see,
okay.
If it's got side holes, it's going to blow everywhere. Ask me how I know.
Okay. All right. That's a big diameter needle there.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
But
Was that
there's-
a 12 gauge, maybe 10?
10. But,
10.
so there's one hole here.
Right.
There's another one here.
Oh.
You got to be careful.
So
careful.
for this style needle to inject,
Let me put this back in the fridge real
you-
quick.
Should
Sorry.
left you holding a syringe.
well, in this style needle, she can put it in one time, inject two different
Yeah.
directions.
Right.
Right.
But if you're not
Yeah.
careful and pull that baby out, you're going to shoot it in the living room.
Put the needle in the meat. Put your finger wherever that needle meets the meat.
So
Put
it
a
doesn't
finger over it,
spew out everywhere
so you don't get a.
in the eye. Now, what do I inject it with? Like,
You can take whatever, like I would say, get a can of this.
Just beef
oh,
broth.
okay.
Beef
Okay. Beef
consomme.
consomme. Yeah.
The reason you inject with this is this has gelatin infused in with it.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you have any type of, God, I feel like a fucking infomercial.
I'm
Like
sorry.
Around.
What's that?
This is Cosmos Smokehouse Reserve Blend Beef Injection.
Oh,
So you mix a third of the third cup of this, 2 cups of whatever liquid you want,
right.
like this. I might as
that.
well do the Vanna while I'm doing the fucking.
There you go. There
Well,
you
you
go.
could
Good job, Kim.
she could use a little Uncle Steve's, couldn't she?
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Then when
Because Murphy really likes the red.
South Texas Red.
Yes, he really likes that one a lot.
or you can season it with these.
Yeah,
there you go.
I've got some of those.
Now, Charlotte, you might want to, if you're going to use that South Texas Red, you might want to run it through a little sieve to get those big chunks out of it.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
It'll stop your needle up.
Right.
I don't think I would use South Texas Red on brisket.
Okay.
I would use Smoke Bomb if you,
Oh, I got some of that too. Okay.
Yeah.
you want something more like that. I would mix a little Smoke Bomb and spicier, the spicy R.
Oh yeah, we got that. Yeah. Hang
They
on, let
give
me
you the
see
same
what I got.
result. Yeah.
They will dissolve better in beef broth or consomme. The South Texas Red has the.
No, I wouldn't put that on it.
No, you know what? I put that in beans today.
Heck yeah. Let's see. I got more up here. No, maybe it's in the other thing.
All right, Charlotte, don't start breaking out everything out of Uncle Steve's. I'm gonna have to whoop your ass in Uncle Steve's. Here's why.
I got some meat church.
No, get that shit out of here,
Okay. Okay.
Charlotte.
Yeah.
He gets the big bottles of Uncle Steve.
Steve. See, now I like the original is probably my favorite.
So my wife likes the original.
I love that.
Pig Magic Powder.
Pig magic. All righty then.
So this is what I use. And this is
What about the competition cow shake?
this, huh? Cow shake.
Competition
Yep.
cow.
Yep.
I'd probably put
Charlotte,
that on the outside.
The outside.
Charlotte, you need to
Yeah.
look in your cabinet. Find a bottle of pig shake.
Of what?
Pig shake.
Oh, I do have some pig shake.
You got one in there?
Yeah. I got Lucky Shake. I got Spicy R. The sweet and spicy R.
Right.
I got some Cosmos Texas beef. No? Okay. What's this one? Honey Hog Hot Barbecue Meat Church Bar. Okay. Then I got what is this? Oh, that's tahini. I don't want that. Hang on.
Charlotte, quit. Charlotte, quit swearing.
Yeah.
at me.
Open the
Find the pig shake.
I'm looking and I don't see it, and I think it. I
Yeah?
might have used all of it. I might have used all of it. I believe I did.
Believe you did?
Yeah. Because it is not in here. Oh, well, no. Let me tell you the truth. Probably my son used all of it because he likes to season his popcorn.
Son of a. Hold on. Charlotte, I'm doing this for totally selfish reasons.
Okay. Tell me.
Not
Totally
gonna
selfish.
try to show you. Oh.
So I'll put the competition cow shake on the outside.
Here, you see why this is so good, Charlotte?
There
Oh,
he
that's
goes.
the one that you. Yep.
He's
I
flexing.
remember that now.
He got a
I
flex.
do remember that now.
Told you I was
I
doing it
remember.
for selfish reasons.
Well, guess what? Kent, it was so good that we used it all up.
You know what? You know
What's
what?
that?
I was so happy with that seasoning.
It's
And
good.
there's a very, very long story how that came up.
Right.
But if your son likes pig shake, there's one other one your son is going to like better.
What's that?
Hold on. Where'd it go? Son of a bitch, I just had it. Right here.
That is really good stuff.
Magic ribs.
That's
This,
one of
Oh,
his
I
newer
haven't
ones.
seen that one.
It's one of his new ones.
Okay.
this is the latest. This is the newest. And this is pig shake on steroids.
My wife
right,
loves
then.
that.
Okay. I'll have to get me some of that now.
Let me see if I can find it.
In fact, me and my son were just talking about ordering some more of it.
You see that? Pig
About
up
3
there?
days ago.
You see that pig up there with behind me?
Yes.
That's this.
Okay. Okay.
Because
Awesome.
that pig matches that pig. That pig won with at a rib comp with pig shake. That one
Uh-huh.
won with magic ribs
Okay.
in April.
Awesome. That is so cool.
Yep.
How many of those competitions do you do every year?
What's that, darling?
How many of those competitions do you do in a year?
Anywhere between 12 to 20.
Wow.
If you let's see, you go from the sign above me, going that way,
Uh-huh.
that way,
Uh-huh.
and half the things hanging on the wall behind me, and
Wow.
5 that you can't see up here.
Yeah.
Those are all trophies I've won with using Uncle Steve shake.
That is amazing. Congratulations. That's awesome. I
About
think
half-
my son wants to get involved in barbecuing and stuff.
Does
really-
your high school have anything like that?
I don't know. I'm going to have to find out because, he
There-
loves to go camping and all of that. In fact, Kent, he's on his way to being an Eagle Scout. And, I'm sorry.
Accomplishment. That's awesome.
Yeah, he's about a little more than 1/3 finished right now.
I was that little non-lawn mowing son of a bitch you saw next. I was actually his den leader for
For Cub Scout?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
he's 4th grade, and then he's like, "Dad, I don't want to do it no more." I was like, "Are you sure?" He's like, "Yeah, I don't want to do it no more."
Oh, that's unfortunate. Poppy has been with Murphy all the way through since he was in Cub Scouts. He started off, I think, as a tiger or a lion, one
Tiger.
of those 2nd grade kids.
Oh, our start in kindergarten.
Wait, well, see, he didn't start till 2nd grade. About 2nd grade, I think. Nope. He told me just the other day he was a bear when he started. He
Bear
had to,
Cub?
yeah, because he was older when he started, and he's just kept going and going. So I'm really Well, he had to take a year off, of course, for COVID, and then he decided not to go back till the year after COVID. He took that 2nd year off, and then he went back, and that's why he's kind of far behind in the Eagle Scout. But he still has 2 years to go, so I think he can do it.
But for boys to stick with it that long, and to see that I mean, I got a buddy who's 3-4 years younger than me. That's an Eagle Scout,
Mm-hmm.
and he was a den leader at the same time I was.
Uh-huh.
And then one of the guys that um, is actually his grandson
Mm.
was in our pack. Grandpa, who's a lawyer here in town,
Yeah.
and I made a comment one day, and I was giving my buddy Rob, who's an Eagle Scout, crap.
Mm-hmm.
Mark, the guy 15 years older than me, he goes, once we're a scout, we're always a scout, as an Eagle Scout. And I was like, shit, I was just trying to give Rob a hard time, and I pissed off this guy 15 years older.
Oh my! Oh my!
I mean, Mark took it. Yeah, I mean, he took it all in good fun because he knew what I was doing. But yeah.
Well, Poppy was never able to be in Boy Scouts when he was a kid, and he always wanted to. So when Murphy decided he wanted to do it back in the day when he was a little kid, we got really involved in the Cub Scouts. I mean, super involved.
Oh, yeah.
And we had a great troop because it was kind of more of a family troop than anything. The moms, the sisters, everybody would go camping. Now, of course, the boys, they were the ones doing all the programs, but we had a blast. And then once he hit Boy Scout age, when he transferred over, I forget, the Aerolites transfer over to regular Scouts. And it wasn't quite so family friendly anymore. So now it's just him and Poppy. But Poppy was the scoutmaster of the Cub Scout stuff, troops, whatever, our little section.
Yeah.
And but now he's not. He even went to that school for adults. What do you call it? Oh gosh, I'm not going to remember it. No, I won't. I'm not remembering it. But he went to this thing, and he had to kind of work on his ranks too through this little school that he went to, and so now he has his uniform and he's got his little patches everywhere. Poppy and my husband and my son both go to these camp, and of course my husband's the assistant troop leader, and he has a great time with it. I think Poppy has had just as much fun as Murphy has.
Oh, so they're doing the scout camps, and they and Terry, I see his comment. He was a Weeblo. Hi. Oh shit! We used to have to. We have a state park up here, which is right next to my wife's hometown, to where you go through and you got to show them how to tie all the knots and yards. And I know there's a huge scout camp in Nebraska, Colorado. I mean, you spend a week in a tent.
Yeah.
No matter the weather, you spend the week in the tent.
That's what they just did at the beginning of this summer when school got out. The first week of June, he was at camp all week long. And I think he got 4 or 5 Eagle Scout badges at that particular camp. And he was tickled with that.
We have a couple young men up here that have done Eagle Scout projects. 2 of them are by our campground that got flooded out.
Oh, okay.
First one was he built a full bench on the side hill of the campground, and there's a couple trails going up to it, but it's a full cedar bench.
Wow.
In his grandma's honor.
Oh, wow.
He leveled off the area, built the trails, put in the footings, everything else.
Wow.
And it's so cool.
That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
Been there for a few years. And we had a new one. We have actually what they call the scout huts, which are the rough face brick lean-tos. It basically fits a picnic table underneath it.
Okay.
There's or 2 rows of 3, and they face each other, so it's like a courtyard area. And at the end of it is what they call the scout hut, which has got like a little, I'll call it a kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a sink with running water and countertops.
Okay.
Then a fireplace. I mean, the whole thing's 12 by 18, maybe.
Right.
And then it's a big communal area in between. And this kid went through and dug out everything, put in paving stones, built a fire pit in the middle of it, and then mixed his own sackcrete to make the walls.
Oh, how nice.
There's one entrance 4 foot wide to get in, so that anybody in a wheelchair can get in.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's got a pillar on each corner that's about 4 foot tall, but in between the pillars is block seating area.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a built-in. It's a whole fire ring area.
That sounds great.
Capped accessible. The kid did it in 1 weekend.
Whoa. That's impressive.
Very nice. Very nice.
Cool.
Yeah.
A bunch of idiots came by with sledgehammers and broke it up.
Oh my God.
The kid was a junior in college when after it got broke up by a bunch of idiots. Came back and redid it on his own dime because it was his Eagle Scout project.
Good for him. Good for him.
It's so cool. And the problem is, people will sit there around the pit and, fire it up and
Mm-hmm.
have a good time and leave beer cans in the pit and everything else.
Oh,
So it's right next to our campground. So about once a month we go clean it out because,
yeah. It's a shame that they don't understand the leave no trace rule.
Exactly.
The
Kid's got so many hours. First of all, when he built it and then
Mm-hmm.
rebuilt it,
Yeah.
rebuilt it was on his own dime.
Right.
And
Wow.
so
We have no idea what my son's going to do, but I told him, I said, you need to take this year and think about what you want to do for your project because I don't want you wasting a lot of time thinking and not accomplishing,
he
So,
it needs to be, to me, it needs to be a community-based
yeah,
project. I mean,
that's what they require them to do here. I mean,
yeah, but to me, it's got to be something that in the back of his head that is, it's special. It's not. We have the trade and industry buildings here.
Mm-hmm.
A kid put up a sign for the T&I building. It's a sign.
Yeah.
Make it something here.
Yeah. One of the things he was interested in doing was, we live like a 8-minute walk from the beach. And he noticed that there was no way for any handicapped folks in wheelchairs to get onto the beach. And what he wanted to do was make a ramp with some kind of platform for them to get down to the water. But I think that's just a little too advanced for his capabilities because, we are in a hurricane zone and he would have to have it engineered and all of that stuff. And I told him, I said, that's a great thought. I said, but that's just a little too big.
How about a wheelchair accessible or designated deck? So they come, most beaches you're gonna have a sidewalk and then you're going into sand.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, a wheelchair can't get through sand.
Right.
Okay, so have a spur off of the sidewalk that goes to a low sloped ADA accessible ramp that they'll be able to wheel themselves easily up on a ramp with, guardrails. But it's above the sand, but it's not in the sand.
Yeah, give them a landing zone.
Yeah.
Even, hey, if you're doing it at a 2x8 and 5/4 decking board, I got a 12x12 sitting right out here in the backyard, floated away in the flood. That's out. It's something he can build a ramp
To it. Yeah.
with.
Yeah.
Because, wheelchair, hard work, it's got to be on a hard surface. Even
Right.
wood. And he could curve 2x2s so that they can't jump it easily in a wheelchair up or down.
Yeah.
And have them,
Mm-hmm. I'll talk to him about that. I just don't know how. Anything he builds at the beach in particular is going to have to be up to some kind of weird code. I mean, the last time a big hurricane hit us, it was Katrina, and we had a 30-foot storm surge.
Right.
Probably have to get permits too.
And that too.
Yeah. And you're going to have to pull permits. But
Right.
a lot of them will waive the fees and everything if it's type of project,
So I just feel like he probably should concentrate on something a little simpler. Maybe construct he's really got a heart for handicapped people. And there is a park across from the church that they used to do Cub Scouts at. And I told him, I said, why don't you think about maybe buying and constructing a swing set that's handicap accessible? That has the basically it's a seat that keeps them from falling out, or something like that. Anything like that. I'm just throwing things at him left and right, but nothing's really hit home with him yet.
Spitballing.
Yeah, he'll figure it out.
Yeah, he will. He will. But when he's in band, during band season, especially marching season, he doesn't have a lot of time to do scouts. And a lot of times his dad will go to the meetings for him, take notes, and then tell him what he needs to do or what's going on. And so until November, we're kind of pretty much stuck in the thinking and planning mode.
Right.
The best thing, and he can get the idea from it. He doesn't have to copy it by any means.
Right.
But that is the best thing I think about, like, the search platforms.
Mm-hmm.
Google, if you're in a beach area, beach accessible hangouts for physically, put it in there.
Yeah.
I mean, or, throw something in YouTube. You'll find something in there. And it might not be the exact thing, but it might get them an idea.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. Give them some inspiration,
Something to run with.
Mm-hmm.
Something totally off base from what he's thinking, but it might spark something.
Right.
What if I do this? That'd be perfect.
Yeah, definitely. There's your meow chicken wow wow.
Did I do that?
All right, y'all. I'm gonna turn pumpkin. This blue shirt's gonna turn orange.
Oh no!
Better get the hell out of here. My dog's barking. He needs to go outside.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well,
I don't know.
Well, I sure appreciate you hanging with us tonight.
Yeah, it was good to see you again.
Y'all have a great night. And Charlotte, keep me posted on what he decides for a Eagle Scout project. That'd be
I
cool.
will. I will.
Like you
Yeah.
did. So. All right. Well, Mr. G, I will call you. That's your government name.
Lil G. That's my gangster name.
Lil G.
Lil
Lil
G.
G.
You know, if you put a second F on the end of your name, I'll just call you Jared. Dog.
I'll be right back, guys.
Dog.
Right back.
You'd be like the Detroit Lions quarterback, Goff.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
All right, buddy.
All right. Well, I appreciate you hanging with us. It's been good seeing you. We don't get to talk very often.
Yeah, we should do it more often.
Yeah.
No, I got a couple certain pens around here.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it makes you one of the cool kids, doesn't it?
Well, yeah. So you take care, buddy. I'll talk to you later.
All right. We'll see you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I don't know who's left in the chat. If anybody wants to come up, you're more than welcome. And if y'all feel the urge, you want to hit that thumbs up, it sure help the channel out a little bit.
I was trying to get back before he left, but I'm sorry.
So that
I
was
was
you.
running.
That was you to set this thing off.
I know it was. I know. I know.
Yeah, I hadn't had a chance to really have talked with him much since he was here in February.
Right.
Because he's gone so much.
I imagine with all those competitions.
Terry, you don't have to be dressed up. We're just regular folk here.
Yeah, we're just now. You can even pull a DJ and
Yeah.
God loving. Yeah,
I'm
I think
surprised he didn't pop up.
too, to be honest with you. But
Because
he
11
might.
o'clock's kind of late.
Yeah, it is. He normally, I think, tries to call it a night by midnight.
Do you think I ought to do these an hour earlier?
I think it's completely up to you. You can do them whenever you want to.
Well, I mean, I don't know where everybody
might
else
get
is
more-
at as far as other live streams. I hate to crowd anybody else's space.
Right, I get that.
But there's so many of
Grumpus,
us
you gotta create your own
insomniacs that
little
are up.
space, too.
Say what?
I said you got to create your own little space.
Well, I figure up late like this, we can talk more like adults a little bit.
That's true too. Yeah, that's true.
So so Terry just got a blanket and a smile.
Oh my! Well, Terry.
I mean, I'm assuming he's smiling.
I'm assuming too. Oh Lord, am I blushing? I heard a funny. Have you ever seen Yellowstone? I mean, is it Yellowstone? Yeah, it's Yellowstone with. I think it's Kevin Costner.
Yeah, the series.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched all of them.
Do you remember what she said about blushing?
I don't remember.
She said he was talking to her daddy. They were out by the lake and they were talking to each other. And he said, "Well, you don't look like a blushing bride," or something like that. And she said to him, and I quote, "Oh, Daddy, the blush got effed out of me a long time ago."
I don't remember that.
I said, "What?
That's quite the line.
What?" He says, "Good God," or something like that. He says, "I love our man-to-man talks, but I can't unhear that."
Yeah,
But
some
that
things you can
stuck
keep
with
to
me. I
yourself.
thought to myself, that's one of the most clever things I've ever heard come out of a woman's mouth on television.
I like it.
Oh God, it cracked me up.
So
Now,
how's
mind you,
the?
I would never ever try to utter those words to my own father. Thank you very much.
Oh no, I would.
Never in a
I'd have,
million
I'd have
years.
a hard time saying that in the mirror.
I know. I know. Well, that's why I tried to clean it up a little bit because the way she said it was the real way.
Yeah, we waited forever for that final season to show up. I don't think it ever did.
I don't know. That's the only episode I ever watched, and I don't know
I
why.
watched the whole series.
Well, my dad told me, he said, that's a great series. If you want to see, binge watch something, that's the one to do. And for some reason, I landed on that episode. I forgot what I was doing, but I watched it. It was great. And that's the last one I watched.
There was two.
Mm-hmm.
Yellowstone was the third in a series of shows.
Oh.
So the first one was, gosh, what was it, 1800 something or?
Oh.
So
I didn't know those were connected. The 1870 or 8.
Wait a minute, am I mixing shows up? No, I don't think so. Y'all help me out in the chat if I've got this wrong. I thought there was a couple of seasons, 1836. There we go. Terry got it.
36. Okay.
Terry, was that the one that had the two singers, the woman and his wife? Oh gosh, it's late. I'm drawing a blank. Anyway, Yellowstone. The series before it would have been Costner's granddad, I think.
Okay.
That generation.
Okay.
And then the series before that
Was the great granddaddy.
was them crossing the United States
Mm.
to the land somewheres.
Right.
And how they ended up being where they ended up. I don't want to spoil it for you, so in case you want to watch it.
Yeah.
But there's a very distinct reason why they settled in that
Where
spot,
they did
in that spot.
Mm-hmm.
Because the one in the middle had I'm terrible on names tonight. Han Solo.
Oh.
Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
He was the main guy in it.
Okay.
And that would have been Kevin Costner's granddaddy, I think.
Mm-hmm. Marcel, hi, how are
Look
you?
you there. I knew we were one night owl short.
I gotta let my dog out.
All right, I hear him, yeah.
No. Look, you're not playing games with me tonight. Come on. Go outside. Outside. There you go. She's getting so old and senile, Grumpus, that she don't even know which direction is outside anymore. It's ridiculous.
Marcel, that's all relative. What is late?
What is late?
Yeah. Say she's I'm so late. I think just in time for the party.
Heck yeah. Yeah. Violet went today on her very first grown up by herself vacation.
Oh, really?
Well, not by herself, but away from us. Yeah. She's in Pensacola Beach with 6 of her closest friends.
Okay.
And hopefully they have a wonderful time. They're going to be gone until next weekend. So.
Is this their last hurrah before they go back to school?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
And, well, actually, one of them just graduated from college. The other one dropped out of college and went to beauty school, and she just graduated from beauty school. And then they got their guys with them. So there's 3. And then they've got a fifth wheel in there somewhere who's a friend of one of the guys. So, yeah, they did drive. Yeah, they did. And how am I feeling about this? Well,
She's smoking a lot.
yeah, I am. I am. And, you know, the biggest concern that I have is that she will end up somewhere by herself. And I told her, do not go anywhere alone. Make sure you have more than one person with you at all times. And also, the drive is what bothered me the most. And now that she's there, I know she's safe. And her brother lives right there by Pitts. He lives in Gulf Breeze. And if anything happens, he's 5 minutes down the road from her. So that's a little bit of a comfort that she's that close to him. Yeah.
So how far a drive is that?
It's about 2 to 2.5 hours.
Oh, that ain't bad.
No.
Okay.
No. But they got one of those, what do you call them?
I went farther than that looking for gas last week.
Yeah. But you know, it's a change of scenery, and she's by her, you know, she's being a grown up, and that's okay. That's what she's supposed to do.
Yeah.
And that's what I keep telling myself. You know, I'm the mom. I'm worried. In fact, she had to text me every leg of the trip to tell me she was safe and she was there, and we're leaving now, and we're headed. What they did was they took the scenic route instead of going straight across I-10 to Pensacola. They went to Buc-ee's in Foley, Alabama, and then they went south to Gulf Shores, Alabama, and then they went to a restaurant there where they throw the biscuits or something. I don't know. It's I don't. Sunliner Cafe, and then they went across Perdido to get to Pensacola Beach.
So they went. They stayed south of I-10. Went that way. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, it had to have been a beautiful drive. Really,
those are fun trips. I mean, me and another guy took a motorcycle trip from Indianapolis to. Well, we was going to Key West. We ended up going to Daytona, but we didn't want to take the interstate.
Right.
So we came down through St. Louis, Knoxville, Gatlinburg, stayed on the old U.S. highway.
Yeah.
Went down through the swamps of Georgia and all that kind of stuff. And it was a cool trip.
Oh, I bet it was.
Hardly any traffic.
Yeah.
Everybody's, we were maybe, we were several miles away from the interstate. But it was definitely a long way to go. But we had a blast. Just had a blast.
I bet you did. That's where I went when I graduated. I graduated high school and went straight to Daytona for a week. That was a lot of fun.
We went
and it was just me and a couple of...
Went the week after spring break. So pretty much had the beach to yourself.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Last weekend, when we were driving home from Brooksville, the traffic was great. It was not congested or anything. But the week before, when we went down there, was the weekend after the 4th. Oh my God! To tell you that I was on pins and needles all the way from here to Tallahassee is a huge understatement. I thought we were going to die. I truly did. So when we got off on US 19 to go south to Brooksville, right there, you get off in Tallahassee and take this little, it's 4-lane in some spots, and a lot of spots it's 2-lane highway. There was nobody, and it was like a breath of fresh air. I was like, oh my God, I can finally relax.
So what made it so stressful? Just was people moving slow? Just a lot of traffic? People driving nuts?
A lot of semi trucks. A lot of people driving too fast. And Wesley likes to ride by Beryl. And he bounces from center lane. Dun, 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 and I can't ride with him. I can't go to sleep because I'm so scared he's going to kill us. And then he gets tired and his eyes will start drooping, and I'm like, stay awake.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, God, you're going to go.
Yeah, I generally I can't sleep if Vicky's driving. I got to be almost just exhausted, and she's not a bad driver.
It's just you
it's a
need a
control
second
thing.
pair of eyes. Yeah.
It's just a control thing. I got to drive all night long till I can just hardly hold my eyes open, and then we'll pull over. Usually have some breakfast or something, and that'll put me right to sleep for.
Oh, heck yeah.
Give me 30, 45 minutes. I'm ready to go. Another
Right.
8 to 10.
Wesley's pretty good. I mean, he's never, knock on wood, has never injured me, he's scared me a couple of times, but normally on a regular basis, he doesn't scare me. What he does is he's a very jerky driver.
Oh,
He
okay.
drives every car like it's a freaking Indianapolis 500 car. And when he takes a turn, he does not take a slow gliding turn. He does a right angle turn.
It's
It's
a
like
90. It's not a sweep.
exactly. It's not a sweep. And it makes me so angry. And I'm telling him all the time, I'm like, what? Stop jerking me around this vehicle. He's like, I'm not. Don't tell me what you're not doing. Do you see me going like this across the seat? You know, aggravating. But it is what it is, and there's nothing I can do about it. So
Yeah. So how's the workforce for your son? Anything else happen out of that?
no, I told him just to wait till after band season was over with and try again somewhere else. But I'll tell you this: the owner of the restaurant, they just had a meeting this weekend. I guess it was Saturday night at 9:00, or maybe it was Friday night at 9:00. Anyhow, it was a 9:00 at night meeting. Everybody had to be there. And he made the announcement that he was no longer doing lunch service. It was only going to be dinner service. So apparently money
cutting
because
back.
it's not in.
Okay,
Yeah.
well. So your son was probably just part of that fallout.
Probably. Well,
They're going to
That-
call it. They're going to call it that.
yeah, they'll call it that. But I think he really just, honestly, I think he was too young to try to start a job. I don't think he understood the seriousness of what he was about to try to do.
Yeah, probably
was
not.
just probably a big game to him. And he learned a lesson.
It makes a big difference when you have expectations that you have to meet.
Well, and ever since then, I have been on him like stink on, you know what? What was it that guy said in a movie one time? White on rice and a paper plate in a snowstorm. I have been all over him because I'll tell him, finish the dishes, go do the dishes. And he'll, I'll get to it. No, you won't. You'll do them now. And the whole time he's doing them, I'll tell him, you're not doing it fast enough. You're not doing it fast enough. Come on. This should not take you, you know.
Yeah.
And when he's cleaning his room today, I'm like, get all the trash out right now, you know, and do your cat box, do this, do that, do the other. And I've been
Get it
just
over with.
banging. I've been like a drill sergeant for a week now. And I think he needs that. When
Yeah.
his dad made him mow the yard last weekend, it was hilarious. He was walking behind him. Speed it up, speed it up. Now he did. I've got to weed eat my garden because my garden looks like crap, but our weed eater is kind of on the blink.
Uh-huh.
It works, but the string doesn't automatically
Yeah.
expel. I don't know the terminology.
It doesn't
And
auto feed.
something's broken so that it doesn't automatically do it anymore. So it quits every 15 minutes or so, and then I have to pull it out, and it's a pain in the arse.
Yep, it is.
So I want to get a new one, and that's why I knew that there were new 60-volt electric weed eaters out there, because I want one desperately. The one that I had is a 40 watt or 40 volt, and it's a workhorse. I'm telling you, that thing was amazing when it worked right. And I've had it for 5 years or so. And for a little Black & Decker battery operated device, I think that's a really good lifespan
Yeah.
for $130 weed eater. You know,
Mine's not cordless, but I was able to. Mine was getting where it wouldn't auto feed very
Right.
well.
that's
But
the word.
I went on Amazon and bought new spools for it and a new cap, and that fixed the problem. Because my cap, when you bump it on the ground, was just about to wear through,
Oh wow. Okay.
and I just ordered a few extra parts.
Maybe we should do that. I
I
don't know.
guess
I'm in the mood to spend some money, so maybe I'll just go ahead and buy one.
Well, I bought a box of the spools that were pre-wound with line.
Okay.
I think there was a box of 4, and a new cap,
Okay.
and I used that for maybe 2 years before I finally used up all the line, and I just bought the bulk line at I think it was Lowe's, and just re-spooled those 4 empty spools. And I'll tell you what, it's been like 4 summers, and that original bulk, I still got maybe half of it left.
Oh wow. Huh.
But if I pre-wind them, then when it runs out in the middle of a
you
job,
can
I
just
don't have.
slap it on
I
there.
just slap another one in there and just keep on going.
Well, this one that I have is only a 2 amp hour battery,
Yeah.
so it will weed eat my entire garden. It will not last long enough to weed eat the entire backyard.
Yeah.
So usually we have to do the garden first, and then the next day we go around the rest of the backyard, and then the next day we go around the front yard. So I
Yeah.
think that if we got a better, higher voltage and
Beefier,
a
yeah.
bigger, beefier battery, that we would be able to do the whole yard at one time.
So I'm
That's
probably
what
gonna
I
have to do that tomorrow. Well, before the storm hit, I'd spent the last 2 weekends on my hands and knees and pulled weeds in that whole backyard.
Yeah,
And now we've had all that rain, everything's come right back.
of course it has.
Because I pulled everything I could, and I was going to spray it with some Agent Orange or something, whatever I've got laying around. So that stuff's supposed to knock it down for, 6 months.
Right.
But I'm gonna have to. I think I'm just gonna weed eat it tomorrow, and spray it.
This eye keeps watering something fierce.
So what do you think brings that on? Is it barometric pressure, or do you lay funny, or
You know what's funny is I've been it's only done this 3 times. Once when I was 35, it caused me to see double. The second time was when we moved down here and we bought our house. We'd been in it about a year. I got this terrible headache right here. And now that I think back, it was the same pain I had the other day. It's always right here.
yeah,
And it's pretty severe. In fact, it was so bad that time when we lived at the other house that I laid down and I told Wesley, I said, I can't function. I've got to go to sleep to get rid of this. Well, I woke up and I did not have a headache anymore, but the double vision had gone into my central vision. So everything was double.
wow,
But if I closed one of my eyes, if I covered one, I could see single. So what I did was I put a piece of tape over my glasses so that I could see one of everything.
gotcha.
Well, we were at Thanksgiving dinner that year, and my daughter Rachel, the one that's mad at me for not going to the doctor this time, she and her husband decided it would be a cool idea to draw a pirate and a skull and crossbone on my glass. So I wore it around like that for another week until I could see right again.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this time my vision wasn't affected at all, but I got the hemorrhage in my eye. So, but she thinks it's not associated, and I know it is. And she's like, that doesn't have anything to do with your tumor, blah blah blah. Because I've got what they call a lymphangioma in the very back of that eye socket. I've had it since I was 4 years old. I was probably born with it, but it put me in the hospital when I was 4. But back then they didn't have CT scans and MRIs. And so they said that it was a sinus infection behind my eye that caused me to see double then. It wasn't. It was that thing. I'm sure of it.
Well, don't you think it'd be a good idea to see a doctor?
Maybe, maybe not. I mean, I don't think they can do. First of all, a hemorrhage in your eye is a fairly benign event, even though it looks gross and it's kind of scary looking. It's benign. It takes 2 or 3 weeks for it to reabsorb into your system, and then you're done. Now, if I still had pain from it,
Yeah.
I would definitely have gone to the emergency room, because it wasn't no fun. I thought it was a toothache. That's how bad it was.
Wow.
And it happened Thursday morning. I started getting this pain in my head. So I called my dentist, because I have that tooth up there that is, it's got a temporary filling in it, and they're trying to see if it's going to hold out long enough. They wanted to give it 6 months to decide whether or not to take it out or to put a regular filling in it. Well, it's been fine. Since February, it's been fine. So I called him up Thursday and I said, look, I think it might be time for that tooth to come out. And the secretary or the receptionist, she knows who I am. And I said, I think it's time. I said, I need an appointment. She goes, can you be here at 3:00 today? I said, sure, I can be there. So I called Poppy. I said, you need to take me to the dentist. He says, okay. So he comes home from work, takes me to the dentist. At that point, I had taken a nap, woke up to the blood in my eye. So I get to the dentist and I walk in and he goes, what are we going to do today? And I looked at him and I said, honestly, I don't know. I said, I woke up like this. And he goes, oh my God. He goes, that's not your tooth. I said, I don't know if it is or not. I said, but we need to x-ray it and make sure there's not an abscess or something underneath there so that, I can make a decision on what to do next.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, he x-rayed it and it was fine. I said, well, it's not my tooth. Shoot. Must be my eye. So I come home. Wesley wants me to go to the emergency room. I'm like, the headache's gone. It's the same thing it's always been. It was the exact same pain, the exact same everything. I said, I'm not going to the emergency room when I'm not in an emergent situation. Well, then you need to make an appointment to go to the doctor tomorrow. I said, well, no. Not doing that.
Is that just because he said to do it?
No, it's because I don't think it's necessary.
Well, I mean, can he give you some drops or something like that might help?
No.
Okay.
No. It's just one of them things that happens every now and then. Usually it does it about it happened the first time when I was 4. Second time I was 15, that's when you started being able to see the little bulge. It was a bulging vein in the corner of my eye. So it popped up when I was 15. When I was 35, it caused me to see double. When I was 45, it caused me to see double again. Here I am a little bit over 55, and it's acted up again. It's the same crap. And I just don't see, unless it's causing me visual problems,
Yeah.
I just don't see the point in it. Because
Okay.
I know what they're going to say. Even if they do an MRI and they say, well, your vein blew out. Well, I knew that.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
And there's they could go. The last time when it caused me to see double before, They did a consult with an oculoplastic surgeon.
Ooh.
He flew all the way down from Bethesda to the hospital I was at in Portsmouth, Virginia, to look at it. And he read all the paperwork. I explained everything to him, what was going on with me. He told me what they could do. Well, it's pretty much like brain surgery because the optic nerve is made up of more brain tissue than nerve tissue. And so that's why he said that. And he was explaining to me what they were going to scoop it all out, and blah, blah, blah. And he said, but the problem with that is I have an arterial venous malformation in my brain. What that is a snake pit of veins that are malformed and didn't develop properly. And if we reroute the blood that goes from that vessel, basically take it out, we're rerouting blood to other vessels. And I would rather have a vessel blow in my eye than one in my brain.
Yeah, well, that makes sense.
So I'm just keeping this. I grew it. I'm keeping it. Until,
Makes you
like I said, if it causes me other neurological problems, visual problems, anything like that, then I'll go to the doctor. But right now, it feels like a sinus headache. And it's actually getting better.
I mean, if you figured out a way to get relief, then that's what counts.
I've been taking Tylenol, and that helps. I've been taking Benadryl and some amoxicillin because, as I was telling you earlier, before I went on the tangent, I think my sinuses is what triggers this stuff. First time it happened, I moved from, first time it happened, I was 4. I was in Florida. I had been there my whole life. But the second time it happened, I had moved from Florida to Virginia. My sinuses were in the toilet. I mean, it was terrible. I was having severe headaches and severe sinus issues, and I didn't know what to do about it. And I kept blowing my nose. And that's what they think caused it to blow the first time.
Gotcha.
This last time, same thing. I had a sinus infection last week. And now this. So I really believe it's my sinuses.
Yeah, you might be onto something.
Mm-hmm. Well, if I'm not, if I end up dead, my own stupid mistake.
We'll all say we told you so.
That's right. Y'all just come to my funeral and say, well, that crazy old bat, I told her to go to the doctor. Yeah. But I mean, honestly, I just don't feel like I'm in any kind of danger from it.
Okay.
If I did, I would go.
Yeah.
I just don't. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And I'll figure it out eventually.
Well, you showed me that brisket a little while ago. I'm starting to hanker brisket now.
You might have to go to the hip. Oh, I'm going to get some Coke.
But yeah, I have never seen one cut like that before. I might, next time I buy one, maybe I'll try that just to see how it cooks up.
Yeah. Why not?
Because I could still freeze up, seal up the other half and still freeze it.
Yeah. And if
I've certainly never seen one cut like that.
I had never seen it either, and
I mean, usually they'll separate the flat from the point.
Right.
And you can buy either one of those.
Why would they do that though? What's different about it?
Well, the flat is more lean.
Okay.
And then the points, they're fatty. That's the fatty part. That's the part, I like the point. That's the best part of the brisket to me, to most people. That's why you only see the flats in the store. You never see the points hardly.
Oh.
They sell first.
So they left the flat and the point together on this one.
Yes. Instead of cutting it in half, cutting the flat from the point, it looks like they went the other direction. So you got some flat and you got some point.
Well, lucky me.
So I mean that's what it looked like in the package. Now, generally on your if you buy your corned beef into packages, that's
Yeah.
usually the flats most of the time.
Okay.
You know, the little
okay.
rectangles that you buy, that's generally the flat part. There's hardly any fat in it.
You know what? Me and Wesley used to buy those all the time because we love them.
Yeah.
I went to buy one today, or the day I bought that. So it's been maybe 2 days ago. $34.
Absolutely. I've got a couple in the freezer, but they were bought a year ago.
I could not believe it. I mean, usually we used to pay $18, $20,
Yeah.
and it would last a couple of days, and it was delicious. I love the stuff.
Yeah.
But I told Wesley, I said, I'm not spending $34 on freaking corned beef. I'm not doing it.
You know, my ex, she's from New England, so she liked to do I don't know what she had a name for it, but anyway, it was the boiled corned beef and cabbage and potatoes and all that kind of stuff. Just a boiled dinner.
Yeah.
And it was always good. I always liked it.
Yeah.
But I've started smoking them and cooking them that way, and I don't think I'll ever boil one again. But you just get it. It's already brined. It's already gone through all that.
Yeah.
But I'll throw it on the
What do you
smoker.
do? Just put the seasoning on the top of it or something?
Yeah, just like a brisket. I mean, it is a brisket.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I just pat it dry. Usually I'll put it in like a mixing bowl. I'll put it in a pan of water in the refrigerator overnight. And if I'm up, I'll go ahead and change that water once or twice to kind of leach some of that saltiness out of it.
Right.
Because when you cook it and it starts dehydrating, it can get pretty salty if you're not careful.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, I'll just put my whatever seasoning I would put on a brisket and cook it just like a brisket. Bring it up to temperature, wrap it in foil. Generally, I'll put it in a foil pan and just let it go. And I mean, they're excellent that way.
That sounds delicious.
And I believe at that point you've turned it into pastrami.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should I wrap this brisket in foil when I put it on the smoker?
No. You season it up. I mean, if you want to inject it, that's fine. But I don't think I've ever injected a brisket.
Okay. Okay.
But that don't mean you can't.
Right.
But yeah, season it up on the outside real good, and put it in direct heat, so that it's cooking slow. And that size, I don't know how hot your
I can get
cooker
it
is.
down to 220 and keep it there.
I'd run it maybe if you could get it stable around 250,
Okay.
225. I usually try to keep around 225, 230.
Okay.
Because I'm wanting to park my ass somewhere for 14, out. But if you don't want to do that, run it
Yeah.
about 250, 275,
Okay.
and just watch the temperature. And once it hits around a 165, 170,
Internal.
then I would wrap it in foil.
Okay. Okay.
Because you want to get some smoke on it. You want to get
Right.
So then wrap it in foil and put
Okay.
it back out there. And at that point, you can let your temperature come on up if you want to push it along.
Okay.
Because you're not adding any more flavor to it.
Right.
You're
right.
just trying to cook it till the muscle breaks down.
Right.
And
Right.
then once it gets up in that, 190, 200, 205, something like that, it should probe pretty easy, pretty nice.
Okay.
And that's the way I do it. Pull them off, let them rest. Let it rest about an hour. It'll still be hot in the middle after an hour.
Oh yeah.
And you're off to the races. That's how I would do it.
Okay.
Are you going to use charcoal?
I'm going to use charcoal. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you can
And
find
our little flavored, I think I've got pecan, cherry, and I've got 3 different types of wood out there.
yeah, put you some chunks of that in there with it and let it smoke up.
Which one do you think I should use? Because I don't want to put all of them in there.
What have you got?
I know I've got pecan and I've got cherry.
Okay.
I don't think I want to do the cherry though.
No.
I know there's another one, but I can't remember what
Oak?
it is.
Is it oak?
I've got some oak.
Oak would be good.
Okay. Okay.
Most of your barbecue houses around here are using some post oak, some sort of oak.
Okay.
But if you got some chunks, maybe the size of your fist,
Yeah, they're chunks.
yeah, just sprinkle
Dot
them
'em
around
around.
just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much that it's going to make your pit too hot, but
Right.
at least something that'll smolder.
Right. Right.
And I think that'll cook pretty good for you.
I think so too. I'm kind
Start-
of excited.
Start it
Well, you-
early. Start it
Early.
early because you're going to want it. It's going to go all day.
Okay. I'll tell Murphy to crawl his little behind out of the
Well,
bed.
All day. I wouldn't be surprised if that thing finished up 5-6 hours. So
That's what I was thinking.
if you got it on at noon, it'd be ready to eat at 6 maybe.
By dinner time. Yeah.
But you need to allow some rest time too.
Yes.
So maybe 10ish.
That's what we'll do. That'll be fun.
Yeah, you got me wanting brisket. I don't think I've got any cooked brisket in the freezer.
Oh no.
I think I'm finally eating all of it.
You know, when my brother uses his great big smoker, that stainless steel one I was telling you about,
Yeah.
he puts 5 or 6 briskets in there,
Yeah.
and they just spin on that thing the hanger that he's got on the inside.
Okay.
And my God, when he pulls it out, he'll slice it and stick it in this great big bowl and put it in the refrigerator. And they pick at it for a week.
Oh yeah.
But
That's why I'm wanting to try cutting one in half like you've got.
yeah,
Because if I do even if I buy a small full packer brisket, it's going to be around 14 pounds. 11, 14 pounds around here. And, usually by the time I've cooked it all day long, I'm kind of out of the mood. So I'll eat it the next day usually.
yeah.
So, a plate of brisket and the sides and whatever, and maybe the next night you're having baked potatoes, and the next night you're doing sandwiches. I'm trying to. After 3 or 4 nights after I've cooked all weekend, we're kind of tired of brisket.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
But-
see, and that's what I told Wesley we should do is do a whole one and just slice it up when it's done and package it up in
Yes,
meal-sized portions.
use your food saver and just
Yeah, and it would be so simple to do dinner. We could have, you know what one of my favorite things to eat is? It's like my comfort food. Is an
goodbye.
open face roast beef sandwich.
Oh, be right back. I thought she
Yeah,
saying
she'll be
bye. Okay.
I love open face roast beef sandwiches with gravy and mashed potatoes, and oh my God.
Yeah.
My grandma used to, my Indiana grandma,
Yeah.
she used to make those for me. Usually it was roast beef, but once in a while she'd do turkey.
Mhm.
And that was good too.
But you got
And then
freezing it up where all you got to do is warm it up through the week. I mean, I throw it in a pot of boiling water. That way you can't overcook it.
Right. And it doesn't mush apart.
Doesn't mush apart.
No.
Doesn't leach anything. Yeah, it's as
Right.
good as the day you put it in the pack in the
Exactly.
pouch.
Oh, it sounds so delicious. But boy, that's a lot of money.
Well, I see the way I look at it. I'm counting the meals,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and I'm dividing that cost up into meal prices,
Mm-hmm.
and it doesn't sound so bad that way.
You're right. Because you know what? I did that today. I bought almost 6 pounds of chicken legs.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I paid $8 for it. And I felt like I got a deal.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I feel like I did. Because nothing's a deal anymore.
Well, I mean, I bought HEB had chicken legs and chicken thighs for 99 cents a pound the other day.
That's a deal.
I picked up 2 family packs of legs, 2 family packs of thighs.
Mm-hmm.
What is it, like 10 or 12 in each package?
Mm-hmm.
And I cracked all them open, and I froze up 2 legs and 2 thighs per package.
Okay.
That's a meal.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the wife will eat 2 pieces. Sometimes she'll eat 1.
Mm-hmm. And you can take the leftovers for lunch the next day. If you
Well,
want.
that's 4 pieces of raw chicken packaged up. That thaws really, really fast. So I can come home after work, throw it in the sink. And, so I had, I think the packages were around $4 to $5.
Okay.
So for $20, I don't remember how many I packaged up. Probably 8,
Yeah.
6 or 8 meals.
Mm-hmm.
So that ain't bad at all.
That's not bad. That's what I did with those chicken legs because it's just the 3 of us this week. So I packaged them up. I had 14 legs in that one container.
Okay.
And I put 7 in each bag. And I could do a roasted chicken legs one night and make them like chicken wings the next.
Yep.
And we look, I think I have found my new jam with these chicken wing type chicken legs. I don't know what you would call them, but I make them just like I would chicken wings. I just deep fry them and then pull them out and
spice them up just like a wing.
Yeah.
Well, when it comes to meat and stuff, I buy as much in bulk as I can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I got, they had pork tenderloins on sale. You know, the little ones that come in the vacuum sealed package.
Usually two to a package, usually. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I paid $6 and some change for each package, and I got 2 of those.
That's pretty good.
And I separated them because one of those will feed all of us, believe it or not. What I usually do is I cut them into medallions.
Yeah.
And then I either fry them, pan fry them, saute them, whatever. And a lot of times I make this sauce out of maple syrup and mustard.
Yeah.
It's delicious. And I do that with the pork. It is so stinking good. And Poppy really likes that. Or sometimes I'll just make gravy and, mashed potatoes or rice or whatever.
Well, one of those will be 2 meals for me and the wife.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I can come home after work, throw one of those on the gas grill, and it's done in 15 minutes or so.
I was going to say it probably doesn't take long at all.
It doesn't take long at all. And so, like I said, we'll slice it up into medallions with some mashed potatoes and gravy, and we're good to go.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next night, it's usually the same thing because that's what we like.
Right.
But I haven't tried. In fact, I never even thought about cutting them up and frying them.
Yeah.
I might have to give that a shot.
Chop,
You cut them real thin?
No.
You cut them 1/4 inch?
Like that.
Oh, so you're cutting them a good inch slice.
Pretty thick.
Okay.
Meaty.
Okay, I got you.
And I don't really season them with anything more than salt, pepper, garlic. That's just me. I like them like that. Yeah. If I want a pork tenderloin, I want to taste the pork. I don't want to taste the fluff. Unless, of course, it's the maple and mustard syrup.
I'm thinking a nice brown mushroom gravy would be good.
Oh, yeah. I've done that before. Mm-hmm. That's good.
You got me starving to death, Charlotte.
I'm so sorry.
It all started with a raw brisket.
I know, right? Hey, it's that's like that time I saw you make that chili with the mango. When you made the mango.
The salsa.
Yeah. Good God. You threw a craving on me that day like nobody's business. That was so delicious.
It did come out pretty good. Vicky really liked it.
Mm-hmm. You ought to make that again.
That was I've made it a few times, only once on camera. But yeah, I forget. I did some tostadas here a while back.
Mm-hmm.
Whooped up some of that for it. It's just different.
It is. It's
I get
different.
tired of
And
the
it's
same old thing.
refreshing, and it's light. It's not so heavy that you just feel "Ugh," when you're done eating.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I love that, and I could eat like that every day. But these other folks in the house, they have to have stick to your ribs food all the
Well,
time.
yeah, Vicky's like that. She would rather pick.
Mm-hmm.
If we go to a restaurant, she'd rather have 2 or 3 appetizers and,
Oh,
and just
yeah,
forget the entree.
yeah.
So I'll ask her on the way home. I say, what's the ideas for supper? It's always spaghetti, or can we do tacos, or how about a salad? That kind of. I'm a meat and potatoes guy. I gotta have something a little
Yeah.
heavier.
Well, and I wouldn't mind doing every other day like that.
Yeah.
But I would prefer to eat lighter than what these folks around here like to eat.
I should eat lighter. But
Well,
I'd want about twice as much of it.
And I like finger foods like charcuterie boards and things like that.
We do that on Friday nights a lot of times.
I love that.
Watch
And-
a movie and just pick.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Pickles and olives.
we'll sit there on the sofa with a board between us and just pick.
That's so much fun to me. But Poppy promised me that when the kids leave home, we'll eat like that more often. That's what he said. So I'm looking forward to it.
Well, part of it's I bring on myself too, because I hardly eat all day. I don't eat breakfast.
So you're good and hungry when you get home.
I might eat lunch maybe twice a week.
Right.
And usually that's because I'm out on the road and I got somebody with me and I treat them to lunch. But usually I go all day and all I've had is coffee and maybe a cookie or something.
Oof.
And then I'll come home. I'm ready to do some damage.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's
And
not
Puppy's
good.
that way too.
That's not good for you.
He will eat something like
I'll eat until I just feel miserable.
he'll take tuna and crackers for lunch. One of those little pouches of I'm like,
Yeah.
why are you doing that? He said, Charlotte, it's hot. I do not want to fill up on food and then be tired.
He's exactly right. I used to work in metal buildings, and after a while, you just get so hot you just lose your appetite.
Yeah.
It almost makes you sick to think about eating.
Yeah. And that's what he says. He said, I'm fine just eating this little bit,
Yeah.
having some water with, he gets those flavor packets to put in it.
Oh, okay.
And now his company buys that liquid IV hydrating flavor packets to put in the water. So he doesn't.
Oh,
he doesn't.
the electrolyte stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And they have that available to him all the time
That's good.
at the job. So he eats like a horse when he comes home because he'll get in the shower, come out here, turn the air conditioner down to about 66.
Man after my own heart. I love that.
That's why I'm wearing sweatshirt.
Yeah.
And then he'll eat and eat and eat until he is miserable.
Well, that's what I'll do. And she doesn't get home generally until a lot of times it's 6:30, 6:45 before she gets home.
Oh wow.
And then I'm pigging out, and until I'm just sitting there almost moaning.
Yeah.
And then a couple hours later, I'm ready for a snack. I'll get in here on the internet and just get to watching YouTube stuff like that. Before you know it, I'm looking for chips or
Right.
or something.
I can't remember if I took Benadryl. Oh well, I guess I shouldn't take that if I can't remember.
Who's left in the chat? I'm showing 7 still watching. Is that
Yeah,
accurate?
that's what I'm showing too. Let me
Is
see.
that accurate? Chat's been kind of quiet. I think we put everybody to sleep.
I think so. That or they're just mesmerized by our conversation.
And it looks
No,
like
there's
we
7.
Looks like we've been live, what, 3 hours and 20 minutes? Think we ought to go 3.5 and call it a night?
All right.
How
sounds
you
good.
how you feeling?
I'm good. I had a nap today, so I'm good. Whatever you want to do is fine with me.
What time is it?
I don't know.
Almost 2:30.
2:46.
Yeah.
I half expected Patrick to show
Well, I was
up.
kind of hoping if I hung in there, if I started later, I thought maybe give him a chance to pop up.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, I don't even know what day it is over there. Is it Sunday? Yeah, it's Sunday.
Yes.
Is it
Yes.
Sunday here?
Well, it's Sunday morning here.
Well, yeah. Okay, so it's 3. It's
You got
5.
a point. Is it Monday there yet?
I don't think so. No, they're 13 hours ahead of us.
Okay, so okay.
No, 14. What I do,
14. So it
whatever
would be
time here,
4
I add.
p.m. 4
Yeah,
p.m. Sunday there. Okay.
isn't that crazy how they're so far ahead of us? To me, it's crazy. But yeah, I started on a new project.
Yeah. What you got
I got
going on?
tired of the other one. Well, I finished the red blanket and I hated it. Absolutely despised it.
You didn't like the color?
I liked the color. I did not like the yarn.
Oh.
It feels kind of like soft plastic. When I'm working with it, I can feel it squeaking on the
Was it
hook.
like a polyester?
It's an acrylic,
Okay, acrylic. Okay.
and I didn't like it. It's the worst acrylic I think I've used in 20 years. Now, if you feel it, I mean, like I've got this yarn right here. This is it. If you feel it like this, it feels nice and squishy. But once it's made up, it feels stiff. And there's no drape to it. It's a terrible. I don't like it. And I won't say publicly what kind it is. I don't want to get blackballed by the company.
Was it imported?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Well, yes, but it's sold domestically.
Gotcha.
So I started this thing, and this is going to be a bathing suit cover-up for my daughter, the teenager.
That's
once-
amazing. You can keep track of all those patterns.
Yeah.
I don't know how y'all do it. I don't know how any of you do it.
This is actually a really easy one, believe it or not. But what I'm going to do, this is one panel, right? And what you do is you double it over. It's really long, super long. It's actually probably 28 inches on either side. And you do it like this, and you sew the front together, because there's going to be another one here. You sew them down the middle, and you sew them down the back, and you sew them up the side, and you've got a dress, basically.
Okay.
And it's going to be oversized a little bit, so it's loose, and, So hopefully I'll have that done by the time she gets back.
Wow.
Frost. I'll have it done. I don't know what I'm talking about. But I haven't made any more baby blankets because I'm saving up my allowance.
Because you don't have enough yarn.
Well, I spent a lot of money on yarn when I was in Brooksville.
Uh-huh.
And I'm a little ashamed of myself because I went berserk. And Wesley was encouraging it. No lie. He was like, "Oh, what about this one? What about this one?" So I have to put the brakes on till probably next month.
I understand. That's what happens to us when we go to the nursery.
Yes. Well, see, unfortunately, it happens to me there too. So
Yeah, it's kind of like, I mean, she gets on a roll, and I'm just standing there watching. Okay, so how can we kill this one? How can we kill that one? How long will that one
How
last?
long will that one last?
Before it commits suicide? You know, it just. Well, I'll tell you, she went to the nursery 2 months ago.
Uh-huh.
She had something specific she's looking for, and she said, "Do you need anything? You want anything?" Well, I gave her money and told her, I think I gave her $100 and said, "Bring me back some coleus, because that's my favorite."
Mm-hmm.
I said, "If you see any with the big leaves on them,
Yeah.
you know, I don't want just the common stuff. I want the ones with the big, huge leaves. If you see any of those, see how far that $100 will go."
Yeah.
Well, she came back and got crocus. She said, "Well, I thought you might like this." So, what would make you think I might like that when I asked for something else? Charlotte?
Crocus blooms in the early spring.
Charlotte, I'm sorry. Did I say crocus? Croton?
Oh my gosh.
You know what I'm talking about?
Devil, yes.
The ones
Yes.
that usually lose all their leaves and it's just a stem. That's
Yeah.
what she brought home.
Ooh.
Charlotte, they're still in the sunroom, in the nursery buckets.
Oh
Never
my
even got planted.
Oh my goodness. See, I don't like that plant because it's too finicky.
That's what I
And-
told her. She said, "Well, you don't like this?" I said, "I have never had one of those yet that was fit to look at
I've never had
a
one
month
that
after I bought it.
Yeah.
They drop their leaves."
Yeah. All the time.
I said, they look like a palm tree."
Yeah. I mean, they're pretty when they're in the store.
Yeah, they always are.
But when you get them home, they're like, meh. Oh,
I've never seen them in anybody else's yard
me
that
either.
look good. Because if I did, I could find out what they were doing.
Exactly. I think that's one of those plants that they just use to get you in the door and make you spend money. And it worked, unfortunately, for Mrs. Grumpus.
Well, I mean, the thing that was accomplished was she spent the money.
Right. I
That was
get
the
it.
goal. She could, heaven forbid, she come home and
Right.
give my money back.
That's right. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh my goodness. Look, I've got some plants that I'm propagating here. Look what
Yeah.
my daughter bought me. Isn't that adorable?
That's pretty cool.
I love it. And little test tubes they're great. I got to change the water out quite often, but
Yeah.
I'm not worried about that.
I've got some coleus tops that got broken off that I threw in a coffee can full of water out in the greenhouse.
Are they propagating? Or
Oh yeah, they got leaves, or I'm sorry, roots probably 3-4 inches long.
Oh my gosh.
So I've got to get those planted, and we've got a lot of stuff broken off from the storm
Oh, I bet.
that I need to get out there and trim them back before they start growing crooked.
Right. This is my
So-
pride and joy right here. This is a philodendron Florida ghost.
Look at that.
And the leaves come out white.
Yeah.
And as it matures, they darken down to green. And
That's a pretty good sprout there.
I love that plant. But see, look at those roots. Aren't they great? I
Yeah.
don't know why they're going up like that, but they are.
That's the shape of the tube.
Right. Yeah.
But
yeah.
I don't know why they're growing up instead of down.
Well, there's not a lot of room for them to grow down, actually.
Well,
Now that
probably because the stem was headed up.
This is another piece of it
Yeah.
that has no leaf, but I've got those. See those roots?
Yeah.
And I've got a new little leaf coming right there. That one's going up. That's a leaf, actually, sprout.
Okay.
And it's under the water. And I don't know what to do with this because the roots are right there next to the sprout. Oh, there's another sprout. Holy Toledo. Look at that. See that little
Yep,
bitty
I see
sprout?
it.
Okay,
I see
it's going back in the water. And then this is my it's a fairly rare philodendron called a tabopoense.
Oh, aren't we fancy?
Yeah, and it has absolutely no roots, but it's staying alive, and it's got a new little
Looks new growth to me.
leaf right here. So
Yeah.
I'm leaving it in there. And this is the same thing. And then this is another piece of it too. But I got a feeling this one's going to die. I just know it is. So that's what I got going on right now.
Well, I'm probably going to. I've probably got enough stuff to plant 3 or 4 pots tomorrow.
Oh,
Like I said,
good.
I've got a lot of stuff that got broken off from the storm. All my coleus was doing really good. You know, I'm torn. That's my favorite plant, but I'm torn when it starts blooming at the top.
Yeah.
You know, I should cut it back, but the butterflies and the bees and stuff
They
like to
love
come
it, don't
around
they?
on it. They love it. And I keep telling Vicky, I said, well, I let it get to that point, so when I do cut it back, I've got enough to reroot into another pot.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've already got 6 or 8 inches to put in a pot.
Right.
But-
Well, could you do like every other one?
I could probably do something like that.
Yeah.
But the whole
And that way
point of
you're
having the
leaving some
garden,
for bees and some for you.
half of the reason to have the garden is for the wildlife out there.
Yes, exactly.
And it's hard to cut those flowers back when the very bugs that are going after it are the bugs you want to have in the yard.
That's right. The dragonflies and
And I have lots of dragonflies.
oh gosh, I've got them out my ears out there.
Yeah.
And the only thing I planted this year was tomatoes. I didn't plant the flowers. I didn't plant, well, Murphy planted some pole beans, but they're not doing very well.
Yeah.
I mean, he just planted them. I think it was somewhere around when he got home from camp. So it was the second week of June. And they're still only about this tall. And I'm like, yeah, they're not going to do anything.
I got some rosemary and some basil. That's all I've got edible.
I've got rosemary, but I mean, I've had it for
I didn't even
year.
buy tomato plants this year. I
You
didn't even
didn't?
buy any pepper plants.
wow.
I just wasn't into it this year.
You know what? That's where I was at. I just was not feeling it
I
at
told her, I
all.
said, I just want to fill the beds up where I can't see any dirt and
Right.
let it go.
Right. Grumpus, give me 1 minute.
Sure.
I've got to run to the girls'
Sure.
room.
So who else left in the chat? Let me rephrase that. Is there anybody still awake in the chat? I'm going to throw the link out there one more time because we may be wrapping this thing up another 30 minutes.
Okay. Grumpus, I hope you don't mind if I ask you this, but I'm going to do it anyways. Do you pay for StreamYard or do you use their free?
I'm using the free stuff.
Yeah. I'm wondering if you can co-stream. Hang on 1 second. You've got a private chat.
So
Oh.
what? No, it's not private.
No, it's not. It was.
I hope it's not after 3 hours.
I know. You're right. Well, it was Carla saying that she was in the basement, but that was hours ago.
Oh, yeah, yeah. No, I'm not. I mean, I'm using StreamYard as under duress
I got you.
because everybody else is using StreamYard. They're familiar with it. I'm trying to maximize my use out of it, but it's not the result that I want to put out.
Right, I got you.
I don't like the 780 or the 720p to start with. And it's pretty limited. What I really want to do is use OBS.
Okay.
But in order to bring guests in, to OBS, I've got to use, add-on programs, and it's not the same experience for you on your end.
I see.
So I'm still wavering back and forth on what I want to use.
I think that StreamYard made this platform very YouTube friendly.
It did. It's very.
Yeah. Because you can see all the chat. You can see everything you need to see. Now, I do believe if you pay for it, you get the 1080. I'm not sure.
You get 1080 two layers up, I believe.
Okay.
I believe the next one up is still 720.
Still 720. Okay. Because I knew there was one of them in there that you could, but I'm not paying.
I'm not paying for it.
I'm not either.
I'm using what's the other ones? EV Mux.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. Now it's the free version is 1080.
Right. Okay.
But they have gone since I've started using that. They have watermarked almost every damn thing. Any background pictures, everything is so watermarked that it's almost unusable. And then I looked at Restream.
Mm-hmm.
It looked pretty good. The problem with Restream is, like right now, we can see the chat, and we can respond to the chat
Right.
through StreamYard.
Right.
Restream won't. Restream lets you see it,
But not respond to
but you
it.
can't respond to it. So that means you have to have another browser running with the thing open, so you can at least type back into the chat. And when you're on your phone, you can't hardly do that.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Not easily.
Not easily. Right. Right.
So that keeps circling the wagons back around to StreamYard.
I got you. Well, I'm having a problem. On my end on StreamYard, I can't respond to the chat because it tells me to join the chat. So I click on
StreamYard?
Yeah, it tells me to join the chat. So if I click on that, I get a window up that says to connect.
Is that on your phone?
No, I'm on my computer. So I go to, and it tells me to choose an account. So I go to Gulf Coast Granny. I hit continue. And then I hit allow the whatever. And then it just spins. And it's probably my computer. Oh, wait. Look at that. It just did it. Now I can respond.
Okay. Because that little respond box is the only reason I'm using StreamYard.
Mm-hmm. See, now it's letting me type.
There you go.
Before it wasn't doing it. And it was probably because I'm using my Chromebook.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't think so, because the StreamYard is web-based.
Well,
so
yeah.
It should work in any browser. Well, I say it should. I think it prefers Chrome.
Oh, okay.
Because I've tried to use it with Firefox before. Mm-hmm. Now, EV Mux, flat out, it won't use anything but Chrome.
Mm.
And I can't remember on, what was the other one? Restream.
Mm-hmm.
It looks promising. But, it'd be nice to do some nicer things around the overlays and different fade ins and fade outs and different effects to kind of dress it up a little bit.
I think there are some. I just don't know how to use them.
Well, they won't let you use a whole lot. I mean, like the background, I can change the background.
Mm-hmm.
I can change that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It lets you do that kind of stuff.
Right.
But I'd like to be able to bring my own in.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
You have to pay for it to be able to do that.
I see. There was a while when I was streaming a lot, I was paying the $25 one. But here's the thing. I don't know if we're able to co-stream on the free plan. I don't have a clue.
I'll have to find out. There's Well, I'll tell you who, Carol with Florida Sunshine or something like that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She co-streams with another lady, Diva in the Dirt.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is her name? I can't remember it.
Washington's her last
huh?
name. Washington's her last name. Is it
Maureen? Maureen?
I think.
I think so. They co-stream. Gosh,
Every day.
it seems like every day. Sometimes multiple times a day.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I need to jump in on one of their chats and see if they're using a paid version or not.
Okay.
But like, okay, a StreamYard has one overlay.
Yeah.
Let's see, and it's this one. See the corners?
Mm-hmm.
It won't let you. It won't let you change it. And in order to add my own, I have to have the paid version.
Okay. Okay.
And compared to the other stuff out there,
Mm-hmm.
it's not worth the premium they're asking for it.
Right. Right.
I mean, there's Melon. There's one out there called Melon. It's kind of an OBS substitute, but it's all. It lets you, trying to bring the people in and like you're pretty much seeing what I'm seeing.
Right.
We're both having pretty much the same experience.
Right.
Whereas if you do it through OBS, I can make it look just like this for the broadcast. But you would have to log in on a different app, and now you're just sitting there just looking at that. You'd have to have another window open, another browser open to see what everybody else is seeing.
Yeah.
And that ain't no fun.
Yeah. Yeah, that would suck.
So, to make a long story short, that's why I'm using StreamYard.
Well, and it makes sense. I guess it makes sense.
I mean, it's got a little bit of background music, but you can't. I don't know if you can bring your own music into it or not. Probably not. And that's the banners work, where you can add that stuff at the bottom.
Yes. Yes.
And there's, I think I can add another banner of my own. But anyway, I mean, that's third world problems, right?
Right. Right. And honestly, I'm so technologically challenged that I forget where everything is on here. And it would take me probably a month or two of doing it every single time for it to stick, and
for me, the challenge is the fun part.
see, to me, it's the aggravating part, and I don't want to stop. I just
it's me against the program, and I'm not going to let it be smarter than me.
Well, what's so funny
even though it is.
With technology, I don't want to be bothered. It makes me so mad and so irritated.
Yeah.
But when it comes to this, I'll take on huge projects and whoop their fanny.
See, I will help people with computer problems for hours.
Wow.
And they'll say, you've got, where does this patience come from? I said, well, it's like a big Rubik's Cube to me.
Okay.
It's getting all the parts to work together and figuring out there's got to be a way to make it work.
Right.
And I'm like a pit bull hanging on a branch. I just won't let go.
You ain't gonna let it go
until I get it to do what I want it to do.
Till it thunders, damn it.
And that's the fun. I mean, I use spreadsheets and Word and stuff all day long at work.
Right.
But the fun stuff is trying to figure out, well, if Word won't take this, how can I make it look like it took that?
Yeah.
And I get into the nitty gritty of some of this stuff to the point to where it's almost an obsession.
Sounds like it.
And I have built my own computer since, 20 years, 30 years probably.
Wow. No,
And you got a motherboard by one manufacturer, video cards by another manufacturer, sound cards by another manufacturer. Somebody else makes the RAM. Somebody else makes this, and
you got to make them all talk to each other.
and it's a miracle that all that stuff works together.
Yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't. But figuring it all out, trying to figure out like a doctor, what's wrong? Why isn't this coming on? That's the fun part to me.
I'd rather go to medical school.
Once I put them together and they're working,
Like score. Score.
okay, what can I tear up now that ain't broken? What can I fix now that isn't broken?
I wish I had that kind of tenacity when it came to.
Well, I think it keeps you sharp.
Oh, I'm sure it does. It has to, because.
But I'm looking at what you're doing right there, and there's no way in the world I can get my brain to wrap around all that. You must count numbers in your sleep.
I don't even count.
So I don't
I
understand.
mean, that's not true.
I don't know how you keep the pattern going.
Well,
You just do,
it's
right?
kind of like the way I tune a carburetor. That's why Wesley married me,
Yeah.
because I know how to tune a carburetor with my ears.
And damn it if it didn't take the carburetors away from us.
I know, right? Now we got stupid fuel injection. So I just know what it's supposed to look like, and I do it. Like
Okay.
carburetor, I know what it's supposed to sound like, and I just turn the little screw till it sounds like it's supposed to.
Yeah.
And I can't explain it. Now I do count, like the first row.
Yeah.
I count it. If something looks like it's starting to get crooked, I'll go back and count and see where I dropped the stitch or something like that.
Oh,
And
okay.
then I'll get mad and rip it out and start all over again at that point.
Well, so we're in the same boat. We just have different focus.
Yeah. And but for the most part, I try to be conscious of every stitch I make. Like on this row that I'm doing right now that I just finished.
Uh-huh.
You have to do one here in the center of this thing, or on the edge of this big hole. You got one here. That's a double crochet. You got to chain 2, then you single crochet, then you chain 2, then you double crochet, and you just keep that pattern going through the whole thing. But it's real easy to do 2 single crochets in a row, or forget to chain 2. So what I just try to be meticulous, and when I make 3 or 4 stitches, or maybe this much of it, I'll go back and look at it and go, okay, that looks right, and keep going. I know when it doesn't look right.
I mean, I've been in waiting rooms before, stuff like that. Somebody be doing that, and they're talking. They're doing this. They're talking. They're watching TV, and I'm thinking, how in the world do you? I mean, you got to be some kind of a yarn savant or something.
Here's the funny thing: is I cannot crochet and stare at the screen the whole time. I have to look at what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Some of these crocheters, man, they're like doing this and staring at their screen, talking.
Like guitar players, never look at their fingers.
Right. I can't do that. I have got to look at my work. Now, even if I just glance down and see where I'm at, I've got to do that.
Yeah.
I can't talk and type at the same time. Because
I can't type without looking.
Yeah, well, I can type without looking, but I cannot be talking and doing it, because I will end up typing what I'm saying.
I probably can, but I'm convinced I can't.
It took me decades to be able to type without looking. I mean, decades.
Yeah.
My dad is one of the best typers I've ever seen in my life. He'll get up back in the day. He'll get up. I mean, he could type probably 110 words a minute.
Well, back in the day,
Later.
you could take that. You could take a class in high school on typing. I don't even think they offer that anymore.
No, they call it computer class now.
Okay, well,
They do. They teach, but they teach keyboarding in like 2nd grade.
Do they really?
First and second grade, yeah.
Mm.
These kids do computers from the get-go. They are assigned a Google Chromebook in the first grade. It's ridiculous. How do you learn math on a computer?
You don't. I mean, I went all through high school. They wouldn't let you use a calculator.
We couldn't use them either.
That's why. And a teacher told me once, because I was kind of a bonehead anyway, and told her, I said, I don't understand why we can't do that as long as you come up with the answer. She says you have to show your work to show that you know how to do it.
Right.
I said, well, I can do it in my head. I already know what the answer is. She said, yeah, but you got to write down how you come to that answer. And they would not let you use a calculator.
Nope, we couldn't either. And you get caught.
Only the rich kids had calculators anyway.
Well, that's true, because I never had one.
I never had one.
Now, I could borrow one from one of them rich kids.
I was a married adult before I had my first calculator.
Right.
And I really didn't need it. I just wanted one.
This is my calculator now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
In fact, there was a sale. No, that's not true. I got a text from Mary Maxim, which is a yarn company that I buy yarn from occasionally. And I got a coupon today, 25% off any blank Afghan kit. So I'm looking. Well, their kits are expensive. And the one I want, $78. And even with 25% off, it's $56. I said, well, shoot. If I can find this pattern, I can buy the yarn cheaper than that.
You're getting into sundress territory there.
I know. It's crazy. So I went and found the pattern free online, and I can get the yarn that I need for probably, give or take, $4 or $5 a ball. 10 ball. I could probably make that blanket for between $35 and $50. And then they want to charge like $16 shipping for this thing.
No, that's a ripoff. Yeah.
I'm not paying that. People are crazy. So, needless to say, I didn't use their coupon.
Speaking of shipping, did I tell you I tried to send a package to Patrick?
Yeah. It
Okay.
didn't get there.
Well, I mean, the box is right here behind me. So far,
Oh.
I'm $160 into shipping, and it's still sitting here on the floor behind me.
What?
They sent me an email, said they couldn't ship it. It had something in it that I couldn't ship, but nobody could tell me
What it
why I
was?
couldn't ship. I still don't know what it is.
Oh,
I had some Uncle Steve's in there, and I had some sodas, stickers and stuff like that. So I don't know what triggered it. But I told him, I said, if you tell me what's triggered it, I can take it out of the box and resend it.
I bet it's the soda.
Well, I had a little LED flashlight, and I'm wondering if it's the battery.
Battery.
But nobody could tell me that. Because on the declaration page, I wrote down everything that was on it on the website that I used, and I put flashlight, and it was supposed to be looking at all this stuff and red flag anything that couldn't go through the mail.
Right.
And everything cleared. And the very same people that cleared this is the ones that sent me an email, said there was something in it that they couldn't, preventing them to ship it. And I ended up having to pay to have them ship it back to me.
From where?
I think it ended up in Sarasota.
Florida?
Yeah, I think so. But it was just sitting in a hold pattern, and I think I sent them another $30 just to get it to come back.
That's ridiculous.
But at this point, Patrick's not using any of that stuff anyway.
Right.
But it was the principle, because I knew Marcel had sent packages down there. And I need to talk to her and see if she declared what she declared it, or maybe I worded it wrong. I sent a package to a couple of years ago. I sent a package down to Stephen in Trinidad without any issues.
Huh.
And I just
Well, you know that Australia has some really serious.
apparently so, and apparently they've gotten worse.
I think since COVID, it has gotten worse.
But I had some sodas that I'd sent. They were cream corn,
Oh my God.
bacon. There was some. I think one of it was Frank's hot sauce. I mean, it was a lot.
Oh,
Of,
for
there was
goodness
a lot of
sake.
crazy sodas.
That would have
but
been right up his alley.
I bought specifically to send to him,
Yeah.
but he's not drinking any of that stuff anymore now.
Right. Right.
But I'm still have this curiosity going on what the hell it was that could have stopped that package from going. And I've talked to
The
two
only
different
reason
shippers.
I say the sodas is because of the chance of it exploding. You know, not really exploding, but
I vacuum sealed them. I vacuum sealed them and had them wrapped in bubble wrap. So even if they'd have sprung a leak, it would have been
It wouldn't
inside of a sealed bag.
right. And the battery. Those are the only two things I could.
I'm thinking it might have been the battery.
It might have been.
And then
Which is-
that makes me think, okay, well, if I hadn't declared it, would they X-rayed it? It
Gone
looked like a
through.
bomb.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's scary. That's scary.
So I don't know. Vicky asked me the other day. She saw that box. She said, "Are you going to try to send that back?" I said, "I don't think so, but I hate it. I put that much
I
money
know.
in it."
Yeah. Yeah. That's terrible. That is terrible. I was thinking about sending him something. I don't know what I want to send him though. I was thinking about making him something.
Well, I mean, I'd sent 2 years ago. I sent Christmas cards out,
Yes.
and I think I sent you one, right? Had some koozie and the coaster and that kind of
Yep.
stuff. Had the
Yep.
exact same thing for Patrick, and they wanted $63, I think, to send that.
Oh my gosh.
I said, "You got to be kidding me." He said, No, and it was the same package that I sent you, so it was a thick,
Manila type bubble wrap envelope.
6x9 or 5x7, whatever the heck it was. Over $60 to send that,
That's insane.
and I just couldn't make myself spend that to send a card.
Right. Well,
But I sent this whole box over, and I think it was $130 some to send it. And like I said, I had to pay $30 to get it back, 28 something to get it back,
God,
and it's still sitting here.
that sucks so bad. You know what? I haven't seen my cats around here lately.
Did you hear mine snoring earlier?
I did.
She's right here, and she was just sawing logs.
I heard it. It was when Kent was talking, and I
Yes.
almost said, "Is that your cat?"
That's her. She was out here she's by my side most of the time.
Yeah,
Now I got to ask you, could you hear the TV?
a little bit.
Okay, because
A little bit.
I texted
not
her and told her
anymore.
to turn it down. Well, I think she finally went to bed.
Oh, I see. I heard. I mean, it was just to barely hear it.
She is getting to where she says what they say a lot.
Oh, okay.
And
My dad's that way. That TV in his house is so loud you can't hear yourself
it
think.
creeps up, especially if I'm down here. I can hear it. It creeps up. It creeps up. It creeps up. Now, sometimes I'll just get up and go in there and just look, and I'll just turn it down about 20 decibels.
Right.
I'll say, "Can you not? Are you serious? You can't hear that?" She's, "Well, I didn't think it got that loud."
You know, Some things are louder than others on a television, though.
Well, I could close this door,
Oh, well,
but then
you could.
then it makes it kind of hot in here.
Oh, I see. I see. You don't have yourself some kind of cooling. What in the world? Those curtains move?
Yeah, so does the water.
I didn't even realize that. So the curtains started coming at me. I'm like,
No, I've got central air in the house.
yeah.
In fact, I told you here about what last summer I had all new ducts run.
Right.
I had the whole thing redesigned, added some ducts. So I've got a whole extra duct running in this room.
Okay.
But if I close the door, then there's no circulation.
Right.
I'm
And
just
you know what?
building up pressure in the room.
Yeah.
Plus, if I go in, let me show you this. If I go in and turn that background off, that's like a sheet that divides the room in half.
Okay.
So that extra duct is
On the other
behind
side.
that.
Yeah.
So I basically cut my cooling in half.
Yeah. You know, my bedroom's that way.
But
It's
that
the hottest
TV
room in the
shouldn't be
house.
so loud that, I mean, that's at the other end of the house.
I didn't hear it for very long.
Yeah.
And I wasn't quite sure where it was coming from.
Well,
If
I
it
didn't know
was
if you could
yours
hear it or
or-
not.
Yeah, just a little bit. And like I
Sometimes
said, it was for very, very short amount of time.
I'm still haven't figured this mixer out because what I hear in my ears,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's what's going out or if it's just what's here local. So I'm still trying to figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
I want to hear just what's going out on what's
Right.
being broadcast.
Right.
So I'm hearing what you're hearing.
Uh-huh.
But some,
Well, what do
You
you
know,
hear?
well, I mean, sometimes I can hear my computer fans kicking up.
Oh,
Uh,
I never hear that.
Feedback in the room. So it's the mix. It's the mix of volumes.
The
Like on
only
my
thing
mic.
I hear right now while you're talking
Okay.
that you probably would not be super happy with is it sounds like somebody tapping on an aluminum pan.
You're hearing that now?
Mm-hmm.
Has that
And
been
it's
all
very-
night?
I don't
Has
know.
that been-
I don't know, but I'm hearing it now. And it's very light tapping,
Yeah. Okay.
almost like rain on a tin roof.
Well, see, I hear it in my headphones
You do? Okay.
pretty loud, but I didn't know if it's being broadcast out.
It is, but it's
Okay.
probably not as loud as what you're hearing.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Let me go somewhere else here.
Oi, 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 oi.
I'm gonna play some music and tell me if you hear it.
Okay.
Do you hear any music? See, it's loud in my head,
Oh,
so I'm hearing music now, but it's not
Wait a minute.
going out. Oh, you should definitely be able to hear it.
no, what I'm hearing is almost like a little high pitched whistle.
All right, so that didn't work. So what about? Did you hear that? So that's going out.
Yeah. And the whistle stopped.
But there's an echo.
I don't hear an echo.
Okay.
I heard that. Drums.
Well, I've got something. I got something not going the right direction. Okay, well, that's good to know. I'm glad you told me.
I don't know what that tapping
I,
rain thing is.
it's got to be some sort of compression on this thing
Okay.
to where what is now I've got an echo again. Do you hear an echo?
Mm-mm. I don't hear an echo at all.
Oh. All of a sudden I'm hearing an echo.
Yeah, I know that's got to be annoying.
Okay. So
It stopped.
the noise,
No,
the tapping.
it's not as loud. No, yes, it is. Never
See,
mind.
I think it's some compression because what it's trying to do is when I'm not talking, it's trying to eliminate the background noise.
Oh,
And as soon as I start talking, it turns that off
oh,
until I stop talking again, and then it gets quiet.
yeah.
And I think it's that switch going back and forth is what I'm hearing, and it's what you're hearing too.
Okay.
All
Interesting.
right, well that's good. That's a puzzle for me to figure out.
Oh, there's Diva in the. They had a live stream an hour ago.
Who did?
Carol and Diva in the Dirt.
Oh, okay.
Maureen Washington. Yeah.
Why the heck do I have an echo?
Oh, look here. She's affiliating for StreamYard. So she's paying for it because it says, this is my link that will credit me a bit to help. keep me
Okay.
doing
I guess she is then.
Mhm. You know, if I would stream more, I would pay for it because I do like some of the,
Right.
benefits. But I just don't stream enough anymore to make it worth my while.
Well, I think compared to the other programs, I think StreamYard is overpriced.
Mm-hmm.
You
I
don't
agree.
get that much more on the paid
25.
version
Yeah.
than what you get on the free version. And you shouldn't have to pay $50 a month to get 1080.
No, you shouldn't.
And I think
Because
that's what you have to do is $49 a month to get to that tier.
Yeah, I agree 1,000%. Now, if I was rolling in it like some of them YouTubers, I would do it, but I'm not.
Well, me and you both know about that YouTube money.
Yeah, no kidding. That $12 a month. Yeah.
A good month.
Well, I don't know. Let me see. Where am I at today? I can look and see. Wait a minute. What is it? Oh my gosh. They limited my ad suitability for the take 2 of my live stream last weekend.
Oh, yeah?
Apparently. I might as well just private that. No, if I do that, I'll lose the hours. Oh, well, no biggie. Wait a minute. Let's see.
Well, I'll definitely look in on the co-stream things because I like tonight. I'd rather throw the hours at you.
Well, you don't.
'Cause I really don't care.
Honestly, I'm not concerned about that at all, really.
But I don't want to leave them on the table.
Well, I hear you. I made 47 cents. Yeah. However, I'll say this: on the 8th of June, I made $1.10. Go me! I don't know how that happened because I wasn't streaming that day, and I didn't post a video. So who knows? Who knows? Let's see.
Well, let's see. 2 weeks ago, we went almost 5 hours.
Was it?
That would have been July 7th.
Okay.
So that was the night before the hurricane hit.
Yes.
Let's see what I've done here.
Let's see. Channel
I
content.
think I made less than $1 on that
Yeah.
video.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. Well, shoot. Where
For
is
the
it?
month of July. Where am I at for July? $11.19 so far.
Well, let's see where I'm at. Analytics. I think I'm at 565.
Wow.
Yeah, I need to get my button gear, don't I?
I think so. I think both of us do, to be honest with you. And eventually, that's going to happen over here. You know what I need to do? Wesley's account is attached to my Gulf Coast Granny account so that,
Wesley's
You
got
get-
a YouTube channel?
no, well,
Okay.
mine,
Okay.
he owns mine basically. And I don't know, I don't even remember why we did it that way. But now I can't remember the password to his Google account. And so I need to figure out how to recover that password so I can get into his Google account and add another channel. Because I think I've decided that I'm going to do a crochet channel, and that's all it's going to be. Yarn and crochet. That's it.
I'll tell you what. Open up a browser that you're not logged into.
I
And then
can't.
with-
I
well,
can't.
like- Well, not right now.
Oh,
Not
oh,
right
okay.
now. No. Do it. Just a browser that you're not logged into. Let's see. How do I want to do this? You need to get into your account.
Well, if
I guess
sign
you
out
need to go to log into the account.
right. I got to sign out of this one and sign back. Basically, try to sign into his.
Sign into
And
his.
then they forgot my password.
Exactly.
And go through those steps.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because I had to do that just this evening. I was putting.
Did you really?
I was putting Evernote on Vicky's laptop.
Mm-hmm.
Because she keeps forgetting stuff, and I tell her I use Evernote daily.
Really?
I use Evernote 4 or 5 times a day.
Okay.
All of my passwords are on it. They have a web clipper, so anytime I'm on a website, I find something. Recipes is a good example. Find a good recipe. You can use Evernote and clip either the whole page, just what's shown on the screen. You can do a simple article to where it eliminates all the ads and just gives you the article, and clip all this stuff directly into Evernote.
Oh,
And you can start a notebook with just recipes.
I could do a whole
You could
notebook.
do your
of
flowers. You could do crochet stuff. Vicky's getting back into this ancestry stuff.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I was setting her up because she was wanting to share it with one of her kids.
Okay.
And the way Ancestry.com is set up, there's really no easy way that I've been able to figure out yet to download all that information that you've
No.
acquired.
Yeah.
But I told her, I said, if you can get it on screen, then you can use Evernote to clip it.
Right. Right.
Save that into Evernote, and then you can share that note with your kids.
Oh, wow.
So, make a long story short, she'd tried signing up for Evernote years ago, she said. So when I used her email address to set up a new account,
It said it was already in
it
use.
said already used that name. So then I
Yeah.
tried to log in on that name and ended up doing just what you said. You know, forgot my password, got the email, went in and set up a new password for her. So her account that had been sitting stagnant for 3 or 4 years, now she can use it. But I keep all my passwords. Anything I sign up for on my account page, on my profile page, I save all that stuff in
Right.
Evernote.
Okay.
And I mean, I use it enough that I paid for the next level up
Okay.
because I'd used all the space that I had available.
Right. Right. Right.
But the reason I brought that up was for passwords and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I used to have them all written down in a little book like this.
I understand. I've tried that.
Apparently, one of my kids needed some paper.
Well, the problem I have is every once in a while, for no reason, one of these sites or a program, an app on your phone, they force you to change your password.
Yes, that happened to me on Ravelry, which is
You know, I'm not. You're not supposed to. And I'm not saying this is anybody should do this, but you know,
Yeah.
I had one password for everything.
yeah,
Well, as time goes by and you're forced to change passwords, even if you vary it just the same password just a little bit. Now, which one did I vary? Which one
did I
didn't I?
use? Mm-hmm.
And that's where I started putting all that stuff in Evernote.
Okay.
Even my when I get my proof of insurance papers, you know, when the
The
auto
email.
insurance is due for the new year or the new quarter, I scan that document in, put it right into Evernote,
Okay.
and since it's web-based, I go to get my car inspected. If I can't find that piece of paper, I can go to Evernote and just show them.
And show
This
them
is
that.
it right here.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I use it every single day.
Okay.
And it's on my web, you know, it's on your web. It's web-based. I've got the plug-in on all my browsers.
Uh-huh.
And you can get a desktop version also, and it all stays synced together.
Huh. I'm gonna have to tell Wesley about that because
Yeah, check into it. You, like you said, you can have a notebook with just nothing but crochet stuff.
that would be so amazing.
I've got one that's nothing but recipes. It's just so easy. I just use it all the time.
Yeah. I might have to do that. That sounds like something because I'm getting older and my memory's not what it used to be. That would work for me. Because you know, I usually flip-flop between I've got 3 passwords that I use different variations of.
Yeah, same way here.
And I flip-flop back and forth between them a lot.
And every once in a while, I'll have an application that, you know, you put the wrong password in more than 3 times, it locks you
It'll
out
lock you right out. Yes, sir, it
for
will.
several days.
Yeah.
And like I use QuickBooks at work.
Uh-huh.
QuickBooks forces you to change your password every 90 days.
Ew.
And it will not let you use an old password.
An old password. Ah.
So I've got some special memory keys on my keyboard that I use 6 of them. It's the same password, but it's got an 01, 02, 03, 04, whatever behind it.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
And by the time I get to the 6th one, I'm hoping it'll let me use the first one again. To where all I got to do is just hit a key instead of typing anything in.
Yeah. Oh God, that's funny. See, I don't even know enough about a computer to be able to use a memory.
Well,
key.
that's part of the keyboard that I bought.
Oh, I see.
This click clackety keyboard you hear when I'm typing on it.
I like a clicky keyboard.
I like the feel of them.
Uh-huh.
They're good mechanical keys. They're
Yep.
good when you're playing games.
Yes,
You know,
they
I'll
are.
admit I still play games. And
You know what?
I just like the feel of them.
I've been playing this game on my phone. It's called Block Blast.
Yeah.
And it's a silly game where you have to take these shapes and
Yes.
yeah. I love this stinking thing,
Kind
but
of a Tetris ripoff.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, well, the only difference is these you can't turn them,
Oh, okay.
and it makes it and basically it's like playing solitaire with a computer because it knows when you're close, and then it'll throw a monkey wrench in there, and
Yep.
you just want to cuss. And I do sometimes. My husband calls it game rage.
Yeah.
But man, there are times when I just want to.
I've got two I play on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them is, it's called Cut the Rope.
Cut the rope.
Yeah. Cut the Rope, and the other one is Cogs,
I think Wesley plays that Cogs one.
where it's like the sliding squares to get the
Yeah.
gears to line up. Yeah, I like
Mhm.
that one. And there's another one I really like. It's called Cut the Rope.
And what does that do? I mean, what?
It's we're just gonna have to look at it.
Okay.
It's a gravity type game. I mean, you've got balloons that are going up.
Yeah.
You got to cut the ropes at a certain time.
Oh, okay.
It's all about timing. You got things
Yeah.
swinging. You're trying to swing it over to drop down and hit something else. You got to cut it just at the right time. Then it drop down and pop and make a bubble, and then it floats back up. You got to cut it again. It's very
It
irritating.
sounds intense.
But yeah, those are the two I play
I love puzzle games
the most.
and strategy games like that. I love them. Now my son and Wesley both like those army type games where you're building villages, and
See, I can't get into that role playing. I can't get into those.
I don't like them.
I think a lot of it is they're diagonal. A lot of times the screens are your players are running diagonals instead of straight up and down.
Yeah.
That just doesn't appeal to me at all.
Okay. Yeah. That makes
Years
sense.
ago, Zaxxon. Remember the game Zaxxon where you had the plane? It flew in a diagonal.
Oh yeah.
I just hated that game.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of most of the games that they play.
Now
Just-
my absolute favorites are first person shooters.
Now Wesley likes those too.
I like those the best. Quake. I grew up with Unreal Tournament and Quake,
Okay.
and
Wesley likes that Call of Duty.
yeah, Call of Duty. That's first person shooter. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's another one that he likes. Can't remember the name of it. Now my son, he likes to play Destiny. I don't know what kind of game it is, but I know there's lots of guns that he collects in the game, and a lot of
Destiny. I think I've got Destiny on my Xbox, but I don't think I've ever played it.
oh, he loves that game. I mean, he's in it. He's in that game.
Yeah, when I got my Xbox, I think I got like 3 games with it or something like that.
Oh,
That
yeah.
was one of them I picked, but I don't think I've even looked at it.
Maybe you should if you like.
I might
shoot 'em
need
up.
to.
Because my boy, he plays it while he's talking to his friends, because he's got a friend who lives in Florida.
Hmm.
I don't know where in Florida, but He lives in Florida, and he's been playing the game with him for probably 4 or 5 years now.
Okay.
And he'll come and tell me, "Oh, well, I forget the username that he uses. Unkind. That's his name. Unkind. Oh, Unkind had to get his appendix taken out." No, because we talk, Mom. We talk.
Well, we used to, when the grandkids, Ivan and Andrew was smaller,
Uh-huh.
19 years old, that age,
Yeah.
we'd play Unreal Tournament online, which
Yeah.
was a shooter like that.
Okay.
And I'd put each one of them on their own computer here,
Uh-huh.
and we'd link them all together so we could all play each other.
Oh, wow.
And that was a lot of fun. I'd keep them up all night, stuff like that. And most of the time, they'd find each other, and then they'd look for me. But that's what they made the game to be. So that's what it turned into.
Well,
Turned into
you
hide
know,
and seek almost.
when Violet and Murphy were little kids, I mean, they were little. It was at the time when PewDiePie was real popular.
Oh, okay.
So they were really little kids, and they each had their own little tablet. And I forget what brand it was. It don't even matter. But they would play Minecraft with each other. And one would be in one bedroom, the other one would be in their bedroom. And all of a sudden you'd hear, "That's not fair. And the other one would be cackling.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
what I found out was that one of them would build a village or whatever you build on Minecraft, a city, a house, whatever. And then the other one would find it and blow it up. And, for little kids, I thought that was a safe enough game that
Oh,
they
yeah.
could, play that and enjoy each other while they were trying to. I mean, it would be 1 o'clock in the morning. You'd hear
I
this.
would keep these boys up all night.
Yeah.
They'd be. I say, y'all getting tired yet?
No,
A little
no.
bit. I said, well, I can go all night. You guys tell me when you're. Oh no, we're not that tired yet. And, I had one fell asleep with a joystick in his hand one night. It was about 4 in the morning, and the other one was just he had stopped moving the joystick. He was just staring at the screen.
Staring at the screen.
But I do that. We do that as often as we could.
Yeah.
And Vicky came in. She was scolding me one day. She said, "I can't believe you kept them up to 4 o'clock last night. They're tired and cranky, and there's nothing in there you guys can be doing it because you want me to explain to her what we were doing." I told her we were playing. There ain't no games I got her to play it.
Uh-oh.
She got addicted to it. Her name was Maggie Pneumatic.
I love it.
And we would get on. She'd get on one computer. I'd get on another one. We'd go online and play other people.
Oh, cool.
And she got good at it. I mean, she would just go in and clean up. I was
Really?
shocked. Oh man, she was good. And I told her, I said, it would just kill these other guys, these 14, 15-year-old people that you're playing.
To know that it was.
To know the 50-year-old woman is whooping their ass.
You know it would. You know it would. Oh, that's funny.
There's about a 2-year period that, we went at it hot and heavy on that.
Oh
that
my
damn
gosh,
game.
that's so funny. See, now, I just can't get into it enough to. Murphy wanted to teach me how to play some of his games so that I could play with him. And I'm like, son, I don't.
You're into it or you're not.
Now,
Yeah,
I do.
I finally got her to the point she wanted to know what it was that we were doing all evening long, and I showed her, and she said, "Well, it is kind of fun."
Yeah. Well, one time, this is years and years ago, one of my girls, and those are my 2 oldest kids. So one of them got a Nintendo DS for Christmas,
Okay.
and the Zelda game came with it.
Okay.
And I was always, I don't like video games. They're stupid, this, that, and the other. She said, "Mom, look, this is how you play it." And sitting there playing with it. All of a sudden, I'm like, well, shoot, this is kind of cool. And I ended up with that kid's game for like a month. And she's like, Mom, are you ever going to give me back my, I'm like, oh yeah, sorry, forgot. Yeah. You can have your game now. But I should be ashamed of myself for that.
I mean, I got an Xbox sitting in the other room, so when the kids come over,
Yeah, right. That's funny.
well, I took her to the Microsoft store one year. It was around Christmas time,
Right.
and that's when virtual reality stuff was coming out. Mm-hmm. And they had one set up in the Microsoft store on a big screen TV for demonstrations.
Yeah.
And it was right there next to the mall. So, anybody getting a demo, the people walking by could see it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, she was looking at it, and I said, well, try it out. I don't know. I said, no, go ahead and try it out. So we got her to try it out. And the guy doing the demos, he probably 18, 19 years old.
Yeah.
And he put a couple little silly things up there, like whales swimming by, and things like that. And
Yeah.
Cool. It's like kind of. I said, don't be shy, because they had a shooter game where you were shooting spaceships coming at you or something like that. I said, put that up there. Let's see what she does. He said, that moves pretty fast. I said, throw it up there.
Yeah.
I said, she gonna put that headphone on, because I knew what was coming.
Yeah.
I said, she gonna put that thing on. She needs to be able to handle it.
Yeah.
He threw that game up there, and she just annihilated it to the point. I mean, he's standing there with his jaw just dropped
On the floor.
I said, "Is that the best you've got?" But it was to the point to where people walking by the mall was stopping. She was gathering a crowd
To watch.
because
Oh my God.
she's looking around and she's crouching and she's doing all this stuff like that. She's whipping around there. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life.
I love it.
So I bought her one of those
Did
a couple of
you?
years ago. A couple of years ago, but it hooks up to the computer.
Okay.
So it's got a cable to it. You're kind of tethered to the computer, and this is a small room, so you're kind of limited on
Right.
how much you can flail.
Right.
So this year for
You don't
Christmas,
wanna-
I bought the new one. The new one came out. It's all self-contained. The computer and everything's built into it. So
And what's the
there's
name of that thing? Do you know?
It's a Quest 3.
It's 3.
So it's all self-contained, so you're not tied to a computer, and that way we can use it in the living room. You
Can
can
you
tie
use
it
it
on,
outside?
huh?
Can you use it outside?
I don't know why you couldn't, but there's a way to link it to a TV. So if there's a group there, you got one person playing, and the other people can watch and see what they're seeing.
Okay.
You don't get the
okay.
full experience, but at least you can see what they're seeing.
Right.
But I got that for her so she could have. I mean, we ain't even hooked it up yet, but I think she's afraid of it. But
Why would she be afraid of it?
I don't know.
Silly. She
But
shouldn't
I've got one game that's a roller coaster.
Mm-hmm.
In Charlotte, I had to take it off. I thought I was going to. Now, I love roller coasters,
I do too.
and I don't get motion sickness. But
Right?
this thing is so realistic, I had to take it off because I thought I was going to lose my lunch.
Oh my gosh.
And it takes you down through a valley of dinosaurs. You got dinosaurs jumping in front of you, and then
Holy
you're running. I mean, it is so realistic looking. It's unbelievable. The technology is just amazing.
Yeah. Well, we've got 128 gigs for $4.99, and then we got a 512 gigs for $6.49.
That's the Quest 3.
Yeah.
Go with the bigger gigs. Go with the 512.
Yeah. Well.
Because you can't upgrade it.
Yeah, I know.
And since it's self-contained, it only holds so many games before you run out of room.
Oh.
So you have to start deleting games to add any more games.
128 gigabytes is a lot, though.
Well,
Well, no, really, it's not because I mean,
the difference
there's
in
computers out there
price.
right now with terabytes.
Yes, the difference in price is
Yeah.
not that much.
Well, I'm not buying it for me. I'm buying it for my son,
Well, I understand that.
and I don't think he's getting a $650 Christmas present. So
What
there's
if he
that.
gets? What if he gets a job?
Then he can buy it himself. I'll be right back, Grumpus. Give me
Sure.
1 second.
Sure.
Oh, goodness.
Is anybody still in the chat?
You know, you'd think as much as I've been running back and forth to the restroom this evening that I was drinking or something. No, I figured that
Because see, the 128. I mean, that's a fourth of the other one.
right. I'm looking at that now.
Yeah.
That might have to be a graduation gift, not a Christmas thing.
But anyway, I'm about ready to crack that box open and start playing myself because
Yeah, you ought to if you like.
she's
Well, and if she sees you doing it, she'll want to do it too.
yeah. That's what I just need to go ahead and do it because I asked her about it. I mean, it's sitting on the coffee table. There's a shelf under the coffee table. That box is still sitting there.
Still sitting there.
About every month or so, I'll say, "Hey, you ready to hook that thing up?" Not right now. And so I may just have to start doing it.
Yeah, I think
I went,
so.
I mean, I went nuts when I got it. I bought it. I bought the extra the better headset for it with the built-in extra big battery and all this kind of stuff. So I spent way more than I should have. But you know,
And it was probably more expensive when you bought it than it is now.
buy once and cry once. That's the way I look at it.
Right. Well, I don't know. Maybe
And
I
I'm not buying school clothes or school books or shoes or anything like that. So sometimes something like that, I'll go ahead and splurge because
I went to
I
Marshall's
can, I guess.
while we were in Brooksville, and I found him so many shirts for school.
Mm-hmm.
I paid maybe $6-7 a piece for them,
Wow.
and we did good. But now, you know, these kids have to carry these backpacks to school, and they can be expensive,
Yeah, I don't know.
especially if you need a big one. And my son does need a big one. So I decided this year I'm going to buy him one that's going to last him till he graduates because I'm sick of buying them.
There you go.
So I bought him a buffalo leather backpack. And I dropped a good amount of coin on it. But if it lasts him till he graduates,
What's that, 2 years?
it's worth it. And it might even last him through college, you know.
Okay. Yeah.
So if he goes,
Yeah.
we don't know if he's going to do that or not. He doesn't seem near as motivated as Violet was. I mean, Violet knew she wanted to go to college when she was like 6.
Yeah.
Murphy's never wanted to go to college.
I'm ashamed to admit it. I turned down a scholarship because I didn't want to go so bad.
I get it. I do. I get it.
I mean, I just want to get a job.
Yeah.
To me, a job was freedom. And I was under a pretty strict household.
Yeah.
And my goal was get out of the house.
Well, that was me too. My goal was to get the hell out.
So getting a job, getting a car, getting my own place, that was my focus.
That was the focus.
And to be honest with you, you know, this is back in Vietnam era.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of my buddies went into service. A lot of them went to college. and probably half of them that got out of college ended up getting the same kind of job I had.
Oh wow, no kid.
The
You
only
know that
difference,
happens
the
a
only
lot.
difference was I had a 4-year jump on them.
Yeah, with experience and pay, everything. Um, I told Murphy that if he doesn't want to go to college, that's okay. But I do want him to get some kind of skill.
If you're not going to college, go to trade school.
That's what we want him to do. If he doesn't, do the academic part.
Right.
And I told him, I said, you will never be without a job in the medical field or in air conditioning, heating and air. Those are you can be a plumber, but who wants to, wallow around in other people's.
My wife works in an engineering firm. They have interns every year come in.
Mm-hmm.
And they come in and work for free because they can't get a job in the place. Because the market's saturated with college grad engineers. Mm-hmm. And even the ones that are getting hired are not making any money.
Right. My oldest daughter's cousin has an engineering degree. She's 35 years oldish and works at Amazon.
Yeah.
Works at Amazon. Why?
And what about these dopes that go in and spend 4 years learning Renaissance language or some bullshit like that? I mean, I'm thinking, okay, if you're smart enough to be in college, why aren't you smart enough to pick something that's going to get you a paying job when you're out?
Right.
I mean, urban planning, isn't that like volunteer work? Some of this weird fringe. I mean, why waste the 4 years if you're not? I just don't get it. I don't understand it at all.
Me and Violet were just looking over her degree because she's starting her second year, and she's not declared a major yet. Yeah. And I told her, I said, you really need to figure out which direction you're going to go, because if you don't, you're at the community college. They're going to give you classes to get an associate in science degree. And it ain't going to matter a hill of beans once you get to the university, because you haven't taken half the classes you need to. And you're going to have to you're going to have to take so many classes to catch up.
Right.
So what I did was I printed out the curriculum semester by semester at the university. And I told her, we took that to her advising appointment at the college down here.
Yeah.
And I would not let her sign up for any class that did not directly correlate to that degree that she wanted. So her degree is going to be in biology with a conservation concentration.
Okay.
Concentration. So that way when she wants to get her master's degree. So when she goes to transfer over to get her master's degree, it will be in environmental something.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this is going to be profitable for her or not.
Well, my granddaughter, Corey's daughter, she graduated and she's fixing to start college. Mm-hmm. And same thing, what do I need to do, and I'm not sure what I want to do yet, and all that stuff. And my advice to her was, check out some of these big companies, and just go online and just see what the openings are.
Yeah.
See what are they looking for? Whether it's oil companies, whether it's law firms, medical industry, anything like that. Number one, I told her, I said, learn something that you can take anywhere. If you move to another state, if you marry a guy that moves around, something that's sellable anywhere you go.
That's right.
I said, but find out where the openings are. Those are the people they're looking for. Don't
Yeah.
don't take classes for something that you got 100 people trying to get 20 jobs.
Right. Right.
Look and
Right.
see what they're looking for that they're having a hard time filling,
Right.
and let that direct you.
Yeah. These kids, they graduate high school and they're all full of dreams
Oh yeah,
and I hate to be one to say, yeah, that's not the way real life works. You're not really going to change the world.
you're not really special.
You're not you're not near as special as I told you you were. You know, and
I mean,
and
it's
they
that's the way we all had to learn it, though.
I know. But
Yeah.
one good thing about having a degree of any sort
Yeah.
is that you've got a leg up on people who don't have one, I
Well,
guess.
get your foot in the door.
Yeah. Yeah.
The one you were talking about that has a degree and is working at Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
She might have got that job because she's the only one that applied that had a degree, even though it
Well-
had nothing to do with the job she's doing.
Right. But now I will say she is in management at
Okay.
Amazon,
Okay, well then she's got a ladder to climb.
but she's not doing engineering.
Yeah.
That was the point.
Yeah, yeah.
And she does pretty good for herself. It's just that it's not engineering. That's all. So I'm hoping that whatever Violet decides to do with herself, that she doesn't have to live here and do it.
Well, yeah. There's always that.
Of course, I don't know how awful it would be, honestly, except for the fact that, when your kids grow up and you don't have any control over them anymore, when they start making mistakes and screwing up, it's hard to watch when it's under your nose.
That's exactly right. You're exactly right.
And if they're doing it over there, almost out of sight, out of mind.
You're an adult or you're not.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And, I would love for her to, all of these kids, really, these last two, I'd love for them to stay home till they felt like they, till whenever. They could be 45. I don't care.
Oh, Charlotte, don't wish that.
As long as, I'll be dead before then. But as long as I don't have to be in the middle of all their drama.
Well, but that's the baggage you bring with you.
Yeah, that's the crux of the whole thing. Because that's what happens. You get in the middle of it and
Well, it's hard to listen to it without having an opinion
Oh yeah.
and voicing it. I mean, I believe me. I think I told you. We still got people in the chat. What do we got? 6 people here. I told you here before that her daughter moved to Hawaii.
Yeah.
The drama has already started, and she hasn't been there 3 weeks yet.
Are you kidding me? Oh
I
my goodness.
told Vicky, I says, I wasn't sorry to see her move that far away, but I knew that the drama would still find its way back. I told her, I said, if it was up to me, I'd draw a line from Houston through the thickest part of the earth that I could find. And wherever it comes out on the other end, that's where I'd like for him to live.
Oh my gosh.
I said, that drama would still find its way back to this house.
Well, too.
But she is getting better. She's doing better. She's choosing to stay out of it.
Good. Because if you don't start none, there won't be none.
Well, I mean, it's not even drama that's got anything to do with her.
Right. Oh, I see.
It's just stuff that she can very easily get sucked into it.
Right.
To the point to where now all of a sudden it's all her fault.
Oh, for the love of Pete. That's crazy. No, see, I try to stay out of that kind of mess. I really do.
I don't need it.
And when you got that one daughter that lives right down the street from me, I haven't seen her in a couple weeks, or talked to her for that matter. I don't know what I did. I did something apparently.
Well, sooner or later they'll need something,
That's what my father said. He
and
said,
it'll
"I
be okay.
needed you much." I said, "No, she don't need me right now."
It's easy to be independent when you don't need nothing.
Hopefully, at almost 40 years old, she's about as independent as she'll ever be.
But I'll tell you what, Corey, we finally got him out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't spoken to me since. I haven't spoken to him. Vicky keeps trying to fix it. And I told her, I says, if this is what it took to get him to man up and get on his own 2
then
feet,
it was worth it.
I can live without him ever talking to me again.
Mm-hmm.
Because it really doesn't matter to me.
Right.
I made it 50 some years before I met him.
Right.
So if I could give him some kind of an influence, or at least it'd make him think, okay, what would Bill do?
Right.
Then that's fine with me. I'm not sitting in a corner sobbing or anything.
Right.
It's just I wished it was different because of his mom.
For her. Yeah.
She
for her
wants it to be different, and I told her, I said, you can want all you want. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And the more you push it, the farther apart you're going to push us.
Well, the thing is,
But
isn't she the one that made him leave?
oh yeah, she made the final decision.
Yeah.
But as far as us not speaking or anything like that, and I tell her like you just heard me say a minute ago, the day will come he'll need something,
Oh, yeah.
and
Yeah.
we'll be buddies again.
Right. Right. Right.
So if that day never comes, then I did my job
Right. Yeah.
because he don't need me.
Yeah.
He needs to rely on himself.
Yeah. Definitely.
If the choice he has is figure it out or call Bill, I would prefer that he figures it out.
Yeah.
I don't want to be the mentor. I don't want to be the old sage.
Why can't you just be the guy who's married to his mom?
That's all I've ever wanted.
And he could come over and say, "Hey man, how you doing?"
That's all I've ever wanted.
I mean, geez.
But it's like some people, they quit their job. They can't. They just absolutely can't give a notice and leave the right way.
Without
Some of them
creating
have to burn a bridge. They have to tell people off. They have to do everything they can the ugly way in order to leave.
Which don't make
A lot of relationships are like that too.
Yes.
They
Yes,
just
they
can't.
are.
They just can't graciously say thank you and appreciate all the help. I'm gonna try it on my own. They've got to come up with bullshit that.
Right.
You know what I'm
Well,
talking about.
I mean, look at all the marriages that end ugly,
Oh yeah,
real ugly.
I've been real lucky. I had 2 divorces, and the only thing we needed lawyers for was to file the papers.
Right. Right. Well, I had one that was a little bit contentious, but not. By the time we ended up going to court,
Yeah,
it was mostly amicable.
and that's the way mine was. But
Yeah.
but my friends and my family couldn't wrap their brain around it.
Right. Right.
They
Well, and even today,
whose side do we pick? I mean, you're both okay. And I said, well, you don't have to pick a side.
right?
You can
Right.
still have both of us as friends.
Yeah.
That didn't end.
My son Logan is having a baby in December, and I told him the other day, I said, "Now look, you're gonna have to call me when that baby comes." I said, "I don't need to be when all the business happens,
Yeah,
but I need to be there when that baby comes into this world, so I want to meet my grandbaby."
yeah.
He says, "Mom, I'm so glad you said that because Dad wants to be in the room with us." I said, "Is
Ooh.
that what she wants?" I said, "Well, his dad was in the military when both of our kids were born,
Okay.
and he was out to sea. So he was never there for that event.
Oh, okay.
And he thinks that he should be able to be there for his grandchild to kind of make up for not being there. I don't know, whatever. So I told Logan, I said, well, you can let him in there if she wants that. I said, but if I was her, I wouldn't want that.
I don't think I
A
would.
strange man looking up all up in my nether regions. You know? I don't care if it is the granddaddy. He can stand outside and wait.
That's nothing I need to see.
Ooh.
I would, if it was my wife, I don't think I want to be there.
Look, I'm gonna tell you something. I was there in person doing the business, and I didn't want to be there either. That is the nasty. Oh gosh, it's a beautiful thing, you know, the baby and all that. That's
in
great.
its own disgusting way.
But the rest of it, I'm glad as hell I had a sheet up between me and.
I've pulled enough puppies. I don't need to see anything else, anything bigger.
Ain't that the truth? Kittens is about all I've ever seen. I don't want to see that again either. So, but anyhow, that's their thing. And I told Logan, I said, well, I don't need to be in there. I've already been in there 7 times, and I don't really want to go back. You know.
Mm-hmm.
And so he told me that he would call me, but he says, are you going to be uncomfortable with that? I said, no.
Yeah.
We're both your parents. We married off your sister. Everything was fine. I don't have any bad feelings about your daddy, and I don't think he has any against me. If he does, he ain't never said it.
My ex's name was Julie.
Mm-hmm.
And for probably 2-3 years after she was gone, my mom, if we got to talking about anything, she went, you know, Julie. I said, I know who Julie was.
And you can say her name.
You don't have to whisper her name because she doesn't live here anymore.
That's so funny.
I said, we still talk. And we would talk, you know, a couple of times a year, see how we're doing.
Yeah.
But it took my mom the longest time to be able to say her name out loud because she didn't want to offend nobody.
Right.
And because that's what she told me. I said, well, why do you do that? She said, well, I just don't want to offend you. I said, you offend me when you whisper.
Right.
I said, it's not a death in the family.
Right.
It wasn't a horrible, horrible scene or anything
Right.
like that. You know, and even our neighbors, me and her went to 3 different neighbors to tell them that we were splitting up. And like Candy and Shannon, when we went down, said, well, wanted to talk to you about something. And Candy says, y'all are moving. I says, well, Vicky's moving to Florida. I got good news and bad news. I said, the good news is Vicky's moving to Florida.
You mean Julie?
Or Julie. I said, Julie's moving to Florida.
Uh-huh.
She said, what's the bad news? I said, I'm staying here. But we told them, I said, the reason why we're coming over here together is so you guys won't feel uncomfortable later.
Right.
You know, there's no sides to pick. We're not at each other's throat. We decided we'd be better off heading our own directions, but we don't want you guys to feel uncomfortable later.
Right.
Wondering what happened.
Which one should I pick?
So there's, you know, and we did that on 3 different neighbors.
Wow.
Because I told Julie, I said, you're not just going to disappear.
Right.
And everybody around here tiptoe around like what'd he do or what'd she do or you know, all that. I said, no,
we're going to go over there and say, we decided to do this thing.
We're good friends with the neighbors, so they're entitled to know. Right up front. If anybody else has got questions, they're welcome to ask if they want.
Yeah.
But yeah, my mom, it took her almost probably 2 years before she could say it out loud.
Wow. That's crazy.
And especially if Vicky was around. If she was in the room.
Well, and I kind of understand that because it might have made Vicky uncomfortable.
No, Vicky would turn around. She'll say, you know, I know about Julie.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
She'd tell my mom that you don't have to whisper her name. I know I'm not the
about
first.
all that.
I'm not the first one here.
She's not sleeping under the bed.
I mean, you don't have to tiptoe around the situation. We're all adults here.
Oh my goodness. That's funny.
But I don't know that I'd be wanting to be in any delivery rooms, no matter what the situation was.
No, I don't think well, the only reason I would do that is if it was one of my girls, and they needed their mommy.
But you're a woman.
Right.
In a room with a woman.
Exactly.
Doing womanly things.
Yes.
I would not want my papa.
Men ain't got no. Look, let me tell you what. My first mother-in-law, God rest her soul, said to me one time when I was pregnant with Erica, and Eric asked me in front of his mama, "Hey, don't we need to take them classes so I can go in the delivery room with you?" Because back then you had to take the whatever classes it was. And his mom jumped in before I could say anything, and she said, "Why? Men are useless in the delivery room.
Yeah,
what are you
you're just in the way.
To stand there and watch?"
Yeah, you're just in the way.
But
no, I don't need to see all the gory details.
I had Erica by myself. I mean, as far as my husband not being in the room.
Yeah. And
then I had the other two by myself because their daddy was out to sea. Then the next two, daddy was there. He was useless. He was snoring, pissing me off both times. And then with Wesley, he looked so goddamn scared. I told him to go sit in a chair. Just sit down because you look like you're about to pass out. And the second time, I would have rather knocked him in the head with a brick than had him in there because he was texting with his stepmother. His father had had open heart surgery the day before, and he wasn't waking up from the anesthesia.
Okay.
He needed to. And we were really worried about him. But the whole time I was in labor with Murphy, he's texting back and forth with his stepmother, and he's got this rooster notification on his phone. And I'm sure that
make this stuff up.
This poor woman in agony at 9 centimeters, dying in the bed and hearing a rooster go off across the room. I wanted to kill him. I'm screaming at the doctor, "Get him the F out of here. Get him out of here." Finally, my daughter asked the doctor, "Look, can I just take her for a walk around this thing?
Uh-huh.
She's got to get out of here. She's going nuts." Because, well, first of all, I'm extremely claustrophobic. And when in the hospital, you're tied down to a bed, basically, because you got the tubes and you got, IVs and monitors and all this stuff. And I could not move. And I was freaking out about that a little bit. I had basically a 12-hour anxiety attack.
Oh, gosh.
On top of listening to a rooster all day long. So yes, he said, yeah, she can go because I didn't have an epidural or anything. I could feel my legs. And so she walked me around. Finally, she put me in an elevator, took me downstairs, let me smoke a cigarette. She said, "Here, you need this."
We all need it.
And when I came back upstairs, it was like, "Okay, let's have a baby. We're doing it now." And we did. I mean, it wasn't 20 minutes later, we had the baby and,
all right.
And it was fine. So, yeah, that was a crazy day.
I don't know what the story is on Vicky's first two, but she had Kyle. She was back in Indiana when she had Kyle. And I think it was just her and the midwife.
Oh, wow.
Had him at home.
Mm-hmm. Gosh.
So they lived on a farm. Well, they were renting a house on a farm. They
Right.
weren't farming. They were just, that's where
Right.
the property was at. She said, yeah, she had a midwife and had him at home.
Wow. Oh, my God. I can't even imagine that.
from stories I've heard, I can't imagine it.
No, I can't imagine that. Well, I know with Rachel, see, with the first one, I had an epidural, so I didn't feel nothing.
Hmm.
Thing. Well, the second one come along, and she decided to come real fast. And I really wasn't having labor pains. I was having contractions that night.
Yeah.
And I took a bath, and I shaved my legs, and I was just dilly-dallying all around, and I was laying on the bed, and my water broke. Oh, Lord have mercy. From that point on, I was probably having contractions that a horse would have. I remember I was staying with some of our friends because my husband was deployed, and they were supposed to take me to the hospital when it was time. So I stayed with them for about a week, and sure enough, water broke. I was in a tizzy, and I'm getting in the car. They're telling me, put your seatbelt on. I'm like, F the seatbelt. No, this is not happening. I can't sit still because I was dying. So I get to the hospital. They check me. I'm 7 centimeters, which is, you only go to 10, and I'm begging for an epidural. Please give me something, please. Oh, well, you got to sign this paper. I did this with a pen. And I said, here, take it. Now bring me some pain medicine. She's like, oh, honey, it's too late.
Oh, no.
What? I got to do this with nothing? And I did. And I acted a fool. And
well, that's what Vicky did. And I asked her, I said, well, why? She said, because we didn't have no money.
Right.
She said, they had a midwife volunteer some sort of community, the little town she lived in, where they had midwives that volunteered their time.
I'll be darned.
And that's what she had that boy at home.
Wow. That's crazy.
So I don't know, maybe they're pulling calves or something on their off time. I have no idea. They can go into all of that.
Well, I will say that after I had her, the recovery time was hours, really. I mean, it wasn't near as bad as it was with the first one.
I'll be darned.
I mean, I didn't need stitches or anything with that one. And I was up walking around, pacing the hallways, ready to go home. And they wouldn't let me go home for 2 days. So I just didn't want to be there,
Well,
Like, I'm fine. I can go home now.
I guess you got to love your pawpaw to let him in the same room. But
I think that's just weird. I think it's
seems kind of odd to me.
yeah, me too. But I don't care what they do. It's
It's their deal.
yeah, and I know that Logan's dad really, really likes kids a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, I just told somebody today, I forget who I was talking. Oh, I was talking to my other son. And I told him how proud I was. He's got the little boy, that my youngest grandson. And he just turned 2 in this month, July 1st. And I was telling him, I said, son, every time I listen, he'll call me and I listen to the way he talks to his son and the other little girl that he's raising. And I told him tonight, I said, I'm really, really proud of you because you have taken on this family life and you're a good daddy. I said, I hear the way you talk to them, and he talks to them with all the kindness in the world. And he's super vigilant about protecting them. And he goes to work every day. He don't hang out in the bars. He don't do anything. He goes to work. He comes home, takes care of the kids because his wife has a part-time job in the evenings. And I said, you remind me a lot of Rachel and Logan's daddy. I said, because I've never met a kid that didn't just love him. And that's the truth. I said, and you're doing a good job. And I thought he needed to hear that. But I do believe he's making a pretty good dad.
That's great. That's great.
It is. Because I was a little worried about it considering where he came from. The dad side.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was actually telling me tonight, he was talking about his little brother, Bailey. And he said, Mom, he said, it's a wonder that I turned out like I did. He says, look at poor Bailey. He said, that tells you that when you got a kid raising a kid, things don't work out right. And it's true. Bailey still, has a hard time with things. And that's what their dad did. He would leave and go to the bar and leave the older boy in charge of the younger boy. And that's how they lived all their life, just about. I remember calling the house when Benjamin was 10 or 11 years old, and he was babysitting all night because Dad was at the bar. He'd leave him money to order pizza and leave him.
How old was he?
10.
That's a shame.
And his brother's like 13 months younger. So 2 9 and 10-year-olds at the house by themselves on a Friday, Saturday night. And I never would have done that.
Well, I mean, kids they're not idiots. They pick up on all this stuff, and it affects them when they're adults now.
Yeah. So
that's part of the drama we're hearing from Hawaii. A lot of the issues are, her sons and their disrespect and entitlement, everything like that. Well, that's what they saw growing up.
Yeah.
From their mama was the disrespect and the entitlement and all this other bullshit. And, Vicky tells me some of these stories.
And now she don't know where it's coming from.
Vicky tells me some of these stories, and I just almost have a belly laugh over it because I'm saying, this is called karma.
Yeah.
I said, now all the shit that she put you through, and all the drama that I've held your hand and rocked you while you cried and all this shit. Now it's all coming right back to her now.
Yeah.
And it all boils down to the examples that she set. And now she's wondering where it all come from. And I said, I'm not surprised it happened. I wish things was different for Vicky.
Yeah.
Because she hates to see it. I said, but nobody should be surprised because I've said it for years. It's going to come back. And it's going to come back hard.
It always does.
And some of the shit that her daughter has thrown up in Vicky's face over the years, now the exact same thing is happening to her.
Oh, and she's got the nerve to tell her mom about it.
She don't see the correlation. Don't see it all. In fact, sometimes I have to point it out to Vicky. I said, well,
remember when?
You remember when your mom and stuff you and your mom went through, and all of a sudden now she's going through it with her mom, and it's just it's just funny to me. In fact, it's called karma. I'm just glad to. I'm really kind of glad to see it, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Well, sometimes we actually get what we deserve.
Well, it's coming.
Good or bad.
It's working. It's all working out.
Like that. What's that? You reap what you sow.
That's exactly it.
And you plant them bad seeds.
Yeah.
They grow up, and they're still bad seeds.
Yeah.
That's one thing. Violet really upset me yesterday. I was irritated with Wesley about an incident.
Should we go private with this stuff?
Oh no, I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say.
All right.
It had to do with him bringing stuff home from work, or he always stops at the bank on Fridays that we get paid and brings me money for the envelopes.
Okay.
And it's always certain denominations. I've got it all laid out. You know, I'm a little neurotic about it,
Yeah. Yeah.
but it's very important to me that I have what I need and all the money gets situated right then when he gets home from work. So I know where it's going and it's over. And for the past 6 months, probably 6 times in 14 paydays, he's messed it up.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. And I've told him, look, this is really important to me. I need it done this way because if it's not done this way, I get messed up and then our money might get messed up. And I don't want that to happen.
Did he lose his cheat sheet?
No, I texted it to him.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So he had it in his pocket on his phone. Well, what the problem was, I told him I needed him to pick me up some smokes on the way home from work. And he always does that on Friday anyway. I said, but I want you to use cash to do that. And then I want you to go get some dog food from Walmart, but I want you to use the card because the money for the pet food is in the account. And he used the cash. So it threw everything off.
One domino out of place.
It threw everything off. And then I didn't have the money I needed to put in my savings thing
Right.
binder. And I'm like, okay, I'm short like 65, 70 bucks now because you did the wrong thing. Well, I can just go to the bet. That's not the point.
Yes.
Point is, I asked you to do it a certain way. I texted you exactly what to do, and you still did it backwards. And that bothers me. Well, he walked out. He was a little stormy, you know. He was miffed that I called him out again. And Violet came in and sat on the sofa because she heard us mouthing each other, you know.
Yeah.
And I mean, it wasn't ugly or anything. It was just a little heated. And I was irritated. And the dog was messing with the other dog. And they were barking. And I turned around and I said, just shut up to the dogs.
Yeah.
My daughter says to me, just because you're mad at dad doesn't mean you can be mean to the animals. I said, now you shut up.
That's exactly right.
I said, do not say another word to me. In fact, go to your room. Well, she did. And because I don't argue with teenagers, period. I don't care if they are grown. I don't
I'm
argue.
with you. I'm with you.
And so this morning, that was the end of it. That yesterday, that was the end of it. So this morning, she made some kind of comment about it. And I looked at her and I said, first of all, you're going to listen to me and you're going to close your mouth. I said, you're going to sit right here. I said, sit down. And she did. And I said, you were disrespectful. It was none of your business. And you jumped in like you were somebody. I said, you didn't even know what was going on. I said, so do not do that to me ever again. I said, if you don't know what's going on, keep your mouth shut. If you do know what's going on, keep your mouth shut. Because it's none of your business. What I say to your dad, what I say to a dog, none of it matters. And she said, well, I think it is. I said, I don't care what you think. That's because you're 19 and you're not married and you're not running a household. I am. I said, and I'm actually running you too. So keep your mouth shut. I was so mad at her. God, I was mad at her.
Well, sometimes that's a lesson they have to learn, though.
Well,
And again, they have to learn it the hard way.
she's lucky that I'm not the mom I was 25 years ago, because she could have been picking some teeth up off the floor.
Yeah.
25 years ago was a whole different world. And I'm still as mean as I was back then.
Well,
I'm just,
I just turned 72. I'm still not going to mouth off to my mom.
ain't
Or
that the
70,
truth?
71, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I just turned 71, but I'm still not going to mouth off to my mama.
that's right. You don't be sassy to your mother.
I might want
Period.
to sometimes, but I bite my tongue. That's just not.
Of course.
I'm not
Look,
gonna do
there's
it.
times when I want to be mouthy with my dad too, but I'm not doing that. What's that going to accomplish? Nothing.
Not a darn thing.
Nothing but hate and discontent. You know. Ugh. He called
I
me
mean,
today.
I'll talk to my mom and I'll call her out sometimes,
Yeah.
but I'm not doing anything disrespectful or.
Right. Well, and there's times when my dad will tell me what's going on at the house, and he might have said something ugly to my stepmom, and I'm like, he'll tell me what happened, and I'll say, well, Dad, you really probably shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
And he'll say, well, I know I shouldn't have, but I did. You know? I said, maybe it would help if you'd apologize.
But that's not being disrespectful.
No, I would never do that. I
Yeah.
would never. But then again, there's some kids out there fist fighting their parents in the front yard.
Oh, I know. I've been there.
It's insane. I
It's
can't even.
absolutely nuts. No, me and Corey rolled around on the floor several times
Oh no. Oh my God.
because he, every once in a while he forgot where he lived.
And who he was living with.
He forgot who he was living with.
Mm-hmm.
And he'd already learned should have learned the last time, you don't do that.
Right. Right. Yeah. I know. Now I ain't never rolled around on the floor with none of mine.
Well, sometimes
But I've
that's the
talked
only
the smack out of them,
sometimes that's the only language they're going to understand.
especially with boys.
when it comes to adult men.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes
I know.
sometimes there has to be a little chest beating and a little bluff playing.
Hey, I tell you what, I saw my dad knock my brother completely out cold turkey with boxing gloves on.
Well, Corey went to work one week with a black eye too. I don't know what kind of story he told them, but he got up that next morning and he had a shiner. Vicky said, well, maybe you ought to call in. And I said, bullshit calling in. He's going to work.
He's going to go to work.
I said, you're talking to his boss now. He's going to work.
That's awesome.
So I don't know what he told them, but it took a week to clear up.
He probably told him his girlfriend beat him up.
Probably ran into a door, got drunk, hit a doorknob. I'm sure he told him something. I know he didn't tell him some old
geezer beat him
some
up.
old 60-year-old man done whooped his ass.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, I don't know too many men brave enough to tangle with my dad either. He's not as fast as he used to be. Because he's a small guy.
Well, I ain't very big, but I'm wiry.
That's what he is. He's strong as an ox. He's always been super strong. But I ain't never seen too many people mess with him. I used to mess with him. I was mouthy though. You don't like mouthy.
I mean, I don't want to do stuff like that.
Of course not. Nobody does.
But it's like I've tried to tell Vicky before. I said there comes a point where you've crossed the line.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And you have to make the decision: fight or
Just
flight.
like yesterday when
Fight or flight, and I ain't running.
When she
That don't leave me no
mouthed
choice.
off at me, yeah, I had to put her in her place because I've noticed that since she has become an adult, she's gotten a little more mouthy than she ever was.
Yeah, they get brave. They're still trying to. I mean, they spend their whole life trying to figure out where that line is.
Right.
And for some reason, they think that line moves.
I know,
But for
wrong.
me, it generally doesn't.
Yeah, for me,
It's
it
the
doesn't
same
either.
line that's been there for 50 years.
Yep. Yep. And see, that's something that my oldest daughter, I don't think understands still. Now well, maybe she does because she would rather ignore me than challenge me.
Okay.
And that's probably safest for both of us. Truly.
Yeah, well, whatever works.
Mm-hmm. But that's what she's always done. Ever since it's just her nature to do that. Now, the number 2 girl, she'll challenge me, but she's not usually disrespectful if she does.
Yeah.
Just like tonight when she told me, that don't have nothing to do. That's what she wrote to me. Hang on, let me see what it says. And I'm like, oops, I shouldn't have said anything. Because she didn't know. She didn't know I was having eye problems. She said, what the F happened to your eye? That ain't got nothing to do with your tumor. You need to go to the doctor. I said, it's just an eye hemorrhage. It's because of the varicose vein in my eye. It's fine. And I didn't hear nothing else from her. She's probably mad with me. She's mad with me. So there's that. I know she's going to be calling me tomorrow cussing.
Well, especially while she's up here watching a live stream tonight.
I know, right? Right? God love her. She's a good kid. She always was. At least at home she was. I don't know what she did out of the house. I've heard stories. But she always made a believer out of me, so. And she's the only one that went on to college and did what she needed to do, and she's actually doing really well.
Well,
Really.
that's great. I mean, that's why you raise them and turn
That's
them loose.
what you want them to do,
They
right?
can do really well.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you want for them. But, you would think that more than 1 out of 7 would.
1 out of 7, that's not bad odds.
Well, I guess now Violet's going to college. We'll see what happens.
There's still hope for 2 more.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Well, Erica didn't go to college, but she's worked her butt off all her life. And Logan too, really. Those first 3 kids are hardworking kids, all 3 of them. And I'm learning that my number 4 child is a real hardworking guy. I used to get mad with him because he was a job shopper.
Yeah.
He hops from this job to this job to this job. He don't care. If somebody's going to offer him more money, he's taking it.
Well, in the last 20 years, that's the only way you can get ahead on pay.
Well, that's what he told me. But
That's the
see,
only way
that's
you can get
not
ahead on pay. Loyalty means absolutely nothing.
nothing.
You know,
And
the
of course-
days of people working 20, 30 years at one job is pretty much over.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, I've been at my job 18 years,
Yeah.
over 18 years. And that's just because of loyalty. I really like my boss.
Right.
We're friends. I really like him. And I would feel like, well, it's just a loyalty thing.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I was offered 2 jobs after I hired in with him that paid a lot more. And, you know, I told both of them, no, I've already started this job. I'm going to stick it out. And about 6 months later, one of them called me back again and made me a second offer. And I turned it down. He said, well, what's it going to take to get you? I said, look, this has got more to do with loyalty than money. I said, the money would be nice. It's attractive. I'm tempted. But
Sure.
my loyalty has a value too. And it's a value to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been to this job 18 years. I mean, I'm making less now than I made when I started.
What?
Because we had cutbacks
Oh.
and some salary rollbacks. And that never did come back the other way.
Oh, no.
But at the same time, I understand why, because of our business. You know, I know what we're selling. I know what the invoices are.
Right.
That's what I do. So we're doing the best we can.
Well, you know, Wesley came home
And
the
you-
other day.
I mean, I don't mean to interrupt you, but
No,
I've
it's
made.
okay.
I remember years ago when I was younger. You know, I've made $50 a week, and I've made $500 a week. You're always $20 short at the end of
Yes,
the week.
always. The more you
So-
make, the more you spend.
And that's what I've told Vicky. I said, you know, where I'm at now, we make that work. If we
Right.
had more money, we'd be in the same position. We'd just spend more. And you know, right now I'm happy where I'm at. I like my job. Physically, it's not hard. So
Wesley came home, I guess it was Thursday or Friday, and told me that he had a meeting with his boss, and they're trying to get him a raise, a better raise than he got last year.
yeah,
The new boss, is trying to get him to a different level, I guess. I don't know, up to a certain level, anyhow. And he told me how much the raise was, and I said, well, that's pretty good. That's about 6%, which I felt was a decent raise.
that is a decent raise.
And but now the first 4 years he worked doing this job with the first company. See, he worked for Hurricane Electronics. They were bought out by this new company that he works
Gotcha.
for.
Okay.
So it's the same job, same shop, same everything. First 4 years, he didn't even get a raise. And then when this company took over, I want to say three years ago, he's gotten religious raises. I mean, it's every single.
Oh, that's great. I haven't had a raise in 18 years.
Oh my gosh.
I've had a decrease in 18 years.
Oh my gosh. But I told him the same thing. I said, well, you know, we don't really need this extra money. I mean, is it nice to have? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But
Now, in my boss's defense, there has been a couple of times where he's put a little extra in my check off the books.
right. And
Not a great amount, but you know, enough to make a little bit of a difference. So
Sure.
I mean, he's been fair in that area. But there's been times, you know, my people be pushing for raises and stuff, and I'd talk to him about it, and he said, well, we have to figure out what we can do, and we need to do something for you. And I said, get my men their raises.
Right.
That's what's important to me is my men. I can't do my job without my guys.
that's right.
So we got to make sure they're not jumping ship.
And well, Wesley's the same as you, though. He enjoys his job. He likes the people he works with.
Yeah.
He feels respected there and appreciated. And I told him, it's the same company, but down in Brooksville, they wanted him to move to Brooksville. And he came home and told me about it. I said, well, what's in it for you? He says, well, I don't know. I said, well, you go back there and tell him tomorrow. Yeah, I'll move to Brooksville if I can run this shop for you.
Yeah.
But you tell them I can be a freaking electronics technician where I'm at.
Yeah.
And I enjoy where I'm at. So sweeten it up. But I do think he has decided to travel more. And I'm okay with that.
Well, I mean, he gets paid for the travel, right? So
Well,
if it gets him out of the shop and he gets a change of scenery, and you know, I would enjoy that.
Yeah, I think he does too. And not only that, but he's allowed to do overtime on these travel jobs, and he's not here at the shop. So
I mean, I run the local deliveries for us because, well, I mean, there's several reasons. I mean, I can't find anybody to take the job that I can trust,
right.
but it gets me out of the office.
Yeah, is it
And-
change of Henry, yeah.
I mean, it doesn't hurt my ego to jump in a delivery truck and go drop some stuff off.
No.
I get out of the office. Sometimes I can have something to eat while I'm out, have a nice lunch,
Well, and not only that,
and
but
I
you're
get a
schmoozing
break.
with customers too.
I can schmooze with the customers a little bit, but I just get a break of scenery. It's not like staring at a screen all day,
Right.
answering the phone all day. I mean, even answer the phones, they roll over to my cell phone,
Oh,
which I've got set up because it gives me freedom to get away from the phone.
true.
You know, if I want to go, you know, across town, drop some stuff off, and stop and have some lunch, I can still catch phone calls.
Right.
So I'm not missing any sales calls or anything like that.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I enjoy getting out, just doing something different. I would think Wesley would enjoy that too.
Yeah, I think he does. Well, and also, you know, when he goes down to South Florida, if he's anywhere within an hour or two away from his hometown, he can go visit his stepmother. He can go visit friends. He can, you know,
Yeah.
see people that he doesn't get to usually see too.
Yeah, that's nice.
Nice. Yeah, that's nice for him. And these are people that, to be quite honest with you, I don't know them, and I really don't care if I ever know them. And it's not because of anything they've ever done or said or nothing. It's just, I don't need friends. I got 7 kids.
Well,
All the friends I need. No, I don't mean it that way, but
No, I know exactly what you mean. Because I told Vicky, because sometimes she'll say, you know, because we're kind of homebodies. You know,
We
we
are
both
too.
work, spend most of our time here at the house. I mean, we had a great day today. We just got out and just kind of hung out.
that's
And we
great.
never do that.
Yeah.
And she said, you know, we ought to do this more often. I says, I try every weekend to get you out of the house,
No kidding.
but you don't want to do anything. And
Is she tired from working all week?
yeah, but the point I was going to make was, you know, sometimes she'll say, you know, we probably need to make some friends. Wouldn't it be nice to hang out with some friends, maybe go out and eat with them, or, you know, visit each other's house once in a while? Wouldn't it be nice to get some? I said, don't forget, you make friends, you get their baggage too. I said, you can't have. I said, now stop and think about it. Think about how you are and how wishy-washy you are. I said, how many times are people going to ask you to do something and you tell them no? How long do you think they're going to stick around and keep asking?
That's true. Yeah.
I said, you can't just have a friend when you want a friend and then leave me alone until
When
you
you
need a
don't
friend
feel
again.
like it anymore.
I said, because that ain't the way it works.
Right. Oh, I needed that talk.
Well, I mean,
Because I'm kind of that way too.
I tell everybody I really only need 2 friends.
Mm-hmm.
One friend that'll get me out of jail, and one friend to give me a ride to the airport. Other than that, I can handle stuff on my own.
That's hilarious. I'm a terrible friend. Terrible friend.
Well, I'm
I
a
forget
good friend,
birthday.
but I want quality. I want just a few quality friends,
Yeah.
and not a bunch of acquaintances that I've got to entertain.
Right. Well, and you know, it's nice when I have a girlfriend I've known her for years. And, I mean, since I was a young parent. And we can go 2 or 3 years without talking to each other and pick up just where we left off, you know.
Yeah.
And we know that each other has fairly busy lives and you know, things happen.
Well,
And
Vicky sees, you know, neighbors and stuff, kind of, you know, they've got their friends and they do their stuff every Friday night and things like that. And she gets a little jealous. She wants that. She
Yeah.
thinks, but she really don't.
she really don't want that.
She really doesn't.
Do you see this baby?
I see that. I'm surprised mine hasn't done that tonight. She's
What?
right here,
You never
looking
let
right at me.
me in. She when I'm on this computer at night late like this,
Yeah.
she will do this. She'll sit in front of me for a few minutes she'll sit between me and my crocheting.
Yeah.
And I have to put my arms around to get to it. And then she'll climb up here right on my shoulder like this. She's turning out to be a really nice kitty.
She's
though.
a lover, isn't she?
Yes, she is. She really is.
I see. If
And
I
I
was to
didn't
lean back in this chair for any length of time at all, this would be right up on top of me,
Right
just
up
like,
on
just
you.
like yours.
But
She's a pretty cat.
thank you. I think she's beautiful. Aren't you beautiful, Birdie? Yes, her is. Now her tail's agitated. Look at that.
I see it.
See that? She's like, nah, 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 nah. Are you okay? Are you mad at Ivy? Ivy picks on her a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Ivy's, yeah, she's the little baby kitty, and she just harasses this one to no end. And then when this one gets tired of it, the other one runs under the bed and hides. It's kind of funny. But, you know, Violet's got that handicapped cat, the one that they had to amputate the arm off of.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they found it out in the yard.
The arm?
No, the cat.
Sorry,
They found-
you made it too easy.
Sorry. They found the injured cat in the yard, and they called
Okay.
animal control. Well, Violet volunteered to house the animal while it was
Okay.
getting treated. Well, once they amputated the cat's legs, she couldn't let it out because it was one-legged. So she decided that she needed to take care of it forever. So it stays in her bedroom.
Oh,
There
okay.
now, it's a real skittish cat because, number one, I think it had been out in the world too long. And
Yeah.
number two, it's now handicapped and it knows it.
Yeah.
And I think that it's always on the defense. But she'll come out here, start crap with all the other three cats, and then go back in her room like nothing ever happened. And I'm walking around wondering why are all the cats acting up.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's her. She starts shit, you know. And then Murphy's cat, he's a lover too. Oh my gosh. And he's a beautiful cat. He's black. He looks like Ivy, but he's black and white instead of gray and white.
So
He's
you got what, 4 cats?
4. And now when the kids move out, we're only going to have 2.
Gotcha.
That's the way it's supposed to be anyway.
Well, this one here, this Smokey, I don't know how old she is, but she definitely hit the lottery.
Yes, she did. Because I remember that picture you sent to me when you said, come get this cat. And that looked like the scrawniest, scraggliest cat I had ever seen.
Charlotte, this cat hung around my deck.
Yeah.
I didn't feed it. I didn't pet it. I tried not to make eye contact with it for over a month.
Wow.
I don't know where she was getting food. I don't know. I don't know
You
what
don't
was
think
going on.
Mrs. Grumpus was feeding her?
No, she was not. And because I kept thinking, well, it's going to find a home somewhere.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to adopt it.
Right.
But it wouldn't leave our deck. So
Yeah,
guess
somebody
what?
did adopt
Somebody
it.
did adopt it. Now she's gotten fat now.
Yeah, she looks good and healthy.
But
And her coat's pretty.
and her, when she first started coming around, her face was like raw. It looked like she'd been in fights.
Oh.
And I think I'm not a vet, but we've had her in a few times, and it looks like she's probably got allergies.
Oh.
And she would climb up on it, like when we'd be out on deck, she'd jump up on my lap and she'd rub her face against the arms, those hard plastic arms on the chair,
Scratching it.
scratching because she had all the fur wore off of her nose up between her eyes,
Gosh. Poor
and her ears were all bumpy and scaly, and we took her to the vet and got her some shots and cleared that stuff up. Now she hasn't been outside now in about a year, maybe longer, because when she goes out, she comes back in, She's all stuffy.
Oh yeah.
Stuffy, sneezing, her eyes are tearing. And so she's an indoor cat now.
Yeah.
But all of the hair's grown back now. She doesn't act like she's all irritated. There's been a couple of times she's jumped up on the bed at night with laid in front of a box fan face first and got herself all stuffy the next day.
Yeah. Yeah. I do that sometimes too, and it does.
I do
It
too.
makes it stuffy.
But she's doing real good.
You know, that's one of Wesley's jobs in our house is I hate ceiling fans. I hate them. I know they move the air around, but they make me sick because of the dust and the everything. And one of his jobs is to go around the house every couple of weeks and clean the ceiling fans. He has to have them. He can clean them. He don't. So every time I get in a point where I'm waking up stuffy and I've got a headache and all that stuff, the first thing I do is look at the ceiling fan that's over our bed. Why is there a ceiling fan over my bed? I don't know.
I got one over our bed, but it blows up. I got all my fans blowing up.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't like the wind. I
don't either.
I have to have some air movement.
Mm-hmm.
I can't sleep if there's not some movement.
Okay.
But I don't want it blowing directly on me.
Right.
Even in the car with the AC cranked up.
Me too.
I'm trying to cool the whole car down. I don't have it blowing right on me because I'll have a sore throat the next day every time.
Yep. That is one of our biggest beefs in the car together. He'll turn the air conditioner on full blast and it'll be blowing up my nose or freezing me to death. And I'm like, turn the damn thing down.
I mean,
He's
I'll
like,
do that.
close your vents.
I'll do that, but I'll move the vents where it's not blowing right directly in my face.
Well, I have to do that almost every time I get in the car. And I don't know how they get moved back, you know, while because he got the car. Who the heck does he have in that car that likes air conditioner blowing on? But yeah, I have to move them all the time. I just close them. I get to where I just close them up.
In fact, I've got a ceiling fan blowing up over the bed, but Vicky has to have a box fan running. She has to have some. Since I've known her, she has to have some sort of fan. She
Some
says
kind of white
it's
noise.
the noise.
Mm-hmm.
She can't fall asleep if she doesn't.
I have a box fan running in my room, but do you know why I do? You ain't gonna believe it. It's so I don't hear all the thumping neighbors.
Well, if that's what's working.
And that noise makes it not so bad.
Yeah.
And I don't have the box fan blowing into the room. I have it turned around facing the wall.
Well, our bed's kind of elevated. It's got drawers under it.
Mm-hmm.
So with the box fan on the floor, it's just blowing straight at
Oh,
hitting the
yeah.
bed.
Yeah.
So it's not blowing directly on you.
Right.
But there is the noise that she says she has to have.
Right. Right.
And it's funny because y'all fuss at her about it being on.
Mm-hmm.
But even if it's on, if she turns that ceiling fan off, I can't sleep.
Isn't that something?
I'm just used to that air movement. I've got to have some air moving.
I don't know what I would do if these were ever turned off.
I mean, all
We don't
of
turn
mine's
them
on low. Everything's
Yeah,
on
that's
low.
what ours is. It's on low all the time, and it spins constantly. It just never stops.
The only time mine stops is when the power goes out.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
haven't turned them on or off in years.
Mm-hmm. But Wesley, he has to have them. So, and honestly, like I said, I don't know what would happen if they stopped moving. Would I notice a difference?
I bet you would.
Maybe. Because every house we've ever lived in has had ceiling fans in it. Because he won't without them.
I've got 2 ceiling fans in the sunroom, but they're not on because we don't spend that much time out there.
Oh, I see.
And it's high ceilings. I think it's 14 feet from the floor to the beam.
Oh, wow.
And then when I put the ceiling fans up, I cut gas pipe and painted it, so they're hanging probably 4 feet down
Oh, okay.
and because I just like that look.
Yeah, it does look
But
cool.
if I leave them running, it feels like it's just blowing all that hot air, that's gathering at the top of that sunroom, and it's blowing it down in the rest of the
Down on
house.
the rest of the house. Yeah.
So we generally don't have those running.
Yeah, my dad says it doesn't matter. Wait a minute. It doesn't matter how fast the wind's blowing. If it's hot, it ain't helping.
And that's right. That's exactly right.
You can't blow around 100-degree air and it feel better. But I don't know. I don't like the look of ceiling fans. I don't like the dust that accumulates on them.
Well, if you never turn them off, you can't see the dust.
I don't like that they blow dust all over the curtains.
In fact, you'll laugh at me. Let's see here. Let me show you a different. Let me show you the ceiling fan I have in here. It's going to be this one. You see it, ceiling fan, right there.
It's broken.
I needed room. I needed room to put my green screen up, so I took 2 blades off of it.
Oh my gosh! That's funny.
Vicky said here a while back. She said, "Well, why don't you just take them other 2 blades off? Because I can't turn it on." I said,
Right.
"Well, I only needed 2 at the time, so that's all I took."
Well, can't you get a shorter green screen?
Well, the screens,
Oh, it'll
are
move?
attached to the ceiling,
I see.
so I can only roll them up so far.
Right.
And I got a green screen, a gray screen, and a black screen.
Oh.
But I only used the green screen. I wished I'd have done my research a little bit better. Because I got the gray one, so I could pull it down and just shine different colored lights on it for different effect.
Yeah.
And then I got the black one in case I just wanted nothing, just black behind me.
Right.
Well, I didn't realize that, if I, where were they at? If I want a black, I didn't have to have the material. I could just turn off the background. Like that.
Oh.
So I'm still using the green screen. I'm just showing a black background on top of it. So I really didn't need that.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
Interesting.
now I got to get this back. Where'd it go?
Grumpus, you're going to have to tutor me when I get a real computer.
It's pretty easy. It's all lighting mostly.
Well, I've got an overhead light on top of me right here, and I got a freaking overhead light over there, and that's all I've got right now.
Well, you look fine. No, I meant for the green screen.
Oh, I see.
The more lights you have on the green screen, the better it does.
Oh.
Because you're telling the computer, ignore green. If the computer, you're telling the camera to ignore green.
Okay.
If the camera can't see the green, it can't eliminate it. So you're trying to get as much light on the green as possible so the camera can see it.
Oh.
And then eliminate it.
Okay.
Because if I was to
water back there.
see if I was to turn the lights off, now you can see down here. Get this right down in the corner. See the corners? How it's kind of bleeding. Mm-hmm. And same way on the other corner. It's kind
That
of bleeding.
cloud there's doing something funky too.
But
Well, it was a minute ago.
it's a lot clearer. The more light that you put on it,
Oh,
it's a lot clearer now.
Yeah.
So it seems just the opposite. That if you don't want to see something, you have to give it some more light.
That is crazy. I didn't know that.
But that's what gives you a good definition, like around the hair.
Uh
You know, if
huh.
you notice it shows all my hand. It's not all blurry, and my tips aren't
Right.
disappearing.
Yeah.
That's because it can see that green between my fingertips real nice and clean.
Okay. Okay. Huh.
So it's all in the lighting.
All this is real.
There's a guy I join live about once a month on Wednesdays.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Let me change. This is his house.
Are you kidding me?
He got up one time to go get a beer. So I went in and searched that video and snapped
You
a picture of
screenshotted
his.
it?
Snapped the pictures. So one night I popped on and he was making a comment about my background. I said, yeah, I'm outside in the woods. I'm fixing to come in. And I popped in on the same exact background that he had.
Oh, that's hilarious.
And so, you know, we were talking and we ended up, it's kind of like we do. The conversation goes everywhere.
Yeah.
Well, there was 4 of us on screen and he's in Baltimore.
Right.
Well, of course, the discussion of mayonnaise came up. And he's Hellman's all the way.
Oh no. Oh, that poor guy.
And us other 3 were Dukes. Dukes all the way. So I see the shelf on the back.
Mm-hmm.
I got Dukes on that shelf. So he leaned in to see a shelf, and I just shut it off. And then when he leaned back, I turned it back on. So I worked the whole evening to try to find a Duke's jar that I could shrink down to fit that shelf.
That is hilarious.
So
Oh my gosh.
so you could do a lot of stuff with the green screen. It's a lot of fun.
That looks like fun. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So you put his house on the green screen. And then insulted him with Duke's mayonnaise for crying out loud.
Well, here the thing was he had come to Austin to see a friend, just him by himself. He came to Austin to for the eclipse,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
and he had said he might try to go live while he's in Austin.
Uh-huh.
So the whole driving force behind this was if he went live in Austin, I was going to join him live from his house. You know, it's going to be one of them baby bring me a beer type things, you know.
My God. That's awesome.
So, but he ended up not going live, so I didn't get to use it for that. But
Oh, shoot. That sucks.
I just thought that'd be hilarious if I was at his house when he wasn't. I mean, this is the kind of things, guys. I mean, this is why we spend hundreds of dollars on this stuff.
On this
so we
equipment.
could do
Yeah.
this nonsense.
Mess with each other. Well, Grumpus, I'm either going to have to go back to the potty or we're going to have to end it. One or the other.
I think we probably ought to end it at this point. It'd be what? Oh, shoot. 6 hours?
It looks like it.
Oh my God.
Well, no wonder my head's hurting.
Well, we've got a lot accomplished, though, right?
Indeed. Indeed.
I can't think of anybody else's problems I need to solve.
Yeah, me neither. No. And we don't have any company to solve their problems. So.
No. I mean, they're still showing 7 people in the chat, but I haven't seen any activity down here.
No, me either. They're probably all sleeping.
We probably put them asleep at this point.
That's what I'm saying.
Last chance, chat. Do we need to fix anything?
You know, we got all the answers here.
You know,
All right, Grumpus, thanks for having me up. I
well, it's
appreciate
been fun. I appreciate you joining me.
always fun. But I'm going to bed.
You gonna cook your brisket tomorrow?
Yes.
I got me a little rack of lamb I'm gonna cook tomorrow.
Speaking of lamb, before I go,
Mm-hmm.
the restaurant that the girls work at had a lamb special yesterday.
Oh,
So
didn't like it?
it was awful. First of all, they smeared it with mustard.
That's the way they prepared it then.
It was horrible.
I mean, do you
and it
normally
wasn't-
like lamb?
Love it.
Okay.
Love it. And they were too small for one thing. The meat, I mean, it was like maybe that big. They were hard to cut apart. The meat was not tender. And I'm like, where did they get these from? All they had to do is go to Sam's Club.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
Because I've made them from Sam's Club and they're delicious.
That's what I got. Just the little tiny racks. I mean, Vicky
Yeah.
doesn't like lamb at all.
Oh no.
Oh, that's great because I get the whole thing to
You get
myself.
more, right?
You know, I'll fix her
Right.
a burger or some chicken or something.
Well, the two of them ended up not getting the lamb special. But they brought me one home so I could eat dinner.
Okay.
And I was really disappointed.
That's a shame.
I couldn't believe how not good it was.
I hope this turns out. I haven't cooked any lamb in years.
Oh, I'm sure it'll turn out. My goodness.
I think I can figure it out, but
How do you mess up a lamb?
it's been, them little racks have been so expensive.
Yeah. I haven't
HEB,
never tried
ever since COVID, they've been $25 a gallon, $24.99 a pound is what they've been
Oh
running.
my God.
And we was at Costco a couple of weekends ago, and they had these for $13.99 a pound.
Oh,
So I
you
told her,
guys.
I said, I know you don't like these, but I'm getting me some.
But I'm doing it. Damn it. I'm doing it.
So if it's not raining, that's my plan for tomorrow.
Well, we're supposed to have rain tomorrow, but I'm going to smoke it anyway. The brisket.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
So anyhow,
let me know how it turns out. Take a couple pictures.
I will. Take care. See you next
All right.
time.
We'll see you, Charlotte. See you, chat. Thanks for joining us. We'll wrap this thing up. Like I said, if you're still here and you hadn't hit the thumbs up yet, I'd sure appreciate it if you wanted to do that. Kind of helps the channel out. And nobody else has popped up in here, so I'm going to assume I'm talking to myself. So until next week, Charlotte will have it. And I'll be there the next week. Probably we're trying to do it every other week, try to trade off. So anyway, y'all have a good evening. And this is Grumpus out of here.